Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What are you cleaning up?
Someone's belly. More people are getting healthy thanks to small step number 121. Eat before grocery shopping.
Clean up on aisle 5.
Please don't let it be someone's thunder thighs.
Learn more at smallstep.gov. A message from the US DHHS and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear, it's my landlord letting himself in. "Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in."
What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me.
Out! Get out!
I'm offering you a good deal.
Out! And I'm reporting you.
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair Housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Happy Tuesday morning, Junks listeners. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan.
Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You got a 3-man junk show this Tuesday. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on the Instagram. Jason Bishop is here.
What's up?
He's in from the hinterlands of Ashburn, VA.
I did. I got through
Very
some nonsense.
Glad you made it through, as is
I got here.
Eric Bickle, also here.
I think it said 12 degrees in my car when I got in that car this morning.
Yeah, I think it was 12 or 13 in my hood, and then it warmed up to, I believe, 16 or 17 degrees here in the District of Columbia.
Wow, it says 13 degrees in Kensington, and it says at 7, it's going to be 9 degrees. So it's actually going to go down 4 degrees, then pop back up. What a disaster.
But there's good news on the horizon. I've heard that by Monday, we're going to reach 32 degrees.
Oh, all right. We're going to reach freezing.
So that's good. That's solid.
Well, let's just hope.
Sunny, though.
Let's just hope that Doug Kammerer is correct when he says that this storm that is forming off the coast this weekend is going to stay east and stay offshore and not hit us again.
That would be fantastic.
That would be a freaking nightmare. We got
I
another
don't feel like dealing with
10
that.
to 15 inches.
I don't know if this temple would be able to handle more shoveling to the extent.
Oh my God. That's all I did yesterday.
After the show yesterday, went straight out and started shoveling.
Yep.
And my wife and I were out there. My son was out there for a bit. My daughter, who's walking around with a sprained foot in a boot, she was out there attacking it.
I only did a little because it was just caked in ice. I was like, what's the point?
But
you have to chop at it with like a shovel, like a metal shovel.
Sure, a money metal shovel.
And then I just was like, you know what? Screw it.
Yeah, but
I was able to get out.
Yeah, as long as you can get out, but like then you have to worry about like UPS driver or the mail person walking on your driveway and it's slipping and cracking their head open.
They're just going to have to be careful.
That's a real issue.
There's parts of my driveway obviously where we've shoveled and kind of gotten it down to the driveway, but you can't actually see black.
Yeah.
But we've kind of. And there are other parts where you're just walking on 12 inches of ice. You just have to
you just have to be super careful.
Slide your feet. Because I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to stroke out cracking that ice. It's some of the most unworkable snow.
Yes.
That I can remember.
It's very difficult.
Yeah. It's not. Nobody got light, fluffy snow.
No.
That just wasn't.
Well, it was.
Well, you just watch the news. You just watch the news, and all of the local networks are out in certain neighborhoods. Some in Montgomery County, some in PG County, some in Northern Virginia. People can't get out of the driveways.
I know.
And that's the other thing. All right. God bless all the snowplow dudes.
I know, it's a nightmare when they drive
all right,
by.
But they pull all of the snow and they put it right in front of your driveway.
That was my big fear last night.
They blocked my driveway yesterday.
I understand, but they got to put it. They got to put it somewhere. Like
they got to put it in between the lots where the curb is, not in front of the driveway.
There's really no way to do it because they just slide. Peeking out my window, making sure a plow didn't come by again because it would have doomed me. It would have doomed me.
I heard him. They came yesterday and they were there all day. And I was telling the dudes, they didn't understand English, but I was telling them, don't put it here, put it there.
Right. How? Because it's the extra. It just comes off the side.
Yeah, I don't think they can lift up the front and then.
No, they did a good job because they pushed, and then once the driveway came, they backed off, and then they started again down the street. All right, so they did listen to me. Now other homeowners that aren't out front, they got screwed.
So did you not get it plowed right in front of your driveway then?
No, I did this morning because I woke up at 2:30 because I heard a truck outside.
And you were panicked?
And what did he do? He put more snow right in front of my driveway.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of overnight.
So I had to get up about 45 minutes earlier and go out and shovel my driveway so I could get out.
That is brutal. would not want to be shoveling at 4:30 in the morning.
I mean, they got to know you can't, especially when there's cars in the driveway. You can't put the snow in front of the driveway.
I don't know how you get around it, Jason.
Well, they got to figure it out.
You'd have to stop in front of every driveway.
Well, they got to figure it out.
I also think that some of the people that are plowing, they just figure you're not leaving your house.
Right.
Yeah.
That's probably part of it.
Yeah, they're just go, oh, everyone's snowed in. They're not leaving
till like Thursday.
Yeah. There's no reason for this person to go out and about.
I think they could never be done. Though. Honestly, I think what Jason's asking is unreasonable. They would never finish because to go down the street, you're asking them to like carve out individual holes for each driveway. They're just not going to do it.
I know they're not going to do it unless you're out there. And that's what I was doing yesterday during the day. But this morning, I was in my bedroom and looking out my window, and I could see him just putting it right in front of the driveway.
Right. Were you trying to like just get clothed quickly and run down and tell them?
No, I just knew it. I knew I was screwed. So I had to get out there with my shovel, and it took me, half hour.
I feel much better.
My back is killing me. My ribs hurt. Yeah. My hamstrings hurt. My back. I shoveled probably for 3 hours yesterday.
Right.
Oh my God.
I'm probably right there with you.
Not me. I spent about 30
the sidewalk
minutes
was the worst.
I didn't
sidewalk.
I didn't do the sidewalk.
Just the worst.
We did the sidewalk the first day.
The sidewalk.
But the second day, like after the overnight, and it iced over. There's no way I'm gonna break that.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Well,
I couldn't believe my neighbor. My neighbor didn't have a shovel and like door dashed a shovel to his house. It was the most hilarious. It was the most unmanly thing in the world I've ever seen.
I mean, trust me, I am not a manly man when it comes to fixing things and snow removal, but I always have multiple shovels just ready for disposal.
Yeah.
By the way, they took a beating during this storm. At least one of them is just dead. I was going to say long-term IR. There's no IR. It's going right in the trash.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
how many shovels is freaking Home Depot going to sell in this quarter?
It's just, I mean, I do maintain that when the sun's out, even if it's below freezing, you will get some melt, but only if it's like close to pavement. Like if it's already.
Well, today's supposed to be sunnier than yesterday.
Supposed to be sunny, so that helps.
All right, that helps a little bit.
Helps a little bit.
Also, but that salt mix, the salt mix, that's the first time I've used it was for this storm.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is a godsend.
Oh, of course.
I've never used it before.
It's a great invention.
It works. You just pre-treat your driveway and sidewalk, and it makes the shoveling so much easier.
I'm not sure if we pre-treated ours. I don't think we did, to be honest.
I'm going to guess no pre-treat.
Well, we do have a thing, but I don't think my wife pre-treated it. Yeah.
The guys put a bunch of sand and salt on my street, which helped. Like I said, they're good dudes, and they're doing a hard job, and they're up at freaking 2 a.m, driving around the neighborhoods. But man, it just makes it so much worse when they block the driveway, and you have to get out there 45 minutes before you leave and shovel in 2 degrees.
I had a feeling they were going to come by mine overnight, but I was fearful of it because it was down to pavement.
Are you sure they didn't?
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
It was because before I went to bed, they made a couple passes yesterday, and they were basically down to pavement.
Are you a light sleeper? So if a plow came up your street, would you hear it?
Oh, no chance I would hear it.
Depends if I was awake or not. I
Zippy
don't know.
chance.
I don't.
Yeah, because I heard
plowing the whole time I'm asleep.
I heard
not waking up.
Right when it came into my cul-de-sac, I heard it.
No, I got up twice. I was paranoid. First thing I did was check the window because then I'd have to be like you, up an extra hour early,
right,
to get out there dealing with it.
So your driveway was fine. It was open
after we carved it out yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean,
overnight that was my fear.
Yeah,
and thank God they didn't come by. I think they're done with my street.
Some of my neighbors. That snow it's got to be 5, well, maybe not 5 feet, 3.5 feet up.
Right.
All ice.
And that
it's going to take forever to dig.
You can't dig out of that.
It's going to take forever.
It took us forever to dig out of whatever we got, and we shoveled while it was happening.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scary part. Is that the next day after you got that whatever sleet and or wintry mix glaze on top?
Yeah.
It just, like you said, it's made
like
everything rock.
Here are low 40s.
Right.
And you're getting 4 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Wind chill's negative. It's just going to make it that
after
much
the
worse.
show, the first thing I did do, though, was get that stuff that the plows put in front of your driveway out of the way. And then I got in my car, and I just drove around. I was like, oh, my God, I feel like the freest man ever. I just drove to Rockville.
Did you go get lunch or anything?
No, I was just driving.
You just wanted to be out of the house.
Get me out of here. And
Sure.
I felt it was the most liberating thing. Because once you get out on like Connecticut Avenue, Rockville Pike, or whatever, it's fine. I mean, there's snow, but it's fine. You can get kind of wherever you need to go.
Big surprise, the worst streets on the commute here in D.C.
Yeah, they're not great.
It's not
right
even
here.
close.
They're not great here.
They aren't.
I definitely got into a standoff with an Uber driver a block away from work.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I had, there's cars parked on this side, cars parked here.
I kind of did too.
Uber driver was there first.
And the guy's not moving.
Same thing. I wonder if it was the same car. Was it like a black Kia?
Yes.
Dude, that person is literally in the middle of the road.
And just not moving.
Just not moving.
I was like, well, I mean, I got
So you honked at him? You honk at him?
No, I just put it in reverse and backed up and let them through.
Yeah, you can't go around them because
nowhere to go.
because
There's
the
no
embankments are so high.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't really play chicken with them. You just gotta back down because they were there first.
Right.
I mean, that was my biggest.
So they were waiting for somebody to come out of the building there in front of it?
No,
Oh.
I don't know what they were doing because I started backing up and then they just drove through.
Oh.
They're sitting there in the middle of
What's
the street
happening?
with their flashers on, like that's okay.
I think it was a Lyft driver that I had to deal with the same thing. I had to go around a different way. They would not move.
Oh, I got to give you my Lyft receipts from the drinking show. I keep forgetting.
Well,
to do that.
luckily, Matt, the valets up at the Homewood have been there the last 2 mornings. Yesterday they got there at 7, and I got here a little late, so I was here at 7, so it was perfect. And today they were here, so I didn't have to park in the building or find a spot on the street.
Do you know that Ben was at the Homewood again?
He was.
He's been in the Homewood 3 straight
He's
nights.
DC's favorite guest.
He loves it. He's going to go back tonight.
I mean, you want to donk yourself off? Like it's
I'm
pretty much the end,
sick
right?
of being in the city.
Yeah?
I'm going home today, though, thankfully.
You're done. Because I think they recruited a bunch of you guys to work other shows, right? Because all the producers don't care about.
They don't even care about work anymore.
I'm doing Kevin today.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing.
Producers in short supply.
Radio is wildly different than when I first started.
Radio insider.
I mean, it was kind of known that
Radio insider.
you had to be here no matter what.
Yeah, you're like a doctor. You just got to get there.
I thought this was a dream job.
So for some people, it's just a job.
Why aren't people acting like
Yeah,
this?
Some
there's a lot
people,
of
it's
people
just
not.
a job.
It's just it was a requirement. You showed up. You figured it out. You found a way to come here. You slept in.
One guy said he was too scared to get on the metro.
Damn Gen Zers or Gen Alphas, whatever you are.
I like that kid, too. I don't know. I could have picked him up. He lives in Northern Virginia, probably near me.
I don't know what it is. I think it might be just like a culture shift where all of a sudden there's snow on the ground and you get like a week off of school and you don't have to do anything.
Right.
And that's just carried over to adulthood.
Yep. Apparently that's the case. What can you do?
I think the schools are going to be closed probably all week.
Oh, my wife's. Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, at 7:45. Ross Tucker joins the show at 9 o'clock. He's always a great guest. We'll talk NFL and Super Bowl and more with him. Wizards general manager Will Dawkins will join the show coming up at 7:45. You don't want to miss that. And Ross Tucker, he's been on the show a bunch over the years. Love reconnecting with him. He's the host of the Ross Tucker podcast. He will be on at 9 a.m.
Ross Tuck.
Right now, we're going to get into the Junk's sports page.
Yeah, it's brought to you by our great friends over at Open Road Distilling Company, Reston Town Center. Got great locally crafted spirits over there in Reston. You can get their Eagle Eye Rye, their Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Virginia. And, of course, if you go into the distillery, check them out. They've got great vodka and gin. Make sure you tell them the Junks sent you. I think I'm going to go today for lunch.
Very good. Enjoy that lunch.
On the way home, I'm going to go for lunch.
What is your lunch fare going to be? You're going to get a wrap? You're going to get a sandwich? You're going to get a burger? What are you looking at?
They've got this quesadilla, Barilla quesadilla or Berea quesadilla.
Oh, Berea's good.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's so good.
Yeah, I like that.
Sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
Get some Berea tacos.
I think that's what I'll get.
I'm sure that'll be great.
And of course, I'll probably bring some bottles home.
They always give you bottles.
You should.
No,
when you go.
No, not always. I'll just go in there and buy a couple bottles.
All right.
Buy?
Well, in my terms.
Okay, got it. Understood. Just have to make sure. I don't want you losing your fastball over there.
No, we're good. So, the big story locally, the Commanders finally have their defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. All right. According to John Kine, the Commanders are finalizing a deal to hire Durante Jones, who was on the Minnesota Vikings staff as their next defensive coordinator.
Yep.
Jones, of course, will take over for Joe Witt, who was let go earlier this month. And Durante Jones has never been a defensive coordinator on the NFL level. He was a defensive coordinator for LSU for 1 year back in 2021.
Also for Bowie State.
Yeah.
And he's a local guy. He's from Capitol Heights.
That's right.
Went to Bishop McNamara.
Prince George's County guy done well.
Yep.
Kind of like a few guys sitting in this room.
That's right.
Might I say.
Went to McNamara, then played
Morgan
defensive
State.
back, and then he went to Temple first, and then transferred to Morgan State. He played corner there, and he's been with some really good,
all over.
Yeah, he's been with really good teams and good coaches. He was at UCLA as the corner coach back in 2010. He was at Hawaii for a couple years. He was at Wisconsin as their DB coach. Then he got into the NFL. He was with the Dolphins for a couple years as an assistant defensive backs coach. Went to the Bengals for a couple years. Then he went to the Vikings. He was the DB coach for the Vikings in 2020. Then he left the Vikings, went to LSU. Mm-hmm. I think Ed Orgeron was the coach then, because once Brian Kelly,
Coach Orgeron, yeah.
Because once Brian Kelly got in,
speak of him highly.
That's when he left and went back to Minnesota.
Right. He was there for the 1 year at LSU before Jaden was at LSU.
Right. And
he
now
predated him there.
And so he was at Minnesota for a couple years, call it 4 years, as their defensive backs coach and pass game coordinator. And now he is the defensive coordinator for the Manders.
The idea is, look, if you can't get Brian Flores, you get his underling.
You get a disciple.
You get his guy.
I mean, you got to like it. I mean, I know.
I think you're never going to know, but I do.
He's got to have players, but at least he's coming from an aggressive system.
Yeah, it's bold. If you just type into Google and have their little AI thing, what's a Brian Flores defense known for? Mm-hmm. Best known for extreme aggression, high blitz rates, which is what we need, simulated pressures, versatile multiple coverage schemes, disguise coverage.
And that's a departure
for
Dan Quinn, because he's not a heavy blitz guy.
Yep.
So this is him kind of like looking at things and saying, I might need to change things, the way we do business here defensively. And add a new wrinkle.
Aggressive early downs. Flores frequently blitzes on first and second downs.
Right.
That's great. Hot coverages, positional versatility. They use hybrid players such as safeties who can rush the passers or corners who can play in the box.
Mm-hmm.
So look for some definite personal upgrades to run this defense, and I like it. Fresh eyes, different system, and a guy who, while he may not be experienced calling plays, he has experience being all over the league. I mean, the guy's coached at every level possible.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He's coached in high school, Division I, Division II, Division III, and he's coached at the NFL level.
He's coached in the Big Ten. He's coached at the SEC, obviously in the NFL for a bunch of years.
Coached the Canadian League. Coached the Montreal Alouettes in 2011.
Yeah.
So he's a super experienced guy.
You got to be excited, and he's a local guy.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna
that
do?
part's very cool too.
I love it.
Just got to win, and nobody
Gotta
knows
have the players
better than Dan Quinn. So I mean, it is risky in the sense that he's not super experienced calling plays and that sort of thing. It's not like he's a 25-year-old wonderkind.
Yeah,
been around, but this is his first real crack at the NFL level.
I can't remember exactly what your wording was, but before the offensive coordinator David Blau was hired, and before Jones was hired, I think you did say we got to get some guys in here who have done it before.
That would have been my preference.
Yeah. So, but you don't sound disappointed.
I've always maintained that I can't be very strong on this because
I know, but as a fan, you have an opinion.
Yeah.
And
I know, but I try to be realistic. I trust Blau because Blau's been in the building, know exactly what they've got. I trust that he's a sort of a young boy genius. They would know that.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in the building for 2 years. And this one, I don't know. If you can't get Flores, you get his disciple.
Right.
So I can get behind it for sure. The easy route would have been to go with an old veteran guy that's called defenses for 7 different teams and just like sort of another old boy network guy. They could have done that easily.
Right.
I mean, if you can get like a Vic Fangio to do that, you welcome that with open arms. But I mean, you're not going to get Vic Fangio.
I don't think that was available.
Are you okay with it if you found out, and you'll never find out, but if you found out that Durante Jones was like 10th on their list? Because all of these other guys were either not leaving, or they were taking head coaching jobs, or they were staying where they were. You know, the Brian Flores of the world.
Maybe if he was 10th on this list before they start the interview process, but I would throw that out. Once you interview guys could blow you away.
Right.
So he might have been 10th, 15th, 20th.
I'd rather not see that list if that were the case. I don't want to see a bunch of scratch
And
out.
I'm not saying that's the case.
Right.
I'm not saying that Durante Jones was number 10.
Right.
But how would you feel if you found out he was way down the list, but you couldn't get the first 9 guys?
If he was 10th after all the interviews, then that would maybe be a little disappointing.
Yeah.
But listen,
they loved Blau because they hired him early.
Yeah, and they know what they've got with Blau. He's been in the building for 2 years. They know exactly the kind of person
there was more demand also out on the market for Blau than there obviously was for Durante Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know did Durante Jones apply and interview for other defensive coordinator spots? Not that I'd heard of.
I don't know.
Maybe he got some other interviews.
I'm sure he got calls from other people.
But look, they wanted Flores would have been just as a neophyte. You know, it's not like I have a whole library where I've got all this information on all these coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Just as an observer, as a fan, Flores was the guy that I would want. And obviously, we weren't going to get him. He was going to go back to Minnesota if he didn't get a head coaching gig. So you get his underling.
Mm-hmm.
You get his understudy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll buy it.
I'll buy it too, because of who he's coached under and where he's coached. And he's been with Minnesota, and their defense has been pretty damn good and attacking.
It's fresh eyes. It's a different system. This will be good for DQ.
I mean, Minnesota's defensive numbers from 2024 when he was on the staff, they led the NFL in picks with 24, led NFL in passes defense with 95. Opponent's fourth down conversion percentage was 37%.
Mm-hmm.
Ints per attempt was 3.8%. Tied for the league lead in takeaways. Second in the NFL in run defense. Second in the NFL in opponent scoring efficiency.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm sure Dan Quinn looked at all those numbers. They crunched all those numbers, and they're like, this is our guy.
Yeah. Well, they love him.
Flores, this is hopefully the next best thing.
And he's going to be the guy.
Again, it wasn't a great job. There's not a lot of talent there that separates itself.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a young corner that you can build around, but, about it.
And he, again, as I mentioned, he's from Capitol Heights. He coached at Bowie State.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got bigger jobs, went out to L.A. to coach at UCLA, and then finally got back into the NFL and was with Miami, Cincinnati, and then the Vikings.
Yeah. I watched an interview with him, and he's a really pleasant guy.
Sharp dude.
Yeah, he's pleasant, smart guy.
Hopefully we'll get him on the show because
that'd be great.
I'd like to get Blau and Jones, but I know they've been really busy over there. But I put in a request.
Do you think they'll do that? I didn't. Will they do radio interviews, the coordinators?
I don't know. I put the request in. Hopefully we'll get good news, especially since Jones is a local guy.
Yeah. Well, I just love
and we can talk smack with him since we're DeMatha guys.
Sure.
Remember when I told you that if I had my druthers, I'd take like a Greg Williams type because you just blitz from all. This is the Brian Flores.
Yeah.
Seems
defense.
like that same sort of style.
High volume blitzing.
Right.
And you're gonna there'll be downsides to it, but I like it.
You're gonna see it.
You'll give us some big plays, but you'll also make big plays defensively.
You'll give up some big plays.
So there's still some openings for head coaches in the NFL. And, of course, the Cleveland Browns, one of them, the Buffalo Bills, another. Phillip Rivers withdrew his name for the Buffalo Bills. When I first saw that, I was kind of shocked. I don't know if you guys talked about it.
I was a little surprised by it when I saw that headline.
Yeah, but he withdrew his name. Grant Udinsky, who was the Jacksonville Jags offensive coordinator, he pulled his name from consideration for the Browns job.
Right.
He's interested in the Bills job. He interviewed with the Bills on Sunday, also agreed to a new contract with the Jags that includes a raise for this year if he doesn't get the Bills job.
Now, that's the team that's going to get like their 20th choice for head coach, the Cleveland Browns.
Everyone's pulling out.
People are treating that job, rightly so, probably, like it's radioactive.
Yeah,
like they
I
want
agree.
no part of being a part of the Cleveland Browns.
Right. So, and I can see why people don't want to be a part of it.
I can understand it.
First of all, ownership.
Bad ownership. Yep.
Terrible ownership.
Quarterback conundrum.
issue.
Yep.
Right.
He's a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he is a Pro Bowler. You get a Pro Bowler if you take over.
I think we can mark this down as the day that the Pro Bowl officially jumped the shark.
Well, I think it did
right?
before, but yeah, no, it's officially dead now.
Today is the official death date. You put it on the tombstone.
I thought they don't even do anything anymore.
It's a skills competition now. There's
So
no
you still have to go.
It's a flag football
So you just couldn't
game.
get anybody that agreed that wanted to go.
Well,
I
the
guess.
guys who were selected were Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Drake May. Obviously, May's not going to be. Josh Allen's not going to play. Herbert, none of these guys are going to play. There's at least one spot open for a new quarterback, and that was for. They picked
How did they go
Shador
to Shador of all the other options?
because nobody else wants to play.
My only guess is
Just have to kill that thing.
They're doing it for pub, for people to actually talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, why else would you talk about the Pro Bowl other than, hey, we're going to name Shador Sanders as a Pro Bowl replacement? That'll bring some sort of buzz, I guess.
I guess
It's the only thing I could think of because you're not naming him a Pro Bowler based on his play.
No, the only thing I can think of is that literally everybody else didn't want to bother with the
I think
trip.
it's that coupled with, hey, this will maybe provide a jolt to a dead event. That's the only thing I can think of.
Maybe they think he's got a big fan base because of his, Instagram account or something.
Yeah.
Who
knows? I have no idea.
Well, he's going to be the Pro Bowl, and
That's one where
nobody cares.
Where I saw it on my timeline and thought, well, I'm definitely getting onioned. Like this is like from Adam Schefter instead of Adam Schefter. You know what I mean? Like I had to look at it like from 5 different accounts until I would believe it. That's how weird it was.
Jordan Schultz, I think, was the one that reported
And
it.
he's a reputable reporter.
Yeah.
So that's where you look at it. You're like, you side-eyed a little bit.
They gotta like. Number one, you can't use that criteria when talking about like Hall of Fame. Like he went to X amount of Pro Bowls.
Correct.
You have to strike that from the record.
Well, I think from now on,
it's no longer an accolade. You shouldn't put it on your Wikipedia page like your list of
It was
accomplishments.
kind of that way with Tyler Huntley. Let's be honest. It was.
That's a slap in the face to Huntley. Huntley actually played decently compared to what Shador's doing.
Yeah, but still, he wasn't a Pro Bowler.
I know because he only played like 6 games.
Right.
But this is. This is wild.
Shador passed for 1,400 yards. He had 7 touchdowns and 10 picks, and he had a QBR of 18.9.
Yeah, I mean, this is
it's
crazy.
I don't understand.
They gotta just kill it.
Aren't some players bonused if they make the Pro Bowl too?
I'm sure that's worked
Well,
into
then
their
that's
deals.
that's wild.
I don't know. I honestly don't get it.
It's bizarre.
The only thing I think is he might have a big social media following, and maybe they think they're going to capitalize on that. It's the only thing I can wrap my head around.
I could kind of comprehend that.
Maybe. I don't know.
JP's going to watch the Pro Bowl now.
JP's going to be dialed in. Popcorn in hand.
And something else.
Yeah.
A couple of big-time college hoops games last night amongst ranked teams. Duke blew out Louisville. Duke played Louisville, I don't know, a couple weeks ago in Louisville and beat them by 11. I think it was 84-73, and then they played them again last night. Louisville got their stud point guard back, Mikel Brown Jr., who was banged up for a little bit, but he was terrible. He was 1 for 13 last night. Duke beats him 83-52. So Duke improves to 19-1. I've already played 20 games in college hoops. I mean, conference tournaments are right around the corner. That's how quickly it's going.
Conference tournaments are right around the corner?
Well, I mean, they're in March. They're in early March.
We have a whole month.
You get the shortest month coming up.
That is true. It's a good point.
I mean,
but it's
believe
still
me,
a whole month.
Believe me, it'll be late February, and I'm going to say that to you, and you're going to go, where'd it go? Right. And then BYU was hosting Arizona. Of course, Arizona is one of, I think, 3 undefeated teams in the country. They're ranked number 1 in the country. They start 3 freshmen, studs. And they beat BYU 86-83 at BYU. They had an 11-point lead with about a minute 10 to go. BYU came all the way back, cut it to 1, had the ball. Point guard goes up for a layup in the lane and it gets swatted. So Arizona holds on to improve to 21 and zippy.
How did future wizard A.J. DeBanza do? The guy I'm going to pull for.
He had 24. He was 6 for 24, but he did
1 for 8 from 3.
Yeah. But he did have 24. But Braden Burries and Bradley, these kids are just legit. Koa Pete for Arizona, I mean, they're just awesome. So they improved to 21-0. All right, so Benj told me in my ear that the Rising Stars rosters were released. Now, remind me, the Rising Stars games, is that the rookies playing the second-year guys?
I'm not even sure the exact. They switch the format every single year with it, but it's it's a whole competition thing now.
Okay, but Trey Johnson was announced to be on the roster, and Alex Sarr,
and
who else is
third
on?
Wizard?
Not Bilal.
Okay, is it Keyshawn?
Keyshawn.
Keyshawn.
I thought you were doing a Bilal bit.
No, I don't know. I mean, if there's a declining stars game, maybe my man Bilal.
Fading stars.
Fading stars. Bilal may be on that list.
Right.
I'm still waving the French flag for him, but I'm losing a little bit of my zeal.
So I'm guessing
Just don't know if it's going to happen.
Guessing it's the rookies against the second-year
rookies versus sophomores.
Yeah.
Sarr, Keyshawn.
Derek Queen got on.
And Trey. Yep.
Cooper Flagg, of course, is on. So Comp Knippel's on. So we got 3 guys. There we
Very good.
Back-to-back years.
Did Risache? I don't see him in. I don't see him on the list.
No, he's in the G League.
Oh,
I did see him get assigned to the G League. Now, is it a rehab assignment?
It's a rehab.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was. It couldn't, I'm guessing, wasn't going to be for poor play a season and a half into his career.
No. C.J. McCollum.
Hopefully not for the Hawks.
Hawks have won 3 straight. C.J. McCollum had a big game last night for him.
Yeah.
All right, real quick here. Caps tonight playing in Seattle.
You're going to stay up for a 10 p.m. puck drop, I'm
100%.
sure.
I'm going to do that. So Cakes will watch that. Wizards are playing tonight at home against Portland.
Denny Avdia, revenge game, homecoming, back to D.C.
And I'm not sure if you guys care, you probably don't, but the Aussie Open is into the quarterfinals. Actually, a couple guys have already won to get into the semis. Alex Zverev advanced today, and Carlos Alcaraz is playing De Minaur. He's up 4-1 in the third.
Yeah,
he won
he's
the
currently, steamrolling him on his way to a win.
So he's going to get in, and he'll play Zverev. So there you go.
Coming up later, Will Dawkins joins us at 7:45. The Wizards. Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. I believe Valdez gave a good tip to the loyal listeners a couple days ago. You can go on Spotify, and what do you search, Valdez, to get the long-form podcast, like the 30-year anniversary podcast?
Throwback 30.
Yeah.
Can you also type that in the Odyssey app?
Yeah, you should be able to, because they're all labeled that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So put Throwback 30 in the search. There you go. You're going to have your old school
There it is.
Junks segments that you probably haven't heard in many, many moons.
I love a little sneak peek. An idea for this week or no?
I do. The question is, I got to go back and listen to them because sometimes
they're too risque.
Yeah.
But
you gotta really vet them.
I mean, it's labeled the Smooth Brother Contest.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna
JP would. I remember the title. I don't remember the gist of it. Did we just have a bunch of guys come in here and just like
probably like the coolest dude in the room? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to go back and listen to it.
It had to do with how they dressed, and how they acted. But
all right.
I remember that title.
How they carried themselves.
Right.
Yeah. Hilarious.
You said Smooth Brother?
Yeah, we did Smooth Brother contest.
Very good. All right. So maybe that's what you'll be looking forward to in just a few days.
Who knows if that'll fly? I have no idea.
Yeah, I got to go preview it and make sure we're all on the up and up.
You know what? I guarantee it's going to be interesting. It's going to be funny.
It'll be fun to listen back to.
Some of the stuff that I could have put that I can't put out there. I mean,
Goldmine.
It's so bad.
Wild.
Yeah,
Wild.
It was a different era that we were broadcasting in.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
All right, so Valdez put this story on the outline, and this is from the NewYorkPost.com. Is your junk an indicator of longevity? And they interviewed a couple of, I guess, like
urologists,
longevity experts, like biohackers.
Yeah, that guy Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson is the first person mentioned here. I don't.
Yeah.
Who's Brian
Johnson?
Johnson?
Who that
That's the guy that spends like millions on his body, and he's trying to live forever. He doesn't want to die. You know, he's this multimillionaire business guy.
I mean, my favorite Brian Johnson, of course, the lead singer of AC/DC.
No, this
a
is
lot
a
of
different
other
guy.
people like Brian Johnson. Who
this is the guy who he does.
Is that guy still around?
Oh yeah, they're still touring.
He's the guy that like he like swapped blood with his son. He does everything. He's saunas.
He takes like 3,000 pills a day.
Yes, he measures his sperm. So he measures everything.
Doesn't eat any French fries.
No, he doesn't even know what a French fry is.
God, no seed oils.
So he's trying to reverse age himself.
Yes,
Yeah.
he says that he may be like 45 or something. He says he has the body of like a 25-year-old.
He's 48.
Yeah.
Okay.
His mantra is "Don't die."
Don't die.
He takes Cialis. He receives penile Botox and even undergoes, now I think EB's been here, he undergoes low-intensity shockwave therapy
I did an endorsement.
to his area.
I did an endorsement
to
for them.
improve blood flow.
Let me tell you something. It works.
You did that?
Yeah. Remember I was going in there and I was dropping my pants?
Oh, that was right for
I was
the
in the stirrups.
for the
And they would put gel on my Bozak or my two apples down there, and then they give you the sound waves. And what it does is it breaks up. You know how you have plaque in your arteries.
Yeah,
you get plaque in your arteries in your junk too. And so as you get older, that's why guys often their junk doesn't really work as great anymore because they're all plaqued up.
Yeah,
it breaks up the plaque.
Okay.
And next thing you know, dude,
the blood flow's good.
Like you never, I've never had an issue. It's never not responded on demand. But I'm telling you, it all of a sudden started to look like a Gatorade bottle. Like there was more blood flow.
Hopefully it looks more fun. I mean, that Gatorade bottle is faded.
No, I'm saying
it's been through the ringer.
The size of it.
I know what you mean.
That's what I'm getting at, Case.
Jason's got more plaque than Cooperstown.
No doubt.
Here's his quote. He says, "Now I have to edit this. Nighttime siceness."
Yes.
He says are an important health marker.
100%.
Men who do not have nighttime siceness are 70% more likely to die prematurely.
They say
70%.
Is that coming from a doctor or is that just his opinion?
No, it's an indicator of plaque buildup. And they say it could be a 2 to 5 year warning sign for heart attack. you got to make sure you could still get that blicky up, and it's got to, but it's got to happen involuntarily, like while you're sleeping.
Yeah, man. If I didn't have a heart attack yesterday, shoveling for 4 hours,
you're
good.
I'm probably
I feel
okay.
like I'm in the same.
My
boat
heart's in
with
good
you.
shape right now.
Declines in penile health, particularly ED, have been established as an early predictor of cardiovascular disease. Like you said, often appearing 2 to 5 years prior to a heart attack.
Okay.
Yep. Dude, that's what saunas are good for you.
High
Helps with all
cholesterol
that.
and plaque buildup reduce the blood flow needed for the. Can I say the word? The E word?
I don't know. You don't need to. Everybody knows what you're talking about.
I don't know. I'm just reading it. I just wanted to say it.
I mean, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to say it. It's
adults.
a medical term.
I know.
Like,
we should be able to say
I don't
that.
know why we can't say that. Like,
whatever.
I mean, we're not using childish descriptions of it. There's one word that I would love to use for it that's always will be funny. It starts with a B.
Yeah, I know.
It's a great word. I mean, it's a classic.
There's no reason why you can't say that word.
Well, if you want to be, if you're concerned, I guess, about your health, and this is an indicator for it, how do you know that you're getting sized in the middle of the night without it just waking you
have
up?
Like a tracker. It's got there's a tracker that you can attach to yourself to measure.
It's got to be.
I know for a fact that it still happens.
Yeah, every now and then, but you don't know if it's happening
I don't know.
frequently.
I don't know the frequency.
Yeah,
but when it happens, I get a big smile.
Sometimes it wakes you up. Other times it doesn't.
Here you go, Valdez. For Johnson uses an Atom 22 health sensor. It's not that. It's just a joke. An Atom health sensor is what it's called.
Yeah.
$249 to measure his nighttime siceness, garnering data on their duration, frequency, and quality to generate a siceness health score.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's very comprehensive. And you can get that piece of medical equipment for just $249.
This guy's he's out of control. He's doing everything.
He's a wild man.
He's a wild man.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, to be honest.
He's literally doing he's testing everything. All of his biometrics of everything. He's getting all these MRI things all the time.
Yeah.
He's over the top. But just the general thing is if your junk stops working,
you're probably
it's
dead.
an indicator.
And your ticker might be
that you probably need to start exercising, lifting weights.
Isn't he faking this, though? Because if he's using Botox in his dong and he's taking Cialis before bed, that's not a real siceness, is it? That's not naturally occurring siceness.
Yeah, I don't understand why
he's using
that.
outside help to get him where he needs to go, I guess.
I don't know why he's also doing that.
Right? Because if that's predicting your long-term health, and you're not, it's not occurring naturally. You're kind of rigging the system.
He might be doing it just to enhance it. Who knows? He's probably horny as a mug.
It's a fake
You know how much
siceness.
testosterone that dude's probably on? Is he got a girlfriend? I know he's got a son.
I watched the documentary. He did have a girlfriend. I don't know if they're still together.
I mean, he's obsessed with himself. He can't be a
He's
bigger
a narcissist. He's a
than
narcissist.
him, right? I mean, he'd be probably a hard guy to date.
I would think, yeah.
But if you're dating him, you probably get a
He'd
ton
be
of
so
sex.
unenjoyable to talk to.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely flaming you all the time about
he's so vain.
Hey, eat kale instead of those potato chips. He's probably just a complete drag.
He'll never have chips and queso.
He doesn't know what chips and queso are.
He wouldn't have chips or queso.
Wouldn't have either.
No.
He would have.
He wouldn't even have salsa.
You know what he'd have? A celery stalk, and he wouldn't even dip it in ranch
Or peanut butter.
Right.
or peanut butter with raisins on top.
Yeah.
So good.
I've never done that.
You know what? He's boring.
He's a boring person, but he'll probably live to 110,
That's fine.
and we won't.
He ain't gonna look good at 110. Believe me.
Well, nobody looks good.
He's gonna be in a bed.
I don't know if this was AI. Again, I don't know if anything's AI anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is Kirk Douglas still alive?
Kirk?
Yes. They showed a
great
photo
question.
of him allegedly holding a birthday cake, and it said 109.
I'm going to say he passed. I don't think that's correct.
Okay, good.
You know what?
No, he died 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, everything's fake.
AI.
Everything's fake.
You know what threw me
He
yesterday?
died at age 103.
That's still a great run.
Oh, maybe that's
So,
why
so that's what they said.
What-
6 years
This
later.
threw me yesterday when I saw it. I couldn't believe it's been 6 years already. Yesterday's 6-year anniversary of Kobe Bryant and everybody else passing in the helicopter accident.
Right.
6 years
Dude,
ago.
that whole story just haunts me every time I see Kobe. By the way, I didn't know this. I'm sure you guys know it. Maybe I saw it and I forgot. But when Kobe was a kid, he was at like a Yankees playoff game or something, and and there was a big home run hit, might even been a World Series.
They caught it?
They go to the fans, and it's a young Kobe Bryant, and he's fist pumping with his glove. He caught the ball.
He caught it? It wasn't that jerk? Was it Zach Hempel?
Unless that's
was that
AI
his name?
too, and everything's fake. You know everything's probably fake.
Yeah.
It probably didn't happen.
I have no idea.
I saw the video yesterday. Everything's fake.
All right, when we come back, we will hit the Skins. We'll talk about the new defensive coordinator that is here in D.C. and more. And don't forget, Will Dawkins, general manager of the Wizards, he'll join us coming up at 7:45. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Will Dawkins joins us at 7:45. Ross Tucker, we'll talk NFL, Super Bowl, and more with him at 9 a.m. But right now, it is time to hit these skins.
All right, we talked about it earlier. Want to hear from you guys. A chance to chime in if you're out on the road or if you're just chilling, working from home, maybe checking us out on YouTube or Monumental. 800-636-1067. What do you think of the hire now? The two hires, really. You know, it's funny. Before we get into Durante and everything, people are starting to realize that it's almost going to be rare that you get 3 and 4 years to turn a program around. Signetti turned around Indiana in 2 years, the most improbable turnaround in the history of college football ever.
Probably sports.
Did it in 2 years.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel did it in 2 years. Got the Seahawks into the Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel did it in 1 year. 1 year. They won. How many games did they win last year? Four. Yeah, they're in the Super Bowl.
They went from 4-13 to 17-3.
DQ's going on year 3. And I don't care what anybody says, the seat has to be hot. The bar has been set now.
It's a minimum warm. Minimum.
You can turn around a program. It's been proven. You can turn around the worst program in college football history. You can turn around a 4-win team and put them in the Super Bowl in less than 2 years.
Crazy world, isn't it?
So
I was thinking about that
Dan's
this
not
morning
stupid.
as I was listening to the snowplow at 2:30 in the morning.
Right.
I was thinking about that, about how hot Dan Quinn's seat is. I don't think it's hot.
It's warm.
Maybe it's warm.
Oh, it's definitely
starting to
warm.
simmer. But
it's like
how many?
It's the first setting on your seat warmer in your car.
Okay.
It's like not hot yet, but it's warm.
Oh, I'm going to say
with
it's
that.
the second one of the 3.
Okay.
I think it's the
All
second
right, but
one.
my question to you guys would be, and to the fans, how many wins do you think it takes to keep his job?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if he goes about 500,
I think 9
does
or
he
10
stay,
keeps
or-
him safe.
Oh, 9 and 10 should be safe, sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 9 or 10, definitely.
But if he gets like 7,
if he goes
7 and 10,
7 and 10, or 8 and 9, and doesn't make the playoffs, I don't think he'll get fired.
Depends. What if they win the first? It depends how it goes. If they win them, 4 of them in the first 5 weeks, and then they just tank, you know what I mean? The rest of the way, win 3 out of their last 10.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Well, look, if Jaden's not going to be healthy, if he's healthy, they're not going to go 5 and 12.
No, especially against
It would
an
be
easier
unlikely.
schedule.
Right. But so if he's healthy, I think they'll be pretty average at worst. But I don't think he needs to go, 10 or 11 wins to keep his job.
But
I think he's fine at about 500.
But where do you what's your comfort level with these hires? It's a bold move, and I think it's probably the right move instead of just bringing some journeyman guys that you kind of know what they're going to do. Listen, Durante's the same age as Joe Witt. I think they're both 47.
47,
So it's not like he's like this 29-year-old wonder kid. He's been around. He's coached everywhere. He's coached at the high school level. He's coached Division I, Division II, Division III, the CFL. He's coached at Wisconsin, at LSU. He's coached with the Bengals, with the Vikings, with the Dolphins.
Bengals, yeah.
Bengals. He's coached all over, but he's never really been a coordinator at this level.
Yeah.
He did have an interview with the Packers before taking
this one.
the Commander's job.
There you go.
Right. But he is a disciple of Brian Flores, one of them. And I think it's probably a decent hire. It's worth the roll of the dice. I like that it's fresh eyes, a different philosophy, more aggressive philosophy. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but I like it. I like it on paper. It makes some sense to me because I do believe there is pressure on Dan to really see some momentum and to get this thing, going. It's a reset in the middle of his tenure here, and he needs to get it going in the right direction, and hopefully he could pump some life into a defense that hasn't been good for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So I approve of the hire. I'm not going to say it's like some A+ hire, but I approve. I can get behind it. I support it. And then the Blau, again, They know exactly what they're getting with him. I approve of that one, too. So I like both hires. I'm okay with both of them. I'm not saying they're A+,
right?
But I like
because
them.
you did want some guys who had experience, certainly at the NFL level.
Felt like he needed it.
Yeah.
But this is a bold move.
It's bold.
It's bold.
Now
maybe that's what they need.
Now Adam needs to go out there and get some dudes. All right, go in free agency, pluck some dudes. You got a ton of money
and
to
from
spend.
the sound of it, like multi-positional guys, because that's the kind of defense apparently that Jones and Flores like to run in Minnesota.
Right.
So you're going to see some of that influence, I would think, also here in Washington.
And by the way, it's not just defense. They need to add some pieces offensively.
Certainly.
Of course, they need them everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
So, I know we focus on going out and plucking guys for the front four or for linebackers, DBs, but they need some offense.
100%. All right, let's back up some of these calls. 800-636-1067. What's your grade the hires, the two? I think if I had to grade, maybe I would give the Blau hire a B+, just because there was interest around the league. If they didn't give him the job, I think for sure he would have moved. And this one I give a B. This one I would give a B for Durante for the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, you get
I don't
Brian
give either
Flores,
one of them A's.
Get Flores light.
You get Flores light. But he's been around. He's coached at every level. He's been successful. I've seen interviews with the guy. He's a bright young guy. So
he's committed. He's a grinder. At one point during one of his interviews, he talked about sleeping in his car during his coaching odyssey.
Where?
I don't know where exactly he was at that point, but I mean, these dudes put in long hours, and a lot of times when they don't obviously ascend to defensive coordinator, not a lot of pay.
Oh,
like these guys
think about
aren't
this.
making a ton of money at the lower levels.
Finally really cashing in.
Yeah, good for him. That's awesome.
In 2002, he was the safeties coach, not the DB coach, just the safeties at Nicholls State.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The next year, he was defensive coordinator in high school at Franklin High School in Louisiana.
What do you think that pays?
$5,000,
15K, maybe?
No,
$5,000
at a high school.
Yeah,
I would say $5,000 the most.
Okay.
And then he got a defensive coordinator in high school. And then he finally got to Bowie State. I mean, he was making peanuts for years.
Love of the game.
And now it's paying off because defensive coordinator in the NFL, what's he making?
Oh, I haven't seen numbers, but I mean, that's got to be
700, 750.
I think it's got to be start with a 1.
I think you got to.
It's got to start with a 1.
I think you got to be a million.
Okay, I don't know.
NFL defensive coordinator in 2026.
I don't know what the standard is, but maybe.
I mean, if
maybe
head
he's a little lighter, but
head coaches are making like close to $20 million. I would guess like DC's even like
right, but let's just say it's $750. All right, you're making $750,000
Right.
when you were making $3,000.
I
guarantee that wasn't his only job when he was coaching in high school.
You got to have a side gig.
Yeah,
got to have a side.
He couldn't
hustle.
pay the bills. So
right.
it's a cool story.
Let's bang out some of these calls. 800-636-1067. What do you grade the hires? Let's go to Dave in Upper Marlboro. Dave, what's up, buddy?
Don't go along. All right, how y'all doing?
Hey, Dave.
All right, how are you?
Hey, how's your voice? How's your voice doing?
Were you shoveling with your voice?
All right. Yeah, I've been shoveling and been outside. I'm a retiree, so I got to watch that.
Yeah, you got to
go
slow.
Man, I've been listening to y'all for 30 years, man.
Appreciate that.
Thank you,
y'all
man.
get pumped up over nothing. I don't go along with the OC or the DC.
All right. Give me a grade,
need D.
All right.
And not only that, I like a offensive head coach. Dan Quinn made a lot of mistakes over the season with playing Jaden Daniels and that kind of thing. But if they don't pull this off with the 8 picks they have in the draft coming up, and you got to
they got like 5 picks.
Yeah, they don't have 8 picks.
They don't have 8.
They don't have 5 picks.
They have 6.
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to sign a whole bunch of people, man, to convince me. They better pull it off, I tell you that. And I can't see them pulling it off with these hires they have.
All right, what's your beef?
So hold on.
Dave's not feeling it.
What's your beef with the DCs? Coached all over, disciple of Brian Flores.
They don't have no experience, man. I'm sick. And not only this, y'all get rid of Joe Witt. He ain't had nothing to work with.
Well,
they ain't had no ball players to work with. Come on, man.
To that.
And look, man, stop getting pumped up over nothing, man. This ain't nothing. And I know y'all have to talk about some stuff, but I don't go
yes,
along
we do.
with it, man. Hey, look, they better pull it off, I tell you that.
Right.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Dave. Be safe out there, buddy.
By the way, here are their picks in the upcoming draft. 7, 71 in the 3rd round.
Wow.
145 in the fifth round. 185 in the 6th round. They have Minnesota's pick in the 6th round, too, 196, 223.
So they don't have a second. They don't have a fourth.
I'll be surprised if they don't move out of that 7. I'll be surprised.
I'd be a little stunned by it, too.
I don't think they're going to move out of 7.
I think they need more picks. They need more ballers. They need more. They're not one star away. They need.
I know.
Well,
they need bodies.
If they don't move
but they
off
need
7,
a stud defensive player, young defensive player. You move down from 7 to high 20s or wherever you move.
They could find.
Like
it's
if they move off 7, I don't think they're moving to the 20s. I think they'd move to like 13 to 15.
Right,
let
maybe,
somebody come up.
But a couple of those guys that they're eyeing probably are going to be gone.
I think they're going to move off 71 and try to get a 4th or maybe another 5th round.
Yeah, but we need
pick.
more impactful players.
All right,
like 5th rounders.
I don't like the scarcity of the picks.
Yeah,
it's not a lot of picks.
Well,
there.
that's because they were all in.
But we need more up near the front in the top 100.
By the way, in this mock, they have Caleb Downs going 7, safety out of Ohio State.
Yeah, but
I don't know if you could.
If you think he's going to move out of 7, you ain't getting Caleb Downs.
True.
All right, 800-636-1067. Where do you grade the 2 hires at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator? I give Blau a B+, and I give Jones a B. But I could be convinced.
I'd give
otherwise.
Jones a B-.
B-?
Just because there were just so many guys that were considered, and you never heard Jones's name until like he was being interviewed.
We're on the outside
then he's
looking
the guy.
in. We don't know anything. He could have been one of the top targets.
Maybe they plucked the
I'm
genius.
going to give him a minus.
And he probably blew them away in the interview
He
process.
may have.
Yeah. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up,
the 2 grades I would give Blau a A- because I think everybody was looking around him, and I think he's up and coming, and I think he could be the next Sean McVay. So this is a smart move. I would give the Jones hire a B+, and I'm going to tell you why I would do that. I don't know what the last caller was thinking, okay? Brian Flores is like the godchild of Greg Williams. I have not seen anybody else around here who runs a defense similar to Greg Williams. And Brian Flores is that dude. And I think if you couldn't get Brian Flores, and that's what I think the interview they kind of knew they weren't going to get Brian Flores. I think the interview last week with Brian Flores was, who was your top lieutenant that you would recommend that you were going to get if we wanted to go after? Because we're not going to get you. Who would you recommend? And he put him out of there. Plus, here's the other thing people need to get off of. The kid is from D.C., all right? He's from the DMV. He's in Generation X. So I'm going to give him a chance because I think he could. This is his time to make something happen. And I think he'll make it work. Now, I do agree with what Cake said. Either Cake said it or EB said it. They should move down. The only team that I think that will definitely move up now, possibly, with their coaching staff and what they've done is Pittsburgh. Because Pittsburgh may want to move up and get a quarterback. Maybe.
Where's Pittsburgh?
I'm not sure.
Where are they?
Pittsburgh is picking
I think they're at 21.
What are the targets, Cakes?
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You may get a first round. With that jump, you may get another first round for next year. And a second round. And some more draft picks for everything else coming down. So you could see that. Miami may want to move up. You know, that's another team that I think could move up because they're not happy with it.
They're 11.
All right.
Right. So that's a possibility. Indy may move up. If you're Washington, you're going to have to move down. I mean, if you can't get those three behemoths at the edges. I mean, I would love to get Peter Woods. I just don't think if you're going to get Peter Woods, you can't, and you want to keep Jerron Payne, it doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
So you know, it's kind of you got to see. Oh, Jason.
Yeah.
I owe you an apology, man, for the last couple of weeks when I said about Drake May. Drake May's a great quarterback.
Yeah,
I'm eating crow.
It's a great story.
He played great athletically. He didn't do that good passing wise. This draft, the last year's draft, was a great draft. Okay, so I just wanted to say that. But your team, the 49ers, need to start rebuilding, man. I'm going to just tell you that right now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
I would agree with that.
All right, coming up a bit later, Will Dawkins joins us at 7:45. We'll talk Wizards with the Wizards general manager. When we come back, are there big changes incoming for an iconic newspaper here in town? We'll get into that next here on The Fan. iconic newspaper in town, obviously talking about the Washington Post. This is a pretty ominous posting from the Sports Business Journal's Twitter site at SBJ. The Washington Post sports department could be shuttered entirely amid massive layoffs, per at Puck News. The expectation is that hundreds could be affected, and there's reporting that some editors have quietly suggested that staff begin looking for other jobs.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah.
And it's the media landscape has been changing for a long time.
Yeah.
Probably the last 15 or so years or so. And but I think all of us are of that generation where we grew up. I know for me, my life was based around reading 100%. The sports page, Washington Post sports page in the morning for probably 30 years of my life.
But not only like reading it, but delivering it. Like that was my first. My first job was delivering the Washington Post back in the day.
Yeah, I did it for 1 year,
several years.
Yeah, but specifically the sports section was the heart and soul of my childhood, teenage years, college years, adulthood, up until probably listen. Everything's changed in the last 10 years. The way we consume media. We don't even get the paper anymore. You read it online, so it has changed. And there's so much competition. There's no question about it, and it's difficult. Papers have been closing for years now. But to think that an iconic brand like the Washington Post sports section could potentially be on the brink of shuttering,
right,
it's actually staggering.
It's mind-blowing.
What's going on with the New York Times? What's going on with the Boston Herald, the Tribune, the Chicago Tribune? I mean, these other huge papers in huge markets. Are they also suffering? They've got to be.
I'm sure that all of their subscriptions have cratered.
Yeah.
How could they not?
Yeah.
Was it the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette? Didn't they recently announce that they're ceasing operations?
Mm-hmm.
If they haven't already, it's happening soon. Like, that paper's been around
Now, the
forever.
Post would still be online.
Still be online.
Yeah, but they're
correct.
talking about essentially eliminating the sports section.
Yeah,
so it would turn into like a Politico or something. It would just essentially turn into, a news and politics.
That's just disappointing.
And you're seeing some of that already with the fact that they're not sending anybody to cover the Winter Olympics in person.
No spring training. No Winter Olympics.
Let's hope that changes. The thing is, I don't have the answer because listen. I don't think any of these billionaires guys are great guys. I don't think any of them are.
Actually, I'm reading that the Post is reversing course, and they're going to plan to send 4 reporters to Milan.
Okay, good.
Did that just recently happen?
They're going to pull it?
That's in this article.
Okay.
Good.
There's a small group headed to the Olympics.
Okay.
So 4. As opposed to, 15 before. I don't know, it's 10.
I don't know if you could just expect like a rich guy to just, put him on scholarship for 20 years and set aside something like $500 million and just draw off that and just I don't know how to keep the business afloat.
Yeah,
I don't know how the business works.
None of us have that answer.
But there's got to be a way that the Washington Post could still have a sports section and still be a powerful brand in this industry. It's just impossible to think that all of those voices could be silenced. It's impossible. I can't even comprehend it, frankly.
The Post has...
It's hard to think about, but it's also hard to kind of comprehend that we're just not using newspapers anymore.
You're not.
15 or 20 years ago, we knew. It was routine. You would go out and get your morning paper. It was a thing. Now I'm sure some people still get the paper, but the numbers of subscribers have to be down probably 85 or 90%.
You have to figure out how to survive in an online world, in a digital world.
When we were 21, how much was the Post in the 7-Eleven?
Was it 25 cents?
Was it that cheap? I thought
25 cents and like $1.50 for the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
$1.50 for the Sunday, right?
I mean, it used to be like $1, but then it was like $1.50, and then I don't even know what they charge now for a Sunday paper.
Right.
But
by the way, I would argue that when you're charging 25 cents, you should have been charging a lot more.
Probably.
How can you be making money on a pay? I understand you're selling advertising, that's part of it, but how about you charge 50 cents? Or 75 cents.
Well, they started to increase the
I know,
prices.
they started jacking
USA
it up
Today
later.
came out, and that was 50 cents when it first came out.
Right. And that went up to, I remember that going up to $1.
75 cents, $1. I don't even know. Is USA Today even still a paper? Can you even get the USA Today?
I don't think.
I haven't seen
one.
Maybe in an airport or something?
I don't know.
It's just a different world.
Yeah, I haven't seen a USA Today in, I think, 15-ish years that I can recall.
But before falling in love with radio, which I truly love radio, It was
Radio
the
Insider.
sports section. It was reading the. And then as you got older and you would read the columnists, the Thomas Boswells, the Tony Kornheisers, the Mike Wilbons, the John Feinsteins.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were a huge part of our lives. And to think, and like I love Barry Svrluga.
Yeah.
I think Barry is so talented.
He's great.
Yeah.
And to think that there might not be a place for a Barry Svrluga in the Washington is, I just can't even comprehend it.
Yeah, I mean, he'll find a job.
He'll find a job because he's a superstar.
He's good.
But the fact that brand could go away.
When I was younger and I didn't have money to buy the paper,
yeah,
and I didn't have the 75 cents on me or the $1 or whatever, I would go into the 7-Eleven and I would sit there and I would read what I could right there at the stand.
Did the person that was working there say, "Get out of here, you loiterer"?
I'm sure probably a couple times, but most of the time I would just read. I read the box scores.
Read it there.
I mean, I wouldn't sit there for 30 minutes.
Flip the paper open and go to the sports page.
Oh,
Just
I would take the sports page out of the paper and read the sports page, read the box scores, and then put it back in, and then leave.
I mean, JP knows this. When I was in high school and college, I used to submit articles to try to get them published. And the Washington Times published a few of them. I never got in the Post until 15 years ago or 10 years ago. I wrote something about RG3, and Steinberg, when he was one of the editors there, he put it in for me, and it was one of my highlights of my career.
Very cool.
You got an article in the Washington Post sports section.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing, but like you said, it's a different world.
It's a different world, but they have to find a way to figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could have online sites that figure it out. The problem is the Washington Post is so massive. I was thinking about it. I was actually in the shower. I was thinking about it. What is the budget, you think, for the Washington Post?
I wouldn't have any idea.
I was trying to think, how like schools they'll have an endowment, like they all have these endowments.
Yeah.
And they just live off the interest.
Right.
Is it reasonable to expect that you could have some donor come in? How much would it take? Because I don't even know it's profitable.
I mean, it's owned by one of the richest men in the world.
I know.
If he doesn't feel like it's a viable business and he's slashing jobs, like who else is going to ride in? Who's going to be the savior?
Well, somebody that cares about the brand and that
cares about journalism. And,
it would have to be somebody like that.
That doesn't seem like a viable plan, though.
I don't think it's viable.
Just hope on generosity that somebody will.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying, how could you possibly? I don't know how it could survive. These columnists, those guys were making so much money, right?
Yeah, they were.
When they had all those icons working there, I'm sure. And then they're sending people all over the country to cover everything.
They usually would send 20 employees to cover the Olympics. Now they're going to send 4.
Yeah, you probably got all eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
You're not getting any silly steak dinners.
Housing much of McDonald's in Milan.
Per diem's probably
housing alone over there for 2 weeks, $80,000, or is it 3 weeks? How long was the Olympics?
Like 2.5,
yeah, whatever.
Something like that.
$80,000.
It's pretty pricey. That's an expensive Airbnb.
Yeah, but it makes you wonder what these other newspapers are going to do. I mean, if the Post can't survive, how can these other big-time papers survive?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if an iconic name and brand like the Washington Post is, I'm not going to say go under, but suffer massive layoffs and go almost entirely online, how can the smaller papers survive? And the answer is a lot of them can't.
I don't have the answer. I just know it's really troubling, and we have a lot of people that we know and like and respect over there, and I just feel for them. And there's a reason why there's been a slow bleed, and people have been leaving over the last couple of years. You can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, they knew it. They knew it was coming.
But, man.
You can just only sell so many ads.
And I know some people are upset. And listen, politically, I have nothing in common with the Washington Post, probably. But that has nothing to do with the sports section. Okay, every once in a while, like with name change and stuff, some politics is entered in. But for the most part, it's sports. Doesn't really affect the coverage of the NFL.
Honestly, the sports section is the only section of the paper I ever really cared about. In my sports section,
the funnies.
I never was a funnies guy.
I hated the funnies, especially on Sunday, because that was
inserts.
The inserts, you had to put the paper together. It was a freaking nightmare. But here's the rankings of the sections. Sports section way up here, okay, on a pedestal. Then further down here, you got style. Because I'd like to read the style section. Right under that, business. got to keep up with the business.
No, I never
Then,
did.
Metro.
Never
Then
Metro.
underneath the table, front page, politics, opinion,
Think about
all that
this.
stuff, all the way at the bottom.
You can get the Post right now for the first 6 months online, 50 cents a week.
It's a great deal.
I mean, $2 a
Take
month.
advantage of that.
I mean,
I subscribe to the Washington Post, but I have not gotten a physical paper delivered to my house
Been
in
years.
probably a dozen years.
It's $4 a day now.
What?
To what?
That's what people are calling in saying it's $4 a day, and the sports section is barely a page. It's combined with the Metro section.
Hold on.
so it's $4 a day to have it delivered to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Because online it's not.
Like, can I even go into a local 7-Eleven and buy a Washington Post?
Hold on, it can't be
I have no idea.
$4 a day.
That 3 people have called and said that.
All right, but hold on. To get a daily, hold on. They're saying a daily newspaper. So it would cost you that's like $100-some a month. I mean, there's no way.
That's what I'm being told.
$120 a month. I used to charge. I delivered the paper. I would collect. It was $8.60 for a month of the Washington Post.
That was also
no way.
It's
in the
2026.
Okay, but it's not $120 a month to get the paper delivered. to your house.
2026, anything is possible. I'll fact check it for you.
Yeah, please do, because there's no way people are paying $120. You'll have 0 subscribers. You're not paying $120 a month to get the paper delivered to your house.
Yeah, that's not.
That's
well,
some,
if,
but I don't have the answer. The problem is I don't know how you make the product more viable.
Well, none of us do.
I know.
None of us can solve that riddle.
I know.
It's not people are consuming different. It's not the quality is going down or anything like that. It's just people's habits have changed so much.
Of course, totally. We consume media differently now.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's a way that some of these massive websites can stay afloat.
I'm actually old enough where I used to.
Well, it's just a lot cheaper.
Like on the weekends, I would, during my breakfast, I'd have breakfast here, and I'd be reading the newspaper.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
dude,
I'm a dinosaur. I can't believe it. I actually did that.
I've told the story many times. When I had my first job when I graduated college, I was so zeroed in on the Post and sports radio. WTEM, when did that come out? In 90 or something? I have no idea. What year did WTEM come out? I mean, I got my first job out of college.
It was definitely early 90s.
I got my first job out of college, 1992.
Yeah.
I worked at the Research Institute, right, in Rockville.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with old people. I would get in at 8 a.m. I would stop. I would get the paper from my house.
Yep.
I'd go to 7-Eleven and get a donut and a Mountain Dew.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so much
I'd go into my office,
sugar.
8 a.m., sports page out, and I'd turn the radio on.
Right.
And I'd consume everything for an hour.
So listen to the
started
team
work.
and when
before I
read the
started work.
Post.
1 hour.
Yep.
My boss was livid. I couldn't start my day until I got that done.
So you're researching last night's box scores. Is what you're doing.
I was just consuming anything to not work.
Right.
Then I would go take an hour poop.
Well, that I certainly believe that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you wouldn't even poop. I'd just sit there.
Right. With the paper, probably.
Those were muscle magazines.
Man, that's uncomfortable to sit there on the toilet for an hour.
An hour?
Working.
Come on.
Working. Then I hit golf balls at lunch at a local high school.
He was stealing money.
True story.
I believe every sentence of it.
True story.
We should get Barry on to talk about this, actually.
I don't know if he wants to say anything.
He probably doesn't.
What's he going to say? You know what I mean?
Just talk about what he feels. If he's going to have plans going forward. Who knows?
I don't know. It might be dicey. You might want to text him about that.
Do you want the confirmation real quick on the paper stuff? Yeah. So people said if they would buy the hard copy. One guy said, I'll send you a picture that it's $4 at 7-Eleven.
Wow.
Another guy just said it's $3.29 where he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's if you go buy it.
So if you buy the hard copy, they're saying now a daily newspaper, not the Sunday. A Monday newspaper is $3.29.
A daily one, yes.
It's just,
That's an insane,
insane amount of
inflation.
money.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Will Dawkins, Wizards General Manager. Later, Ross Tucker joins us coming up at 9 a.m. But next, Will Dawkins from The Wiz. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Will Dawkins, Washington Wizards General Manager. Good morning, Will. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing?
I know how well you're doing because your New England Patriots are back in the Super Bowl. You had to wait. You had to wait like a 7-year long wait to get to the Super Bowl, right? You're a Pats fan, correct? Did I get that wrong?
Yeah.
Tough subject. My entire family is Patriot fans. I am from Massachusetts, and I'm happy for all of them.
Okay.
But I'm a Bills fan, so it's a tough playoff game.
Oh, I got that wrong.
I just assumed you were a Pats fan.
No, we talked to him about it before. We just forgot.
I just forgot.
That's my mistake. That's on me. I should have known that.
Happy for the city, though. Happy for the state.
That's very magnanimous of you,
You
Will.
were bumming. You couldn't believe what Josh Allen was doing.
It was a tough week, 2 weeks, or last weekend, I'll say that.
How did enlighten us? How did you become a Bills fan when your entire family are Pats fans?
Yeah, that's pretty good. So when I was young and I just started watching sports, I was watching Super Bowl with my grandfather, and he was a Giants fan. And he just happened to ask, like, which team are you rooting for? And I was like, not your team. And the other team ended up being the Bills. And this was very early, so I just became a Bills fan watching it with my grandfather.
Okay.
Just being a little
It was good for a little while, and then there was a 20-year period where it was a little tough watching the Patriots parades down my street. So hopefully there's going to be another one.
Yeah, it's brutal.
I bet.
It's a rough one.
So Ben just informed us, and we were reading the story, talked about it earlier. We got 3 in the Rising Stars game. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's good. Second year in a row we have 3 guys, so we're pretty excited. It's always a good time when you get recognized by your peers and coaches, but for Alex and Trey, his first time going, but Keyshawn, somebody that didn't make it last year, but continued to work on his game and improve and was recognized by the league again this year, that's a good sign as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been unbelievable.
Well, these rising stars need to become superstars.
I think a couple of them will be.
That's the goal.
That's what we need.
I think a couple of them will be. Where do we rank? Did I see... Where do we rank in terms of the youngest team in the league?
Yeah, we're officially the youngest team in the NBA after the trade we made a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I would say the playing group, the group that plays consistently on the floor, is by far the youngest group. I think it was last game we actually started the youngest team on record in NBA history, which was 5 guys that we drafted in the last 2 drafts. So they're getting their experience. I thought they actually competed and played pretty well that game. But, yeah, we're fully in the youth movement right now.
Yeah.
So I saw Michael Winger, when he was asked about Denny and Denny's success. And, you know, he said, hey, not surprised. We knew he was a high-ceiling player. And what some of us have had a hard time sort of absorbing, maybe you can help us understand it just a little bit better, was that he just was on a different time frame than these guys. And so... because he's still a young player, but he's not like 19. I guess that's sort of the difference, right? But maybe a 5 or 6 year difference. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, and I think Mike. When you see Denny at 25 in his prime, kind of ready to ascend, that timeline we just knew wasn't going to be the same with the players that we were trying to go after.
For us.
It would have been a little early and thrown things off, but he's a really good player, and we're happy to see his success.
Hey, Will, I'm still waving the flag for my guy, Bilal Coulibaly. But I'll be honest, in this room, and I think maybe even in this building, I'm on an island. Can you give me a little pep talk to keep that flag waving going for our guy, Bilal?
Yeah, keep that flag going really, really strong.
Okay, all right.
I think you'll see him return here really quickly before this latest injury. I thought he was having the best run of his season. But again, he's in year 3. We know the best is yet to come, but as a young player, he's already proven he's been an elite defender, holding guys 4 percentage points below their average shooting while guarding the best guys in the NBA. That's like top 10 percentile for any player, let alone a wing. So the defensive side is there. The competition is there. The guys won with Team France. Like, he just has a competitive spirit to him. So we still have a lot of faith in Bilal and happy to get him back here shortly.
So in all of my pro-Bilal arguments, I'm just going to lead with defensive stopper. defensive shutdown specialist. That's what I lead with.
At 21 years old, that's a good lead.
At 21,
Yeah.
all right. So I feel better.
You kind of knew he was a defensive stopper when you drafted him. Did you think he would be better offensively now?
I would say we didn't know he was going to be a defensive stopper. We knew he had the tools and capability that the defense was going to come along first, which we definitely knew. Offensively, I think the size and the playmaking, I think he's still shown that, and his elite athleticism in transition. So for him, he's focused on just being more consistent on the offensive end, which we knew would take longer. But if you anticipate his body 3-4 years from now, once he's starting to get into his prime, his ability to take contact and dish contact, I think you'll see a more efficient basketball player on the offensive end, but an even more strapping defender as well.
Yeah. All right, Will. So I got like $10 on this, and I know you guys are publicly saying that like after the All-Star break, we'll see where Trey is, that sort of thing. But you got look here. Here's the deal. So my colleague, he's not here, JP. His brain exploded when he made the deal. He doesn't see how he could possibly fit in. I bought what you were selling. I bought that you think this guy is still a superstar in this league and you're going to kick the tires on it. See, maybe it'll work with this group. Maybe he could be a mentor, whatever. I'm buying it. I got to bet he's going to play at least 20 games this year. It can't just be some paper deal where we're getting cap relief or whatever. Like, he's got to play. Do we have a shot at 20 games? Is he doing anything working out-wise, or is he not even close to that yet?
Yeah, no, I repeat, I do think that Trey fits what we're trying to do and is going to be a key piece for our team moving forward. Ideally, we do want to get him on the court, and I think he's trending towards being able to get a chance post All-Star break. So he's slowly getting back on the court, doing a little bit of non-contact basketball. So, again, we'll reassess after All-Star break, but the goal is to get him back on the floor.
How many weeks?
All-Star break?
Yeah, how many weeks are we talking about?
All-Star break is the weekend of Valentine's Day. I think it's 13, 14.
3 weeks
So it's the
away?
weekend after the Super Bowl, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, so how many games? And listen, I know, and you can't say, we get it. You're not going to do anything to...
He's not going to say anything.
I know. But you're not going to do anything to maybe mess up the 8th protected pick or whatever, being the top 8. I get it. Everybody understands that.
They're fine.
Yeah, everybody understands that.
Will knows that.
I know. Yeah, I understand. We all are on the same page on that. But I need him to play 20 games.
I think there's around 29, 30 games after the All-Star break, so we'll get to see Trey on the floor.
That's going to be close, though.
At some point.
Because if he's not playing back-to-backs, I'm like, that's going to be close.
I mean, you don't have $1,000 on it. You got $10
I know,
on
but
it.
more than anything, it's my pride.
Bragging rights,
It's
I
my
understand.
And I'm telling
Pride is important. Stuff and making sure he's getting his treatment and getting healthy. But you guys know where player health and safety is most important. So we'll make sure that he's 100% before we throw him out there.
He's definitely making an impact on, especially on the younger players, just by him being on the bench and him being at practice. Talk about his influence on especially the younger players on the roster.
Yeah, you think you'd see it some, but when you're at the games, or even they're doing a good job of showing it on our broadcast. But he's in the huddles. He's talking to referees. He's trying to help us guys get through plays. When he's seeing the way a defense is guarding Keyshawn or guarding Bub, giving them maneuvers to kind of go through it and talking through it during the game, and then speaking up at halftime and things of that nature when he gets a chance. So he's fully invested. He's played a lot of high-level basketball. He's very sharp and sees things. So he's been helpful for our players, but also sitting directly next to our coaches and giving them feedback during the game too. So very happy with how he's assimilated to start, and eventually we'll get him back on the basketball court and see his skill set on that end too.
What's the next college game you're going to for scouting?
This winter weather did a really good job of making sure I was a good DVR scout. I'll say that this weekend.
Okay.
Got a few things canceled, but there were some good games. But I think I'll be in Lawrence next.
Gotcha.
This weekend.
I think I know who you're going to watch. So I was listening to Matt McCall, who you probably know Matt McCall. Yep. He was a Florida assistant, and then he was a head coach at UMass for a while. He said yesterday, this is the best freshman class in college basketball he's ever seen. He said basically it's the best freshman class in the history of college hoops. And I was thinking to myself, whoa, that's a big statement. But I just kind of went down some of these rosters. These freshmen, and I know you can't talk about anybody in particular, the freshmen are outrageous.
I do know, Matt. I would say...
I mean, that was just...
The freshman classes, yeah, I'm not going to speak specifically on each player, but the freshman class is loaded. I think if you saw the weekend that some of those guys had, it's really, really talented and deep.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of a class that was just freshmen.
Yeah.
Maybe the 2008 draft. I think that freshman class was loaded as well when you had Russell and Derrick Rose, Kevin Love, Mike Beasley. Those freshmen were high level too. So I'd say that class was pretty good, but I'd have to look at it. But halfway through the season, it's hard to deny that this is a very, very good draft. And our grassroots group, led by Dickie Simpkins, is all over these guys from the time they turn freshman, sophomore in high school. So we've been able to watch these guys for a while and know how deep this draft was and plan accordingly.
Gotcha.
Will, thanks as always for the time. I apologize again for mislabeling you as a Patriots fan. You're a Bills fan.
I know you're rooting against them. Are you rooting against them or for them?
No. We got to root for the hometown on this one. So I'm rooting for the family. If we're not in it, I'll root for them.
All right.
There you go.
Will, thanks for the time.
All right, guys.
Always
Have a good
appreciate
one.
it.
Thank you, pal.
It's Will Dawkins, Wizards General Manager on the Rude Guest Hotline. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline in about an hour, Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Podcast. We'll talk NFL and Super Bowl with him at 9 a.m.
DC's FM Sports Talk.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Eric and I were talking about the weather and how bad the weather is right now.
It's just so cold.
It's just going to be like this for seems like weeks, but I slept in my sweatpants. I never do this.
Okay.
Ever. I slept in my sweatpants and this sweatshirt, t-shirt, and this sweatshirt last night.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot of layers.
I never do it. I sleep in shorts and a
you
t-shirt.
Also keep your house so cold.
Yeah, what's your house temp at?
All right. So when I woke up, went downstairs, the downstairs temperature was 68.
Okay, it's a little chilly for the winter.
Okay, but there's no one down there.
Okay, well, what's the temp in your room?
67.
So even colder.
Yes, but
nutty.
Yes, but you're
bizarre
under blankets.
Yeah, but I'm still cold.
Yeah.
Well, I was cold last night because that's why I slept in my sweatpants and my sweatshirt. But I think if I put it up to 70, 71, 72, I think I'd be hot.
Here's the problem that I have in my house. I don't know if you guys have the same thing. Is that it kind of comes in waves. So we basically have ours upstairs set at 70. It is what it is. Set at 70 this time of year for night. And it's a little chilly when I go to bed. So I actually put like a Peter Millar vest on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's like a light
Love
vest.
Peter
It's
Millar.
a very, very light vest. I put it on. But then I'll get butt hot like an hour later because then like the heat comes on. You know how it goes on and off, on and off.
Yeah.
And when the wave of when the heat is on, it gets too hot.
Yeah.
And then an hour later, then it gets cold before it comes back on again. So it's kind of like never silly 70 perfect always. It's kind of up and down, if that makes any sense to you at all.
I think
so I go through hot and cold waves without touching the thermostat.
I usually don't touch the thermostat upstairs because it usually stays at 67. Downstairs, I touch it.
I just don't know how you guys sleep with all those layers on.
I usually don't.
Even in the dead of winter, it can be 1 degree outside. It can be 20 degrees below zero. I'm sleeping in the same exact thing. I'm sleeping in gym shorts, and that's it. No t-shirt.
Shirt.
I can't sleep with a shirt on.
Oh.
If I try to sleep with a shirt on, I just can't.
But you know what that tells me?
I can't get comfortable.
You must stay with the covers on you. See,
generally, yeah, but sometimes I just need like a sheet. I need something to cover me. I don't need a lot.
In the winter, you need more than a sheet.
This temple runs hot. It just always runs hot.
No.
I usually, that's what I usually wear, shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But last night, for some reason, I was cold, and I put the sweatpants and the sweatshirt, and I was great. I might do it again tonight.
Right.
I might wear this exact same outfit tonight.
If you saw my covers from when I start, okay, the bed's made, get in.
Yeah.
I have to kick my feet out because I have to have my feet.
Sure.
And then you saw it in the morning, it literally looks like a tornado went through the bed.
Of course. It's always the way it is.
I can't keep the covers on me. They're constantly off me, on me, off me, on me, off me. I'm flipping around.
The most tilting thing to me, nightmare. I don't know if this happens to you guys or if this is more common than I think, or maybe it's not common.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me crazy when, especially in the middle of the night, if the fitted sheet pops off like the corner of the bed. Does that happen to you guys?
Yes, it's insanity.
It's just such a little thing, but
No.
it drives me bananas.
All of a sudden, your face is on the mattress.
I despise it.
No, it's
like
gross.
the worst thing in the world when it's happening.
Even worse is when you're in a hotel and that happens.
I don't think it's ever happened to me in a hotel, but at home, I don't know if it's the bed or the sheets or a combination of the two.
Usually the thing is a little tight. It doesn't really quite fit, and it'll just sometimes just pull off while you're moving around.
If somebody out there could develop a fitted sheet that doesn't curl off or pop off in the middle of the night, you'd be a bazillionaire.
I think they do have things. In fact, I think we might have pinned ours at one point.
Might have to do that.
Just pin it.
Might have to put a pin in it.
I also have the weighted blanket.
You still do the weighted blanket?
Oh, I do the weighted blanket.
Mine's in a drawer somewhere.
If I had a lighter weighted blanket, maybe I could. My weighted blanket's too heavy, so after a while, it's just,
mine's perfect.
No,
and I also have the dog in the bed too. The dog
that generates
adds
a lot of
some
heat.
body heat.
Does that add heat?
Definitely.
Definitely adds heat.
Now she doesn't sleep
That might be the
next
one
to me.
reason you would ever consider getting a dog.
Snuggle up.
It would eat you up in the bed.
Spoon the dog.
You would spoon the dog. Get one with a lot of fur. Get like a husky.
My dog loves sleeping in my bed.
You're not spooning that thing. Like, you're not that close to the dog,
she
right?
sleeps at the foot of the bed.
So your feet are warm.
Feet are so warm.
Yeah, but she just adds, sometimes she'll move up a little closer and I'll wrap my leg around her.
Let me ask you, I have no idea. do dogs make audible farts? In other words, you hear them.
Mine doesn't.
Mostly
like human farts.
Sometimes, yes, but
they definitely pass gas.
Yeah,
of course.
The majority, no.
They're not audible.
But you know when they happen.
Because they hit you like a skunk.
Oh, they can definitely just smoke you out of a room.
How often does that happen?
It doesn't happen a lot, but like if your dog just has like a gas issue, it can be a problem. It's definitely a problem. And it's usually the silent but deadlies.
Yeah.
Not usually audible.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What about their breath? How hurting is their breath?
Depending on the dog, my dog's breath is
fine.
It's pretty good.
It's fine.
I'll tell you this. It's better than a lot of humans' breath that I smell.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Right.
That is a certainty.
Do you I have no idea. Do you brush your dog's teeth?
Got to brush the teeth.
You're supposed to.
How often are you supposed to do that?
Probably not as often
once
as you
a week
should,
or something?
But she's got good choppers. Now,
I think as they get older, you probably should do it more often than once a week, but it's...
But now,
here's the problem.
When they chew on that rawhide or whatever, that kind of helps.
It definitely
right?
helps, yeah.
See, it's hard to brush a dog's teeth because if they don't like it, they're just going to walk away from you or move their head around. It's almost impossible to get a good
you're
brush.
The dog owner. Can't you train the dog to...
I mean, if they don't like something in their mouth, they're not going to keep it in there. And my dog doesn't like the toothbrush in her...
Right.
Or the doggy brush in her mouth.
Right.
So you get in there for like 10 seconds and do what you can, and then she's out.
So Dee texted me during the break that she told me this late last night that, believe it or not, they're actually supposed to pick up trash today.
Yes. Oh, really?
And I was already like...
Did you get mail yesterday, by the way? I bet you did.
I didn't.
Did you check it?
I'll ask.
I
Not
didn't.
that I'm aware of. But I might have.
I made a pathway. That's the other thing about the snow plows. I made a pathway right to my mailbox.
Yeah.
And these snow plows come in and they put the plow right in front of the mailbox again. So you got to dig out again.
Sure.
It's a pain in the ass.
She's like, because normally I'm the one that puts out. I mean, I don't do anything, but one thing I do is I take the trash in and out. I mean, it's the one thing I kind of am expected to do, or else
They're coming in my neighborhood, I think, today.
So, but I was like, it was too late last night. I was like, I'm not going out in that cold at 8 degrees and putting the freaking trash out. For all I care, we can have it for another week. But and then I didn't feel like doing it this morning, and so I'm just banking on them.
Monday.
I'm just banking on them.
Thursday. Sorry, Thursday.
Mine only come once a week.
Oh.
I'm banking on them not coming early, like being all backed up. I think that's probably the case, right?
Yeah, I don't know how that big ass truck's going to get down my street.
I've definitely had the bit where I've forgotten to bring the trash down, and then I hear the truck on my block.
And you go running?
You gotta scramble, just put shoes on, get that blinky down to the corner.
Oh, I
or
don't
they're going
care.
to drive right by.
I'll have just bags coming out of the top of the thing, and I don't care.
Oh, I mean,
I don't care.
I just can't have trash overflowing out of the can. It's unsightly.
It's on the side of my house. Nobody could see it. I could care less.
Oh.
But the thing is, it's going to be treacherous. I could die taking the trash out. Remember, I bought the house because the previous homeowner died getting his newspaper. He slipped and fell. I could easily slip and fall, crack my head open.
Did he slip and fall on ice, or did he just...
100%.
I mean, you definitely don't want that to repeat.
I mean, it could be a karma thing or something. I could definitely die taking the trash out because it's caked over ice over on the side of my house now.
Right.
It's like I told you, parts of my driveway are that way. I don't have the whole thing where you can see pavement.
Just wait until next week.
I have so much pavement. Now there was blood, sweat, and tears went into seeing the pavement.
I wasn't willing to have blood, sweat, and tears. I was willing to do, shocker, the minimum.
Oh, the one good thing about it's not good, but my in-laws, we used to go over and like do their driveway because they're getting older. Like they can't do it physically. They hired an outside person to do it.
Took you off the hook.
It's amazing because there's I mean, I'm in my mid-50s. I can't do my driveway and then a bonus driveway.
No.
That's a young man's game.
Right.
That's not a 55-year-old's game. That's like a 25-year-old's game.
Yep.
So luckily, off the hook.
I don't know how the trash...
And it's a big driveway, too.
The big-ass trash truck, I don't know how he's going to get down my street today.
I'm not sure.
I've got the smallest cul-de-sac in Northern Virginia. And I'm not kidding. I've got this.
What do you mean? I've been in your cul-de-sac.
It's the smallest It's the smallest circle.
Small sack.
I got a small sack.
You do have a small sack,
apparently. And I don't know how with all of those mounds, without
everything we hear,
with all of those mounds of snow, I don't know how that truck's getting down there.
Going to turn around
and do 32 turns. I don't know.
It'll probably just plow over it. It's probably so strong. Probably like 18-wheel drive or something.
I hope.
By the way, did you guys see the driveway that Funny Danny shuffled? He tweeted a picture of it.
That's insanity.
He's got to be so sore.
He must have.
He tweeted yesterday.
Does he have a blower? He said, have a blower.
He said, when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more worlds left to conquer. 214 feet of driveway?
Jeez.
And it's pretty damn clear. And he claims he only did it with a shovel, I believe.
He was the only one who did it.
I mean, it's what it sounds like.
I don't know how he did that. I saw that.
I mean, that is a Herculean effort.
That's a long ass driveway.
By one Funny Danny. 214 feet?
It's a long one.
I do see the occasional people in my neighborhood that have the blowers.
Yeah.
I just can't, and I know Cakes has one. I just couldn't justify, and I could tell those guys are so giddy that they have the blowers.
Right, they love to break them out.
They love it to break it out. But it's like a once a 10-year, like, how often do you need that thing?
Like a snow blower, it makes, if you live in Green Bay,
Minnesota.
if you live in Detroit, like, of course, you have to have one.
We don't really need them.
But like here, it's not a necessity. It's a luxury. It's a nice luxury to have.
Yeah.
It's not a necessity.
A lot of guys flexing, walking around with their blowers.
Everyone on my street had a snow blower. Now, I think it's because they know that the street
don't get plowed?
Yeah, the street that I'm on is kind of, it's a pipe stem, so it's hard for plows to go.
Still, this is the first. When you used that term last week, it's the first time I've ever heard that term used.
It's just the plows don't go down that street very often.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone on that block has a snowblower. They're all having snowblower parties and just
But
just using that
Ben
thing.
lives on one of those streets because it doesn't sound like he's going to get dug out until next week.
It just happened like an hour ago.
Oh, it did.
Yep.
You got an
Hit your
update?
street.
Yep.
Very good.
Oh, the plow came finally?
Good for you.
I'll get to go home.
But you really don't. You really want to go back to the hotel tonight.
The good thing about you being away, even though it's just been boring as hell, being in Homewood, I mean, I can't think of a worse place for 3 straight days.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to do any shoveling. You completely got out of shoveling.
Yeah, you did get hooked.
That's true. It would have definitely been my effort and only mine if it was me, because my parents, they have bad backs, so I kind of feel bad for them.
Do you have any siblings?
Both have bad backs?
They both do. That 2016 blizzard, I was like 12 or 13 years old. They both threw out their backs. I did 3 feet of snow, and it took me 9 hours.
Jeez.
Do you have siblings?
I have an older brother, yes, but he's mentally disabled.
Yeah, so he's not going to go out there and shovel.
No, he'd probably just laugh at you if you asked him.
Right. That's hilarious. He has a sense of humor?
Oh, yeah. Everybody but me.
Everybody but you.
It skipped Ben somehow. It did not go to him.
Right.
And I give props to my daughter yesterday. She was out there as long as I was.
That's great.
My wife, not at all.
No,
she's got a bad back. But
she made a cameo appearance.
But my daughter was out there. She was probably out there for a couple hours.
Well, Dina kept going out there. I felt I did. This is the most shoveling I've ever done in my life.
Yeah.
Right. I said I'm going to be helpful.
Yep.
Got
to do it.
When she goes out, I'll go out. And then she kept going out. And she's bringing all the gardening tools. You know, she's bringing out hose and all that, because it's like,
you got to crack your way through it.
Pickaxe it. Like, she's bringing all these tools out there.
She's like an old prospector back in California,
Yeah.
Gold Rush.
And then eventually I just said, "You're wasting. You're wasting your time.
Mm-hmm.
We can get out. I've driven around town. That's all we need."
Right.
I shut it down. I said, "We're done."
Yeah, the risk though is, like you said, you could slip on your own driveway, donk yourself right off.
I could. I'm just going to have to be careful.
You're gonna have to be super careful.
Has the club been open? Or I mean, the course is closed
today.
I'm sure closed. It'll take them a while to get
It'll
all
probably
that.
take a while.
Yeah.
Because they got a big parking lot.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Big parking lot, big one.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is this is the most iced over I can remember.
Yeah, this has been bad.
This has been bad.
Yep.
Like caked with ice, and I just feel like it's not.
I mean,
gonna
usually
get any
if we
better.
get a snowstorm, say we get 5 inches or 8 inches, 10 inches, the next day is sunny
Kinda
and
sunny, a lot of melt.
38 degrees,
Right.
40
No.
degrees.
That freezing rain did a number on this snow.
It was
and
brutal.
It's not really going to go anywhere. I think it's going to be caked with ice for weeks.
At least a week.
I agree.
Minimum.
Right?
Well, definitely this week.
I think it's going to be caked with ice unless you have the wherewithal to break it up and get it down low. But I just don't have it.
Don't have it in you.
I just hope we don't get a storm this weekend, man.
Well,
that would be devastating.
I mean, I hope it's just, it goes way east.
Right.
And that's what
Stay far away.
Doug Kammerer is predicting it's going to stay east.
Right.
But if it doesn't, oh, man, that's going to be awful.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get back into the hiring of Durante Jones as the new DC here in Washington. We'll take your calls as well at 800-636-1067. What sort of changes do you anticipate and or want? 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to weigh in on Daronte Jones. That's the new defensive coordinator here in Washington. What sort of new wrinkles do you want to see? What do you want him to bring from Minnesota and all of his vast experience before he was with the Vikings here as the new defensive coordinator?
Pressure. I want pressure.
Pressure's a good
thing.
And
apparently that's a Brian Flores thing. He's a disciple of Brian. High volume blitzing, early down pressure. I want to see it. I think we need to.
Well, first thing you want to see is better players.
100%.
Better players would certainly help.
Younger,
100%.
faster players. And then, yes, you go after the
This
quarterback.
may be boring. I just want to see a return to better tackling. And maybe he can be a guy that can bring that here, because I don't think this is just with the Commanders. I think it's a league-wide issue, much like every coach goes for it on fourth down now and sacrifices points. Learn from Bobby Wagner, please. He's a tackling machine. He has picture-perfect form tackles. He's not throwing his shoulder into a guy and hoping the guy falls down or goes out of bounds. Like, drive through the offensive player, bring him to the ground. Nothing fancy. It doesn't have to be spectacular. It doesn't have to be a highlight reel sort of tackle. Just wrap your guy up and bring him to the ground effectively. I just feel like it's like a lost art in the NFL in 2025
I feel like the secondary
beyond.
had some issues.
Yeah,
that's the one unit that I felt had issues tackling.
Please stress proper tackling form.
Yeah,
I think
but all
would
that
go
being
a long
said,
way.
part of what I want to see is no more Bobby Wagner. All due respect.
Okay, that could be the case. That could be the case too. Look, if you're looking for multi-positional flexibility from players, which is one of Brian Flores' hallmarks, Bobby Wagner probably doesn't fit that bill because he can do one thing really well at this point: stop the run. I mean, we've seen his flaws in other spots of playing middle linebacker, namely covering faster players out of the backfield or covering quick tight ends.
That doesn't really work.
It's not something he does.
I mean, Daronte Jones, he was kind of off my radar. I didn't know who he was. I mean, it's cool that he's a local dude. He's from Capitol Heights, went to Bishop McNamara, went to Temple and Morgan State.
Got local ties.
His college football career apparently ended prematurely because of nerve damage from injuries he suffered. But he was kind of off my radar. It was, we were hearing all the bigger names. Brian Flores is built. But, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters figured this guy's going to fit. Yeah. And he's coached under some big names.
And you know
Mike Zimmer, Brian Flores. He was at LSU under Coach Orgeron. He was a defensive coordinator at LSU.
Pretty low with 8 total picks on the year. Now, the Vikings also only had 8 total picks this year with Jones coordinating the defensive backfield. So hopefully that number gets more into mid to high teens. I'm not expecting like in the 20s like the Jags and the Bears had 22 and 23 picks respectively. I mean, those are outliers. How about you get in the range of like 13 to 15 picks from your secondary? I think that's what you should be aiming for.
Yeah,
not 8, not 6.
Also, third down conversions teams were just racking up third down conversions.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, get off the field. You got to get off the field, but you need
forced punts.
You need
in an
players.
era where no one punts anymore. Though
You need players to do that.
Part of that, I have to give a little bit. I mean, I have to at least acknowledge that it is more difficult than ever to force a punt. Because coaches just go for everything.
Right.
I know.
They go for everything.
2, 4th and 3.
They're going to go for it.
If you're in the plus side of the field and it's like 4th and 5 or less, I think all the analytics say you have to go for it.
Right.
Like punting from there is basically, it's like cowardly. Like, what are you doing? Like if you're on your own 20, it's 4th and 8, you punt. But if you're on the other team's
I would like to see the breakdown.
If you're on the other team's 45 and it's 4th and 3 or 4th and 4, you're going for it.
I want to see the breakdown.
At that point.
If it's
kind of depends.
52-48.
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of quarterback, what kind of offense you have.
Okay.
But, all right. I mean, Sean Payton going for it with a backup quarterback isn't, even though it was only 4th and 1.
Right.
When you can get a easy a layup for a field goal.
That I agree with.
You got to take those points.
I'm a take the points guy in a lot of
now,
cases.
If you have Josh Allen or Stafford or Lamar or some of these other good quarterbacks, okay, 4th and 3, I'll do it at midfield. It depends on what the personnel is.
You can also go for it more when your own defense is great.
Yeah,
right. So then it's like, okay, that's fine. My defense is great. We'll make a stop. But anyway, it's harder than ever to get teams to punt. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need that number to go way, way up. So I don't know. I'm assuming he's going to do Brian Flores, my understanding, runs a 3-4, right? And wasn't it just a few years ago that we were told that linebackers weren't that important anymore, that they're being phased out? Well, if he runs a Flores system, he's going to have 4 linebackers.
Yeah, I mean, he could have guys that are just smaller edge guys who can play an end.
A Von Miller type.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that's what they're going to target in the draft if they stay at 7 is one of these stud, the David Baileys of the world, or Reuben Bain.
This is a good tweet from...
They need to get some talent there defensively.
Ryan Fowler, NFL and college football analyst, former player for the Commanders. Is that correct? I'm not sure of his background, but...
What's his name?
Ryan Fowler. He's at _Ryan Fowler _ on Twitter. He said, here are things to expect under Durante Jones in Washington. Physical, athletic, tone-setting linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
Alignment versatile DBs, instincts from varying levels of a defense.
Mm-hmm.
Should be more post-snap rotation. Length and quick twitch in his edge rushers. Free agent and the draft could also see Washington prioritize alignment versatile prospects rather than ones that fit under rigid positional labels. Good hire.
Right.
Is how he rounds it out.
Let's see what Ryan Wilson, our boy Ryan. Actually, this is Blake Brockemeyer from CBS. Latest mock has Washington taking David Bailey, the edge from Texas Tech, at 7.
It'd be fine, but I'm telling you, I think they're going to move out of it if they can. They need to acquire more picks. We don't have enough. Let's go to
maybe.
Let's go to Aaron. He's actually calling from Texas, from San Antonio, but he actually played at Bowie State when Durante was the DC there.
Oh, okay.
Good insight.
Aaron, what's up, pal? You on with the Junks?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you, man.
What brought you to San Antonio?
My wife, as you guys know.
Hey, you got to keep the wife happy. I got it.
Exactly.
I got it. All right, so you played at Bowie State. How many years were you there when Durante was there?
I was there for 2 years.
Okay. What position did you play?
Well, I was on the offensive side, so I played tight end / receiver.
Okay.
And, of course, I went up against the defense every day in practice. I mean, we had the top 3 defense top 3 defense in the nation when he was there. But I heard you guys talking about pressure. He's going to bring pressure. He's not the type of coach that's going to dictate what the offense does. He's going to try to dictate from his defense and put offense in difficult positions. So he's an aggressive play caller. If Amos could be that guy that one corner and we could get another corner, Luvu's going to have a field day. Luvu's going to be all over the field.
That's what I thought this year.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Dante Jones is going to be I don't want to say I hope he turns around because you never know in the league. I mean, it's a lot of great coaches as we've seen this year that got kicked up. But I'm just telling you, he's going to bring it and he's going to keep bringing it. Like and that's I was excited when he got the job. But to me, I think it's a good play. I know nobody really knows about him, but I mean, the good thing he was a D coordinator at LSU.
Yep.
I mean, so defensive coordinator in the SEC. I mean, that's not the NFL.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty
big time.
That's pretty big time. So I mean, I know all of my players. I know we're excited. He's going to do some big things, I believe.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, be safe down there, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, bud. But I wonder if they got any. Did you get any snow?
San Antonio?
No, I don't think so.
Dippy?
I'm going to guess
What'd you get for the storm?
We got like an ice storm.
Yeah.
We didn't really get snow.
Oh, okay. They got ice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Be safe out there, pal. Appreciate it.
All right.
I mean, can you imagine what an ice storm does to a town or a city like San Antonio?
Oh,
I mean, they don't know what to do.
Completely paralyzed for probably.
When we were talking about it
days.
yesterday, when we were in Atlanta and Dallas, and we saw those storms, they don't know how to handle it.
No.
Durante Jones also interviewed with the Jags for their defensive coordinator spot.
Yeah, good.
So he made the rounds.
So how many interviewed?
At least three. At least interviewed here, Green Bay, and Jacksonville.
Dude, I think his resume is stellar.
Out there.
His resume is stellar. He may not have been a DC yet at this level, but he's got a great resume.
Yeah, I would agree.
And if you see it, I just saw one interview with the guy. He's obviously a sharp guy. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic.
You should be.
I told you when I gave a grade, I gave him a B, and I gave the Blau a B+. I actually put on my Twitter if people want to vote on it. Now you have to vote on them both combined. So I actually put a poll on my Twitter at EBJunkies. What grade do you give DQ for the two coordinator hires? A home run, B a double. This is just combined. C a single, or F 2 whiffs. Home run, only 3%.
Right.
Double, 35%. Single, 46%.
Two whiffs? What about two whiffs?
2 whiffs, 14%.
Ooh, okay.
So,
those 14% are probably, their mindset was, all right, DQ's got to go out and get some bigger names that have done it before.
Yeah.
Because we did talk about that before Blau was hired.
100%. I didn't think he could afford to kind of nurse two babies.
Yeah, right.
But
he did.
Kind of is.
You call them babies. I mean, Blau's the baby out of the two.
Blau's the baby. I mean, Durante's 47 years old.
He's 47. He's almost 50.
But when we were talking about it, a lot of the fans would call up, and you guys too, you specified that you got to go out and get a bigger name that's done it before. So that's why the Mike McDaniels was on the radar, Brian Flores was on the radar, guys who had done it before at the NFL level.
Listen, I think if they could have got Brian Flores, they would have got Brian Flores.
Flores, yeah.
Flores,
Yep.
yeah. They could have gotten Flores, they would have gotten him.
Probably right.
I mean, they would have given him all the money.
They would have loved to have had him.
But they didn't go out and get a guy who has done it before at this level. They went out and got an assistant or a defensive backs coach, not a defensive coordinator.
Right.
Which is interesting to me.
But a defensive coordinator at LSU is pretty big time.
That is, but that was 1 year.
Okay, well, he was defensive coordinator at Bowie State for whatever. It's college, college football for 4 years.
Look, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying that for a guy who's 47, you'd think, all right, he would have had a defensive coordinator position somewhere bigger than Bowie State.
There's only 32 of them.
That's true.
There's only 32 of them. It's his
tough
time.
to get.
It's his time.
Look, I'm for it. I like the hire.
I give it a double. I give it a double. I'm not saying it's a home run. I'm not saying it's a little dinky little bloop single.
Doubles are good.
I think it's a double.
People like doubles.
I think it's a double.
I feel pretty confident that you give Durante Jones some young studs, especially on the edge and at linebacker, and maybe even in the secondary. He's going to make that work based on his resume, based on who he's coached under.
And his style. He's going to bring pressure.
Yep. Correct.
He's going to gamble a little bit. That's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Like gamblers. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast. We'll talk the upcoming Super Bowl matchup, NFL coaching carousel, and more with him at 9 a.m.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. It's the last call for FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. Super Bowl 60, been waiting all year for it. FanDuel's making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, all you have to do, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, you're riding with the dog, or you're building one last same-game parlay, doesn't matter. We're all going to be seeing what Mike Marr picks on Friday. Make it count. Because after the Super Bowl season's over, football's officially done. It's your last call for football on
Like if you want to interview guys on the Pats or the Seahawks staff, got to wait.
Well, I mean, you got a couple weeks.
Till they're done.
Can't you interview them in the next couple weeks?
I think maybe a Zoom interview, but I don't believe you can interview them in person.
Okay.
By the way, just updating on that poll that I put out there for the 2 coordinator hires here in D.C. Basically, when you do the math on it, 62% think it's either a whiff or a single. 62%.
Yeah.
If you want to vote on it, you can. EB Junkies. 62% graded as C or F.
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be a single or a whiff. I think I actually like the hires. Maybe I'm just putting too much trust in DQ, but I can see why some fans would think that because kind of like you guys felt, you got to have to get some bigger names, guys who've done it before.
I think people wanted bigger names.
But let's just wait and see.
More coaching carousel. Buffalo interviewed Rams passing game coordinator Nate Scheelhaase on Monday night. The team announced that brings their total to 9 candidates for their head coaching search. Scheelhaase, who's 35, joined the Rams staff in 2024. Since then, the Rams have ranked 3rd in pass yards per game and 5th in points per game. He also completed his second interview with the Browns on Monday.
I know nothing about Scheelhaase. What's his deal again?
He just comes off the McVay tree, young, kind of up-and-coming, offensive-minded coach.
Right.
Which seems like a lot of these teams are gravitating towards.
Yeah, he's just so young, 35. From Davenport, Iowa, played at Illinois.
Yep, coach at Iowa State from 2018 to 2023, working his way up from running back coach his first season to the OC there in 2023.
Yep.
And another coaching tidbit.
He played a lot of college football at Illinois. I mean, he was their starter for about 3 years.
Andy Reid stumping hard for his guy, Matt Nagy, to get another opportunity to be a head coach. Here's the quote. He deserves to have a head coaching job. If not, it gives him an opportunity to go out and do his thing. I mean, somebody is missing a gem here. That's how I feel. I would love to see him get picked up and going. At the same time, we got back a gem in Bieniemy. It has a chance to be a win-win here when everything is said and done.
All right.
He describes Eric Bieniemy as a gem.
All right. Hey, that magic or his little formula, whatever, it worked there. Just didn't work here.
No.
All I can tell you.
Yeah. How many years was Nagy at Chicago? He was at Chicago for,
I want to say
2 or 3 years, maybe 4.
I think it was at least 3.
Yeah. I got it right here. Sorry. Matt Nagy was there for 4 years from 18 to 21. He went 34-31.
Right.
Playoffs twice. Man, when you get rid of someone after 4 years that made the playoffs twice, man, that's a tough biz. I mean, I know his overall record isn't great, but he had a winning record. He went to the playoffs twice, and they just said, you're done.
Here's your latest update on betting odds for the Super Bowl. Seattle opened as a 3.5-point favorite before quickly jumping up to a minus 4.5-point favorite, according to DraftKings odds. Sportsbooks across the marketplace did not have a consensus opening spread, ranging anywhere from 3.5 to laying 5.5 points.
Yeah.
So it looks like the most common line right now, as of like Sunday night, Seahawks laying 4.5 or laying 5.5 against the Patriots.
Yeah, and I can see why. I think a lot of that could be based on, a lot of it's based on the fact that May is a second-year quarterback, but what Darnold, how he played against the Rams.
Right.
Putting up 31 points, 3 touchdowns. I'm sure that factors in. But Darnold can also give the ball away.
For sure.
I mean, Darnold has had some games where he hadn't looked that great. Now, he looked great against the Rams, but he's had some games this year. I think he threw 15 picks this year.
Yeah, but I feel like just overall, they're trending in a better place than the Patriots are. Like, their playoff run has just been a little bit more positive.
Yeah, I mean, they dominated the Niners. They've put up about 70-plus points in the playoffs. But the Pats played 3 really good defenses. But I can see why Seattle's favored. But Darnold could give the ball away.
By the way, there's a rich whale out there that put $50K on Seattle on a preseason wager to win the NFC at plus 2,800. and BetMGM has already paid out the $1.4 million payout for that 50. Could you imagine wagering $50K on a long shot like that?
Wow.
That just tells me that
You
it's
have
either
cash.
you're filthy rich,
Or you've got a bunch of guys.
or it's just like a betting conglomerate
Right.
where you just put all these long shots, and that one came through.
Yep.
Turned $50K into $1.4 million.
Yeah, the money
Pretty good.
the money line is Seattle minus 220.
Right.
New England plus 185. So that's even though the number isn't huge in terms of the point spread, it's less than a touchdown.
Yep.
The money line's pretty big. I mean,
actually on FanDuel right now it's 240.
240. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a pretty big number.
Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we have a lot to get to. At 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals take on the New York Islanders. We'll do that at 9:45. Next, Ross Tucker will join us, host of the Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to our friend Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast, at Ross Tucker NFL on your Twitter. What's up, Ross? Good morning.
What's up, guys? I'm doing well. What do you mean 30 years of the junk? Seriously?
Yeah,
30, man. Can you believe that?
We're old.
That's a thing.
Unbelievable.
Right?
We're some
You
old.
guys have been doing. How'd you guys get hired when you were 12?
We were about 26.
We fooled them.
Yeah.
We fooled them. We've
Yeah.
been fooling them for 30 years,
Got
bro.
staying power there, Ross.
That is so cool. Congratulations. That's amazing.
Thank you, man.
Hey,
Thank you,
Ross,
buddy.
how bad is your storm up there? And are you in Philly?
He's a PA guy.
So I actually live in like Harrisburg, Hershey area.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right.
Because my wife has a family business out here. I'm from Reading, which is closer to Philly, but I live out west about an hour more. It's pretty bad.
Oh, my gosh.
Something like that. I don't know. I was in Seattle on the sideline, so I paid my middle school daughters to shovel. They did a terrible job. they shoveled on Sunday, which is great. But then yesterday, I didn't get home till last night. Yesterday, with the wind and stuff, it just blew like 2 inches of stuff over the walkways and on the driveway, and there's like a layer of like crust on top.
Yep.
So it essentially did not help that much. So we're currently in negotiations about how much I actually have to pay them. I don't really believe what they're telling me about the going rate around here.
Oh, what's the going rate?
They're like, oh, we should get $50. I'm like, $50 for each of you for $100? Because we have a guy that plows the driveway. All they needed to do was the sidewalk, like the walkway.
All right, yeah, that's not $100.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's no chance. I'm like, if that's really $100, I'll find people that'll do it for $50, and I'll arbitrage it all day long.
Hey, I wanted to ask you quickly though about the Eagles. And I know you know what's going on there. It seems like, I hate to put them in the same category, but you know how nobody wants the Browns job? It seems like nobody wants that OC job in Philly.
Yeah, I'm not buying that at all.
Okay.
I mean, so a couple things. Number one, I think that there are some negatives about the job. You know, if you ever talk to coaches, they talk a lot about entry point and set up for success. I remember Bill Parcells talking about this. Bill Parcells only took over teams that were horrendous the year before because he knew that he could make a couple changes, personnel, coaching staff, whatever, and that he could get them to be about 500 pretty easily, and then he'd be a hero because they went from being horrendous to competitive. If you're a candidate for the Eagles coordinator job, you kind of know that the expectations are really high and it's a really tough media market. And I think, like Kevin Patullo, okay, you guys know I do the Eagles preseason games. I do some other work for them. I told him in August, I was like, dude, this is like the worst situation I've ever seen a guy go into. They had every starter back from the Super Bowl team that was loaded and won the NFC Championship game of Super Bowl by like 30 points each. The only change was him as the OC. I was like, you're in a no-win situation. Like, if anything goes wrong, they're going to blame you. Like, and he knew it. But dude, like, they egged his house. I mean, it was just, it's a tough market. It's a very tough. It's a very demanding fan base. I grew up around it. Like, I know what it is. I will say this, though. If you have success, there's, like, nowhere better to be because the people are just crazy. And so I'm not buying, like, all these guys. It's so funny you asked that question because I just posted this on social media at Ross Tucker NFL.
Yeah.
They've interviewed at least 14 guys.
Right.
It might be 17, okay? Why are they doing that? Because the Eagles realize that most big businesses spend a ton of money hiring consultants to come in from the outside and kind of give them their thoughts and break down. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars on consultants. The Eagles bring in a lot of people from outside entities, like outside of football. They're picking these guys' brains, like all of these guys. What do you think the latest trends are? What do you think of our talent? What do you think of our roster? What do you think of what we did last year? What would you do? What do you think we should do? You know, they're getting a ton of information from these guys. So they've interviewed 14 to 17 guys, and now you have Declan Doyle or Charlie Weiss Jr. They're pulling out their name. They're pulling out because they're not getting the job. Like, the Eagles are not going to hire like a guy like Declan Doyle from the Bears who's never called plays. Like, this is not a job for someone who's never called plays. That would really surprise me. So these guys, their agents are saying, you know what, it'll look a lot better for you if you withdraw your name and say you're pulling out than if they hire someone else and it looks like you just didn't get the job. I mean, 95% of the time, for any of these jobs, when a guy pulls their name or withdraws their name, it's because they know they're not getting the job. They wouldn't have interviewed it for it in the first place if they didn't. Background. The guy coached high school, junior college, D3.
Yep.
I have a ton of respect for guys that really earned it and really did it the long way. So that's number one. The other thing I would say, everybody kind of wants a coach these days that is from Brian Flores and what they're doing. Brian Flores does an unbelievable job of confusing quarterbacks. They don't know what's coming. Quarterbacks and centers aren't on the same page. They bring so many people up near the line of scrimmage that you kind of have to account for all of them, but then a lot of them will drop out. So then you're accounting for guys that aren't actually coming. They get so many people to come free. It's just a very, very impressive scheme that Flores has. And he's been there, the last, 4 years as DB coach and then pass game coordinator the last 3 years. So he's intimately involved with what they were doing. But he's been a coordinator before, calling it for LSU back in 2021.
Yep.
So I really like the hire for the Commanders quite a bit.
Ross, you mentioned being in Seattle. I'm looking at your pinned tweet at Ross Tucker NFL of you interviewing Sam Darnold on the field after the game. And I have no real affinity for Sam Darnold, but I was rooting for him because he just gets assailed at every turn as far as being a guy who can get you to a certain point, but then he fails on the biggest stage. Well, he didn't fail this past weekend. I mean, he and Stafford both played at super high levels. Great game to watch. You feel good for Sam Darnold making the Super Bowl. What was it like being there in that atmosphere, and how cool was it for him to finally get over that hump and get to the Super Bowl?
Well, so they have the smartest fan base maybe in the NFL from a purely noise standpoint. You could almost hear a pin drop when they're on offense. Nobody's talking at all. And then when they're on defense, it is crazy loud. I mean, everybody's always heard it over the years. It drives me crazy. Like the Commanders, when they build this new stadium, they're not going to do it because they're going to try to. Is it going to be indoors? I forget.
Yeah, there's going to be a translucent roof.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a longer story, but that does help the noise. But I was talking to people before the game. I don't understand why more of these teams don't build stadiums that just mimic the acoustics of like Lumen Field in Seattle or Arrowhead in Kansas City, because they're by far the loudest outdoor stadiums. Why not build a stadium where you're going to give your team a competitive advantage every week from a noise standpoint? So that part of it was awesome. It's always cool to be on the sideline. I get to I interviewed Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp and Mike McDonald, the head coach. It's like the best moment of these guys' lives. And I'm right there within minutes after they won the game. It's really, really cool. Like Cooper Kupp, he had tears in his eyes, and I got him going even more. I was like, does it mean more after everything you've been through and the Rams, letting you go? And, that hit him. But the Darnold thing, I couldn't agree with you guys more. I despise what I call crutches, or maybe not lazy narratives, but it is a lazy narrative because it's just a thing that people say. Like, I wanted Marvin Lewis to win a playoff game because for however many years it was like, can't win a playoff game, can't win a playoff game. It's like all the people on these shows that don't really pay attention to the NFL, I won't say them, but you guys know what shows I'm talking about. But then they'll talk about it, and they'll have the same talking points. So I was thrilled for Sam Darnold. Thrilled. I mean, it's his 5th team.
I know. It's crazy.
The thing that's crazy is he's only 28. Some of these guys come out of college now. I think Tyler Shuck for the Saints is like 27.
Right.
I mean, some of these guys come out and they're already that old. He's only 28. I love the lesson. I love the lesson that if you believe in yourself and you keep working, that you can eventually have success. And I love that he can shut up all the people that he just can't do it in a big game. Now, let me talk to me when he does it in a big game. Well, now they all have to be quiet, which now they have to come up with something else, some other trope to say about Darnold now that he's done it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it is crazy. He's on his 5th team. I mean, has that ever happened before where a quarterback is on his 5th team and is in the Super Bowl? I'm sure it has, but I can't think of one. So let me ask you this. On the surface with this game, stuff I'm reading online that, the NFC Championship was the Super Bowl because of the star power and the offense. But on the surface, do you like this matchup, Seattle and New England?
It's interesting because from a star power standpoint, I would love, this would be a fun poll to take, or for your callers, who's the most well-known person in this Super Bowl? Involved with this Super Bowl?
Ooh.
Most well-known player?
No,
person.
Oh, person?
Because it might be Vrabel.
Vrabel, I would say Vrabel.
Probably, yeah.
Or maybe Diggs.
He's not as big as Vrabel, maybe right now.
But that's the point. It's a very strange Super Bowl in that there's not a lot of name brand people involved in it. There's not a lot of big names, and I don't really care about that. But from a storyline standpoint, Sam Darnold and Drake May, and even how many people right now listening, if they called and you gave them $1,000 if they could name the Seahawks head coach right now, like they played in the NFC Championship game Sunday, how many of your listeners really know his name?
Well, a lot of our listeners get the local team's coaches' names wrong. So I'd probably say there's not many that would know Mike McDonald.
Yeah, it's a unique Super Bowl. I'm happy. I'm happy that these guys are getting the shine and getting the love. Mm-hmm. But from a matchup standpoint, it's interesting in that perspective. I do think the Seahawks are better, and I would have picked, kind of like you said, I would have picked the NFC team over the AFC team, regardless of how it sorted out. Mm-hmm. I think that the Patriots. What's weird is that the Patriots May had such a great year, but he hasn't played that well in the playoffs. It's kind of been the defense.
Yep.
And, I don't want to say they lucked out, but C.J. Stroud played horrendous in that game. And then Stidham, I really feel like Stidham and Sean Payton cost the Broncos. I'm sitting there watching the game with Kurt Warner because we're doing the game for Westwood, and they get to the 14-yard line, kick the field goal, go up 2 scores. Sean Payton doesn't do that. And then Stidham has 2 horrendous turnovers. The Patriots are, all that matters is you find a way to get it done, but they're not exactly coming into the Super Bowl, in impressive fashion.
Ross, we're running short on time, but Valentine's Day is just over 2 weeks away. We know that you've got a great idea for the guys in our audience, especially who struggle with the gift giving. Why don't you tell them what that is?
Well, dude, first of all, Valentine's Day is a Super Bowl of love, and no matter what she says, it matters. It's important to her. It's like a reflection on how much you care about her. So why don't you blow her mind this year? Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You literally fill out an email, or you can talk to a writer for 10 minutes. They write the most incredible story about your significant other. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper, like the Washington Post. Maybe not the right reference right now, but that's okay. And it's framed, pictures, the whole deal, incredible. Here's the key. When you give it to her and she's opening up and she doesn't really know what it is, to be able to say to her, I want to do something special for you, so I had a story written about you. That sounds like the coolest, most romantic, unique gift ever. Let's put it this way. No one has ever written a story about your significant other. They just haven't. So when then she reads it and there's quotes like, I never thank her enough for the little things she does. The little, like, even if you can't think of any little things she does, just say that, because in her mind there's a million little things. Like, oh my gosh, he notices. She will cry. You will win. myfrontpagestory.com. myfrontpagestory.com. Trust me, fellas.
All right, Ross. Thanks as always. We appreciate the time.
Man.
Best of luck.
Have fun digging out.
Yeah, getting your walkway cleared, and we'll talk to you again soon, man.
You dudes.
All right, thank you, buddy.
That's Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast. Don't forget, at 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Caps take on the Islanders, so keep listening for your chance to win. We'll do EB's entertainment page.
For the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. I was looking at some of their used vehicles because probably going to have to make a move with some of our cars. Don't know what to get.
How many cars do you own right now?
4.
And you own them all. You don't lease any.
The one I lease is my BMW.
Okay, so you own 3.
The other 3, yeah. They're all fine. They're paid for. But 2 of them are just a disaster. I need to get rid of them. Probably trade them in for 1. I mean, I'm going to have to pay, but whatever. Because I think they're worth nothing.
All right.
But my youngest, my other 2 live in the city. They don't need a car.
They don't need a car, right.
At least for now. And then when they do, they can buy their own.
So their cars are with you?
Yes.
Right.
The cars I bought. Yeah. But my youngest, she's going to Cornell. Now, it's a year away, year and a half away.
Right.
But if she brings a car, I need to get her something 4-wheel drive because the weather's worse there than it is here.
Need that.
100%.
So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah. Let's get a smaller SUV.
I can get a smaller SUV. I could even do a 3 Series, with the X-Drive.
Right.
I think it would be fine. Up in Ithaca, they're amazing with snow. It can rain
they're
like
probably
this,
so good.
and they get all the salt and everything.
It's
and
out.
Then you're driving up hills like that day.
They know what they're doing.
It's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing. They would miss no school. They got. That's the one thing they got to figure out.
We were talking to Ross Tucker, and he said they got maybe 18 inches in
we didn't get
Hershey. I'm surprised he was able to get his flight back.
That is kind of surprising.
Back from Seattle.
Yeah.
Because he said he came back yesterday.
Right.
And it was bad yesterday. I mean, there were so many flights canceled yesterday. There were tens of thousands of flights canceled yesterday.
Sure.
I'm surprised he got back in.
Ben's going to be reunited with his family after spending an eon at the Homewood Suites.
I bet you're looking forward to some home cooking or just like regular food. Like not something from a freaking restaurant.
Correct. You get a home cooked meal.
Right.
It's something silly.
All right, this is kind of distressing. I saw this yesterday too. Quentin Aaron, who starred as Michael Orr in The Blind Side.
I saw this.
He's on life support. Now, I think they're somewhat optimistic. At least they were yesterday. Oof. They say I think he's only like in his early 40s, possibly.
And
maybe 41.
Yeah, he played Michael Orr, right?
Yeah. Okay. They say that he opened his eyes and he gave a thumbs up after being in the hospital for 4 days. She said, I guess out of nowhere, he got a blood infection. Those are bad news. But they're saying he has some feeling in his foot. He's on life support. They're going through tests. They're looking at quite a recovery time, but I think they're optimistic that when he's released, he'll be able to get through therapy and he'll be able to walk again and get everything going.
On a side note,
scary
he's a big guy,
Has
too.
he done any other acting besides The Blind Side?
Oh, yeah.
He has?
He's done...
I don't recall seeing him in anything since then.
That was 2009 when that came out.
He's probably done 30 or 35 films.
Good for him.
And
I think
he's done...
He got bitter, or was it Michael Orr that got bitter about Blind Side?
I think Michael Orr got bitter about
Not the actor.
Yeah, the actual Michael Orr got salty about the portrayal.
He didn't like it, yeah.
Good movie, though.
He did something called The Baby Pact in 2022. That was that last film he did.
Okay.
But he's done a ton. I mean, 30 to 35, maybe more, 40.
Good.
I know you've seen this, Cakes, but just in case, have you seen the famous celebrity who's undergone an unbelievable transformation online? Apparently for a commercial that he's shooting.
Okay. Oh, please stop. Is this a teaser? You know what we don't need? If this is what this is?
Yeah.
You know what America doesn't need? The world doesn't need? Teaser ads for the Super Bowl.
Well,
nobody needs that.
This isn't a teaser ad, but I guess maybe it leaked footage from the ad.
Okay.
So you haven't seen this. There's a celebrity that's had a marked
has an iconic look.
Transformation.
Now, is it just for the ad or like...
It might be for longer. I'm not sure.
How old is this person?
I don't think...
I'm going to show you the picture.
I don't think I've seen this person.
I can't believe...
I'm kind of intrigued.
Come over here. Because I have to cover the names and everything. Do you know who that is? You saw that one.
I have seen it.
Jason may not have seen this.
That is one. There's no way... If he doesn't,
have you seen this?
If he hasn't seen it, there's no way he's going to pull who that is.
Do you know who that is, Jason? He's actually 58 years old. He's got an iconic look to him.
Can I give you a few hints?
A ridiculous
I'll
transformation.
Give you a few hints. Here are a few hints. He's in the He's in the chef/food space. He's
is it,
wildly popular.
Lou, or not Lou, Lee. What's the guy's name?
See if you can put this on the camera.
The short guy, loud guy from New York. What's his name?
I don't know if he's from New York. He might be. I don't know.
I don't know where my camera is.
I'm gonna say no. He has literally 1 million restaurants in Vegas alone with his name on them.
It's Guy Fieri.
Oh, it's Guy. I was thinking of the other guy on the other cook.
He underwent this transformation. And
I would have never got that.
You would never know that was him.
And at first I was like, what? I don't understand.
He looks normal.
It's just my head is exploding.
He looks like an accountant.
He's the accountant
What's
of
the popular
Flavor Town.
chef that does bam, bam? What's that?
Emeril Lagasse.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Emeril Lagasse.
Hey, he hasn't been around in a long time. 1, 2, 3. Right?
I don't know. Kind of looked like him, but I would have never guessed that was Guy Fieri.
We did a great Emerald contest years ago. Got us banned from Six Flags.
We got banned from Six Flags.
We literally got banned from Six Flags for that contest.
I mean, it is a family-friendly destination, and we're
throwing yogurt on women's faces next to the cotton candy line.
Guy
Fieri.
Fieri.
I made my bones at that amusement park back in the day.
I mean, you're shaming women right next to the merry-go-round or the teacups.
We weren't really shaming him. It was, hey, that
right
takes
near
courage.
the Wild One roller coaster.
Yeah,
it takes courage.
God forbid.
I don't know. I'm assuming they say the dramatic transformation fans will see in his upcoming Super Bowl commercial for Bosch. What is Bosch?
Bosch?
Like the old cassette tape? Like what is Bosch? B-O-S.
I don't know what that product is.
Bosch. I remember there used to be a Bosch cassette tape.
They can't be selling cassette tapes in 2026.
I mean, I don't know.
Spending $9 million on a commercial.
What is Bosch? What
Chris?
I don't know. No idea.
I have no clue.
Whatever
it's a company but it's not a food
Is it
company.
like an audio company? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
whatever happened to just...
It's a tech company in Berlin. That's kind of weird.
No, that's true. Hold on. I think I have like a Bosch dishwasher, maybe.
Or maybe that's what he's endorsing.
Bosch, they operate across 4 business sectors: mobility solutions, whatever that is, industrial technology, consumer goods, and energy and building technology.
All right, there you go.
Well, yeah. He says the commercial... First of all, he sent the picture to his mother. She didn't recognize it.
Right.
That doesn't look like him at all. That's not AI.
No. I don't think that's AI.
No, I think this is the real deal. He says something like, "You're just not ready for the commercial." He says, "The real surprise is still coming. Be prepared for the Super Bowl commercial. You're not ready."
Okay.
He's hyping
it. A life-changing event that's going to happen
He's
during the
hyping
Super Bowl.
I guarantee I don't see it.
Just give me the
fast forward.
Give me the dumb GoDaddy commercials where they titillate you.
Do they GoDaddy is not a thing anymore? They don't bring the milkers out.
I don't think so. I don't think so. They're going to be bringing Danica Patrick out.
Show me Danica's jugs. I mean, let's not overthink this.
Danica, I think she got her milk was removed.
Oh, I did
It's
not know
spoiled?
that.
It's spoiled milk.
Oh, jeez.
I guess Dave Portnoy is excited now. He's allegedly no longer banned by Roger Goodell from the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So he's excited.
He's ready for 2 weeks of Dave Portnoy making the Super Bowl about him.
All about him.
Yeah.
There you go for that. All right. I wish Mike Marr was here. Where's Marr? What's his
He
deal
couldn't get out
again?
of his house.
Snowbound.
He couldn't get out.
What a wussy. What kind of car does he have?
I don't know.
Anybody
Don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Ben, you know what kind of car he pushes?
He should have been shacking up with
What?
Ben at the Homewood.
No, yes, no.
He doesn't know.
Ben?
He said nobody knows.
Ben?
Nobody knows.
Where does he live? In Alexandria?
No, he lives in Arlington.
Arlington. I get the two confused.
By the way,
I would say this, though. In Arlington, those streets are so narrow, I guarantee it was a nightmare because my daughter couldn't get out of her house.
I just learned last week that Valdez no longer lives in Arlington. He's lived in Herndon for like a year.
Yeah, well, that's where
He's
he goes.
talked-
No
no
idea.
idea.
Time.
He's talked about
How
that.
am I supposed to know
You
that?
don't care about people.
I mean, I do care
You
about
don't
people.
care
I
about
guess I don't
people.
really.
He's not
listening.
He's listening, but not really listening.
He doesn't really care. He's just faking it.
I mean, I do, but I don't think he's ever gone in the air and said, I live in Herndon now.
He talks about going to that Pupatello all the time.
Chantilly, yes.
Okay, but I mean, he might be out there playing golf. I don't know. I don't know his daily Pupatello
I think
runs.
yesterday he talked about it when he was talking about his
pipe
street.
stem.
His street.
I learned about it. I learned like last week while I was cutting a spot in the other studio that he now lives in Herndon.
Okay.
I feel like I don't know Valdez
How far is the
anymore.
club from you? Were you
Hidden
live?
Creek?
Yes.
Oh, 10 minutes?
10 minutes. Okay, yeah.
15 minutes.
I mean, Herndon and Reston are like right there.
Yeah, smack dab.
Dude, I drive by the Pupatello all the time. Thank God they canceled practice tonight. So I won't be.
So you don't have to go all the way out there.
Yeah.
Well, that's smart.
I wish Mar was here because the first UFC card on Paramount apparently had a huge audience. They're saying almost 6 million concurrent streams. And they charge for it, right?
No, it's on Paramount Plus. Like
if you have the subscription to Paramount Plus,
$8.99 a month, as long as you have that, you're in. Okay, so they did huge numbers. Probably bigger than what they're used to. And then last but not least, I saw this. You know, you have your boy Troy Podolsky or whatever his name is, the Olympian, the guy that's going to do
Pod Millsack.
Pod Millsack.
He does have a tough last name.
I mean,
just call him T-Pod.
He needs to change his name.
T-Pod.
Well,
I mean, I know you're friends with the dad or whatever. They should change the name.
Hey, you can't do
Just
anything
go
about
Pods.
Yeah.
I'm Troy Pods.
Troy Pods.
That's it.
T-Pod.
Shorten it.
But you know, before Troy Pod, he's a new thing now. But before him was Sean White, right?
Right.
They used the guy.
Flying Tomato.
The Flying Tomato. Well, I don't know what was going on, but I saw the video. He was like jumping over Shane Gillis and maybe some other guy in Central Park.
Who was?
Sean White.
The Flying Tomato?
The Flying Tomato.
We got a non-flying tomato right behind the glass right there. Unfunny Ben. Definitely doesn't have any air tricks.
I prefer Carrot Top.
Okay.
Oh, you're a Carrot Top guy? Yeah.
He works at comedy props.
Do you know what was going on?
Yeah, it was just like a gathering. Everyone,
you know, so my daughter lives in both of my kids, two of my oldest live in New York City, and my daughter did tell me before the snowstorm that that's what they do in the city. When it snows, the cool thing is everyone goes to Central Park.
Right.
Yeah. That's the spot. That's just the place
fights.
to be.
Yeah, that's like our snowball fight on the mall or whatever they do.
The worst snowball fights amongst adults.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Meet me at noon on Sunday for the snowball fight.
Oh, no. What a horrible idea.
Did you guys see the viral thing about how you create the perfect snowball?
I have not.
Perfectly round.
Thankfully, I have not seen
like
this.
a bowl, and you do something in the snow, and it comes out. You're like, I don't know. You manipulate the bowl in a certain way, and all of a sudden now you got the perfectly round snowball.
How about you don't do that, and you go out and you shovel your dumb driveway? Okay, Don't make the perfect snowball. Get the ice off your driveway. First and foremost.
I saw people were unhappy apparently that they did cancel the official snowball fight because the snow was
They did.
Yeah, you canceled a snowball fight. Welcome to the real world.
I couldn't believe that was a story on the news.
Like grown adults want to go there and throw snowballs.
Please grow up.
You know what? They're just losers.
Come on, play golf or something.
Hey, play golf. You know what? You know what we don't do? We don't tolerate losers here. We're all about winners. So when we come back, we're going to have a winner Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Monday, February 2nd, as they host the New York Islanders. All fans in attendance, you get an exclusive hat designed by Capitals forward Pierre-Luc Dubois, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. So 10th caller right now, you will win 800-636-1067. It's better to win than to pay. So call now, your chance to win. Speaking of winning, I know this story will upset Jason. It upsets me that this guy is such a luck box. A guy who recently won the $315 million Powerball jackpot in New Jersey. So here's his story. He's basically our age. He's 56 years old.
Right.
By the way, speaking of that, happy birthday to my wife. She turns 56 today.
Wow.
So happy birthday, Amy.
Happy birthday dinner tonight?
We will be doing dinner outside of the house tonight. Yes,
you're going to give her the real gift later?
Probably not.
I knew that was coming.
Not on a school night, I would guess. But
Really?
Well,
School night?
School night. She doesn't even have school.
They're going to be off all week.
I meant a school night for this guy.
Oh,
For
come
me,
on.
waking up early.
You know, it must have plaque on his Jimmy
Yeah,
Johnson.
you guys maybe have some plaque down there.
Maybe I need to go and get some ultraviolet rays shot on it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure that out later.
They're not sun rays.
Whatever rays they are.
Right. So just dinner tonight.
Probably just dinner.
Right.
You never know, but most likely just dinner.
Maybe hot dogs.
Hot dogs for dinner. This 56-year-old dude, his name is Tayyeb Suwami. He went to the store and bought orange juice for $5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Comes home with the orange juice. His wife said, "You spent $5 on the OJ. It's on sale at this other store for $2.50 for half price. Please go take it back to the store, get a refund, buy it at the cheaper store."
So they took the $5 OJ back, got a refund.
So he goes back to the store,
Okay.
goes to the customer service counter, returns the OJ, sees the Powerball sign, because, usually at the customer service center, wherever you do your grocery shopping, there's, you can buy lottery tickets. He sees the Powerball sign for $306 million. Caught his eye.
Luckiest guy in the world.
He says because he liked the number, he decided to buy 2 tickets with the cash that he got back from buying the too expensive orange juice. And next day, he planned to do some work in his backyard. Then he looked over in his driveway. He said, "Car's all beat up and dirty. I need to take it for a car wash."
Mm-hmm.
He stopped at a light, sees a 7-Eleven off to the right. I pointed to the left, off to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls over, decides to check his ticket. Winner. Hit the $306 million Powerball, all because his wife wanted cheaper orange juice than the orange juice that he brought home.
That's unbelievable.
Can you believe the super luck box that guy is?
That's
Tayyeb Suwami.
I mean, some of these stories of these people that hit, and they buy 1 ticket.
I know.
Or 2 tickets.
It's mega annoying. Mega millions, mega annoying.
And $315 million after the payout. I don't know.
$306 million, but who's,
$140 million, something
Probably.
like that.
Probably something along those lines.
Doesn't have to worry about taking the OJ back now.
I mean, what a super luck box, that guy.
Yep.
Good for him,
He's
though.
to move out of New Jersey.
Good
is what
for
he has to do.
Good for him.
Nice person.
Good for him and his family.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Hey,
well, that's a hook
if
job.
Maybe if he's moving out of New Jersey, we can touch on this story as well. He would book a Southwest flight. Maybe flies from New Jersey to his new home, and I don't know, say he goes to Scottsdale, Arizona. He's got all his newfound wealth. Well, now, Southwest Airlines, starting today, they're enacting their controversial new policy that will raise ticket prices for plus-size passengers. It goes into effect today.
Wow.
Under the new rules
How much you have
announced
to pay?
last year, travelers who cannot fit between their seats' armrests will be required to buy a ticket in advance.
That's fair.
This is from Southwest. Quote, "To ensure space, we are communicating to customers who have previously used the extra seat policy that they should purchase it at booking."
I think it's fair.
How much more are they increasing it?
I guess they just have to buy, instead of just getting a free seat because they can't fit in the current seat, they've got to buy the next seat.
You got to buy 2 seats.
Yeah,
okay.
so let's
buy
say
an extra seat.
Your flight's $150. You're paying
buying
300. Yeah, you're paying $300 because you're big
I mean, you're
fatty.
technically using 2 seats.
Yeah.
Right?
I tell you, there's nothing more terrifying than sitting on an airplane and you have an empty seat next to you.
And you see a big fatty
Say you
walking
got your
down the
wife
aisle.
and two others, and all you're doing is praying that the big sloppy guy doesn't sit next to you.
Right.
Well,
And every once in a while it happens.
You know what's so funny is when you're on the plane and you're already like seated and you see that big sloppy walking down the aisle.
Yeah.
Everyone is staring at
Everyone's
that big
thinking the
sloppy.
same
Please
thing.
no,
Please no, please no, please no. I sat behind one. It was within 6 months, and here's the worst part: he was enormous. He smelled.
Oh no!
And that is like you can't even overcome that. You're just doomed now for the 2-hour flight. This sweaty, smelly dude.
Now this is not on a flight, but I definitely sat next to a really smelly person. Now this will not shock you. At a poker table in Vegas,
right?
He was uber smelly.
Yeah.
And you stayed there?
I mean,
you could request
it was
a
a
seat
tournament.
change. Oh,
It was a tournament. It wasn't a cash game. If it was a cash game, I would have pulled my chips
Oh, it was
up.
a tournament.
A
Okay.
tournament. The only way I'm leaving is if I get shipped to a table or I get eliminated.
I don't know. I would've gone all
eventually
in.
got eliminated.
Thanks. Or would you guys rather, if you're on a plane, have to sit next to a big sloppy?
Yes.
Or
a kid?
or a person that takes their shoes off during the flight.
I mean, that's so disrespectful.
I'd rather the shoes off
Well,
person.
depends.
Provided they don't smell.
Yeah. What if it's a girl, a female? Her
she just-
feet probably don't
She
stink.
just slides her sandals
You
off
think,
or
you
whatever.
think girls' feet? That's a good question. I don't even know. Do girls' feet smell better than guys'
I'm gonna
feet
say- I'm
on
gonna
the
s-
whole?
Probably.
I don't know this
something
for a
I've ever
fact.
I'm
comprehended.
gonna guess they're slightly
I'd
better.
rather have a girl take her shoes off than a guy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right? You would.
I'd rather a girl take anything off than a guy.
Okay.
I would rather nobody sit in the seat next to me if possible.
All right. Would you rather
Utopia, but
would you rather have a big fatty next to you or
stinky feet?
15-month-old?
15-month-old sitting on his mother's lap. Ooh. Because good chance the
I don't know.
15-month-old
Headphones.
does this.
Headphones.
Does this.
Maybe not.
Falls
Yeah, but
asleep.
they're gonna cry.
No,
At some
maybe
point,
not.
they're gonna cry.
Some kids
Could
just
be.
don't fall asleep.
Could be.
And they're a nightmare.
It's the
For 4
That's
hours.
the gamble. You got to gamble sometimes. That's a gamble I'm willing to make.
But the fatty, that would be uncomfortable.
It is. It's the worst nightmare. You just see it coming.
Yeah.
No, but you're right. Even if it's not.
All right. Would you rather have a
On a plane. I
would
mean,
you
you know.
rather have a fatty
Yeah.
or someone that won't shut up and has bad breath?
Give me the bigums. Give me the bigums.
A non-smelly. I'd rather have a
Bad
non-smelly
breath,
large
and they
person.
won't stop talking.
Yeah, they just want to keep talking.
No,
JP Flame.
I can't have that. I can't get flamed by bad breath on my 3-hour flight.
Right.
I just can't have it.
Yeah. I'm
There are
with you.
lines you can't cross.
Hey, could you put the oxygen mask on while he's flaming you?
Yeah, you could do that.
Just panic the whole
Just
plane.
drop it out of the ceiling.
Yeah.
Tilt everybody on the entire plane.
Yeah.
They think the plane's going down.
This is why I don't fly anywhere. With all these nightmare stories.
Just got to keep it to a minimum.
Do you ever worry when someone offers you a mint or gum that means you're humming?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
I would
too.
think that would be the first thing running through my brain.
Right.
Is my breath humming right now?
Yeah.
Do I have dragon
All of a
breath?
sudden, I just get I get
I
panicked.
generally think my breath is pretty good to good. But man, if somebody
Right
comes
after
up
coffee,
and
I don't think your breath is that great.
might not be great. I don't think it's offensive. I know some people who just have offensive breath 24/7.
Yeah.
And it's a real issue.
Right. I don't know what you can do. Mouthwash all the time.
Oh yeah.
I used to have mouthwash in my car.
I stick to Listerine.
Gotta
then
have it.
Then I read it's really bad to do that all the time.
Yeah, but if you know you have bad breath, you got to roll the dice with whatever side effects
Better
are
just
from,
to live a shorter life.
from the mouthwash. I would agree. Better to cut 5 years off your life than walk around blowing.
You can't be
hot
known
breath
as a
in people's
stinky breath
face.
guy.
No,
That's
can't
the
do that.
worst.
All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and we're all back together in studio.
You and Landfield bought a little something extra with y'all. Y'all both sound bad.
Dog, I've had a cold for a month. It's just
you
not
haven't
going
sound
away.
like this, though. Landfill, I just heard Earl ask Landfill, man, you still battling that? But it's like, I could tell a little something in y'all voices this morning.
Yeah, I don't know. We had to drive downtown. We have news, though. Maybe we start with the news. Commanders have hired Durante Jones to be their defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Probably not a name that was on a lot of people's radar prior to this.
You know what? I asked this question, though. I looked at a lot of comments after that last night, and all these people he wasn't on my radar. I want to ask most fans, how the heck, you don't know the damn people out there anyway? How many? I asked one guy because he was acting like he knew everything. I told him, name me 5 defensive coordinators in the NFL.
Or 5 assistant defensive
coordinators. And I'm still waiting for him. And you know what? Guess what? He has the opportunity to go Google it, but he couldn't send it right back.
Right.
It amazes me how people immediately dismiss somebody because they don't know. The whole thing about it is we're in this profession, and I don't know if we could just go run down the list of all the damn people out there.
I think I agree. There's a lot to it, right? I think there was. I don't want to tear it up, right? But they interviewed Brian Flores. They interviewed Jonathan Gannon,
and he went back where he was going.
Right, like Flores, I never think was going to happen.
Okay,
Gannon took the Packers job. You want to know why you take the Packers job?
Micah Parsons is going to be coming back,
and they have more talent on that roster. So I understand why you take that. Then they interview a bunch of assistants, right?
Mm-hmm.
I keep circling back to, they talked to Brian Flores for a while.
Yeah.
You don't think in that interview he said, listen, fellas, the odds of me coming here are pretty slim, but you should think about my boy Durante.
Yeah, and that's
like, coaches, you don't think that happened?
Coaches do that on a regular basis.
Totally.
But I was trying to remember this guy's name, but I totally forgot it. He responded on when I posted this on Facebook. He said, they thought Joe Gibbs wasn't ready back in the day either. What do we think about Joe Gibbs today? People have to start from somewhere. You're not going to get ready-made people every time you go out there and get a coach. And if nobody ever gives anybody a damn chance, you know what? We will never know the stories of a Joe Gibbs. We'll never know the stories of a Bill Belichick or Bill Parcells. You know, all those people were given an opportunity at one point. They didn't walk in this thing just ready. So we got to get off of that. Like, this is what I've noticed in D.C. You got to have a top-notch coach every time, number one of everything, and you got to always get first-round draft picks or you think you can't play football. But it has been proven in this city you can win without all of that.
Agreed. I got some information on Jones last night. Apparently knocked the interview out of the park, which matters. And I think I've said this. I have grown tired of Dan Quinn talking about arriving violently and ball is life because you weren't doing it on the field. You watch Minnesota, you watch how that defense plays and how they're coached. They're doing that. And I love that they got someone from a system that is going to generate pressure.
Yeah.
You know what they're going to do? Come get you.
Yeah.
Like, and that is a mentality that has not existed in the 2 years here defensively. And maybe now it will, right? Like, the way the Vikings play defense, you can look at the numbers, or you can just use the damn eye test. The way they play defense is the way Dan Quinn has talked, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just hasn't occurred.
But the thing of it, Jay, and I kept seeing other comments about this, and this is a fact. Personnel.
Totally.
Does the complete personnel fit that? I could tell you one person in the secondary that arrived violently all the time, and that's 3-9.
Sure.
If everybody arrived like that, I guarantee you the tackles will jump way up. People arrive softly and try to grab a football.
That's where I started to really question the ball is life.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to get guys on the ground.
And that's the thing about it. Football is about tackling and breaking tackles. You know what? And the ball comes along, but first person to arrive got to put that tie-out on the person. And then the other people, if he's still standing up fighting, you make him regret that. You come in, you put helmet on the ball, helmet on the ball, helmet on the elbow, helmet in some damn ribs. You make him let the ball go. But the ultimate thing is, it's a combination of things. you don't just hire a coach and get better. And you don't just have better talent and get better. You have a coach and talent to make that thing go together. And it's a job for AP as well to get this thing get a little bit better talent out there, and let's see what happens.
So we're going to talk to Kevin Seifert at 11. Kevin covers the Vikings, has a long time, knows Durante. Should be a good conversation. Mike Jones is going to join us at noon. We'll talk about the entire NFL landscape. A lot of coaches, nobody wants to go to Cleveland, even though my man Shador is a Pro Bowler. We're going to give away some Kid Cudi ticks at 11:45. 1 o'clock Barstool Nate, 1:30 John Arand. There is something, I don't know exactly what it is, and I don't want to speculate too much because we know these people and are friends with these people. Something seems like it's not going right at the Washington Post, specifically with their sports section. Mm-hmm. John Arand will give us whatever information we could gather on that. That just makes me sad, dog. I mean, the Post Sports is an institution.
It's like, I think sports per se is in a sense being like not giving it the credit it deserves. I mean, people use sports really as that I guess to get away from all the other seriousness of life. But some of the people that own those things don't like that because they rather you just go order stuff from them. And make you happy by just getting Amazon stuff all the damn time.
It's crazy to think when Bezos bought the Post, it was celebrated as like, yo, he's saving this incredible American institution. And now, I don't know. We don't know exactly what's happening. Specific to Durante Jones. Like, when we talk about that, like all the coaches that were here under Shanahan, right?
Yeah.
The offensive firepower, the offensive mental capacity that was part of that room is pretty incredible. And you think to like how far down that's reached. And Gruden, too, to his credit, hired really good assistants, and they're all over the league, right? Mm-hmm. Like, people put O'Connell on the Shanahan tree. Meanwhile, he only coached under Gruden. You know what I mean? Like, there has been significant offensive brain power in Washington that has now matriculated all over the NFL. If you want to talk about defensive brain power, and I tell you that Durante Jones has been in Minnesota with Brian Flores for the last couple seasons. Coached under Mike Zimmer.
Is
coached under Vance Joseph.
Both of those guys attack the hell out of you.
Yeah, man.
But you know one thing, Jay, you mentioned all that offensive brain power. You know what happened to all of those guys?
They got a chance.
Somebody gave them a damn chance.
Right.
And let's be real. When LaFleur got his, we didn't know how good he could be. We knew Sean was a great mind. We didn't know Sean could be as good as he is.
No.
Okay. O'Connell didn't know that as well.
Totally.
Mike was like an assistant guy around here running around. Mike McDaniel. Nobody knew what he could be, but they were given an opportunity. You know why they were given an opportunity? Because the person that started that damn tree was great and did a lot with it. So now you start looking at the people under those guys and you say, hell, let's give them a chance. And I think this is a damn good hire because, listen, I am sick and tired. I said it last week when we were talking. I'm tired of the retreads that come in and do nothing. But everybody wants to name. That's a lot of names that keep getting jobs that are horrible in this league. Let's get some young, innovative people with some fresh stuff, and let's see what happens. But it works together, not by themselves.
Now, I don't think this should matter in the decision-making process, but I kind of love that he's from here. Played at Morgan State, coached at Bowie State. I think he grew up in Temple Hills. Like, this is a DMV dude.
Yeah, but I
think he went to McNamara.
That, to me, is a bonus.
Exactly.
Yeah, like if somebody happens to be from the area, okay, cool. Just like I always say, when you go looking for a football player, the first thing you look for is a damn good football player. Right, totally. And if he happens to be a great guy, that's a bonus. Because I don't want to say, we brought him here because he's a great guy and he's a horrible ass football player. Wouldn't make no difference to me. Wouldn't make sense to me. But he is a damn good coach who happens to be from the area who may have a little bit more pride in bringing the thing back for this area.
I think they made a hire that they feel comfortable with and they understand the pressure involved.
Yeah.
I don't think they're like, we're hiring this dude because he's, went to McNamara, played in the WCAC.
No.
They hired the dude because they think he could win games.
Yeah.
And I think that is the paramount priority and objective here. Dan Quinn is going to go his way here. I don't know if you agree with me. The more and more I talk to people, but some of the people have come on the show and said similar things. I think that job was Blau's maybe before the end of the season. I think internally they knew we're going to give David this shot, and they might have known that week 17.
I think they all felt like eventually Cliff is leaving out the building, whether it's because he gets a job or we're going to get him out the building. And we know who we have in place because they feel comfortable with that person. You watch work ethic. You watch how people do stuff. Like when I talked with Deuce talked about while Blau was playing, Blau was implementing and helping.
Right.
We've heard them, and listen, if Bobby wants to be a coach, Bobby can be a coach. You've heard these coaches talk about how Bobby comes in and let them know stuff. There are certain players who thinks beyond the actual play. They are beyond their actual play. They think about how it can help somebody else, what we could do to make this thing better. Blau was that guy. So you can see that happening. But the whole thing of it is everybody have to understand when you give a new guy a chance, he ain't by himself. You got other minds in the building that have been around and done some stuff. You lean on those people. And that can help bring you along a lot quick. When you were in school, well, I'm about to use something. I don't know if you really did, Jay. So I know when I was majoring in chemical engineering, every time a professor said, talk to this guy, the professor was telling me because he knew that guy knew what the hell he was talking about. And I went and I talked to him and I was a damn sponge. And I tried to do everything exactly how they told me. And I had a lot of success doing it. So when you go to do something new, you don't just walk in there and say hell with everybody. Some people got those egos, and that's why they fall flat on their face. But when you go in, you take hints from people. Punt returning in the NFL. You think I just did what I did? No, I took a lot from everybody. Mike Nelms, yep, Mike, thank you. Mel Gray, thank you. You know, I was pulling stuff from people because if they were having success with it, why wouldn't I do it? And I think the same thing goes into coaching, and we have to understand that. Give them give people a chance. Like I looked at social media. My thought was, you know what? People don't give a damn about what's the good about you. They're gonna make something bad about you.
It's gonna be really interesting to see now how the rest of the coaching staff shakes out. Right? Like Ken Norton is the linebackers coach. Ken Norton's been a DC before. Will he want to go somewhere else? Will somebody that he's worked with forever get one of these head coaching jobs and want to bring him as a DC? Like there are still moves to happen here. Mm-hmm. That's just the nature of the business.
Yeah.
I also think,
but if you look at the production on defense last year, are you worried about somebody leaving out?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like people, we sit here and we act as if it wasn't something that needed to be overhauled. If I keep getting in my car every morning and it's skipping a beat, and I decide, well, you know what? I got to keep my damn engine and transmission because they've been in my car all this time. No, get something new.
I don't know that this is a concern, and eventually we'll get to talk to Dan Quinn and ask him, right? But my biggest question, the way Minnesota played defense is very different than how Washington has played defense. Mm-hmm. Just like the structure and the aggressive nature.
Yeah.
Does Jones get to implement that? Is that the way, what he wants to implement? Like, does he get full run of this thing? Or is it going to be some mashup of what Washington has done and what Minnesota did? Because if you're going to hire this dude from that place, the way they play, and that's what he wants to do, you got to let him do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, you may have a little bit of both of them, though. Because let's be real, when that don't work, you can have a lot of big plays against it.
Sure.
So you got to be able to, and the whole thing
about your earlier point, they're already giving up a lot of big plays.
I think Dan also is a person who's in a situation to learn and try something different. You know, like people act as if when he was in Seattle at first, all they did was sit back. That's not what they did. They were pressuring people in Seattle.
Sure.
You know, they pressured, and then they had guys like Richard Sherman that could be in a zone, but he kind of played it like a zone man. You know, like some people in the zone, they play aggressive. Richard did that. You know, Cam Chancellor in the back did that. What's the little short safety they had that was Earl Thomas. He was like those guys had special people that did things, so you could try some different things. You really wanted them to go man-to-man last year? No. I mean, you know, that's the thing of it. Like, I'll keep going back to, we can say what we want about the coaches. The personnel didn't play up to par either.
Last year, the personnel either wasn't good enough or didn't play to their full capability, weren't getting pushed to their full capability. Mm-hmm. It's crazy to me to be overly reliant on turnovers when that is an extremely volatile statistic.
It's a volatile thing, but
year to year, there's no continuity unless you have elite pass rushers.
But year to year, they're going to preach the same thing because every coach in this league knows turning the ball over and keeping the ball in your hands as an offensive coach will win you some football games. So they're going to stress that. Now, it may not be happening, but you don't ever stop stressing it. You got to always stress it. But like you said, it's volatile. It goes up and down. But if you look at some of these teams, they may have, let's say, 35 turnovers this year. Next year, it may be 25, 30. But it's not 8. It's not 6. You know, they still are in an area where it makes a difference throughout the year. And you got to keep pushing for that.
Sure. But like,
either you got a Sean Taylor or you got a Deion or Darryl Green. You got a dude that's going to knock the damn ball out your hands or somebody's going to take it before it get to your hands.
So that is the big news in the sports world in the DMV from last night. Durante Jones, new defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. At some point, there's going to be a press conference, whether that's going to be on Zoom or in person. There's a lot of TBDs out of Ashburn right now as far as when we get to talk to the new D coordinator. I will say this, though, about Quinn. He talks about liking guys with a journey and calluses and scars. I think it's very cool Durante Jones is getting this opportunity. He's 47. Like all these young offensive guys, you can be 26 to get an offensive job.
Yeah.
Like these defensive dudes, it's hard to climb that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there are real elements of it's harder for black dudes to climb. Like the numbers support it. Just look around the league. These opportunities don't come that often. And I think it's cool, the opportunity that's going to be here. And now it's up to him, right? You need better players, maybe. I've said it repeatedly. Adam Peters needs to be more aggressive in free agency for young players coming off rookie contracts. You tell me you want to get younger, faster, stronger, time to show us. About a month from now, it's really time to show us. A month from now, I'll be in Indy at the Combine. Like, that's when the deals are getting made. You want to be younger, faster, stronger? It's up to you now, man. Like, you've overhauled the coaching staff. Personnel. Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's. All right, I drove in today. I think there are big differences in how Maryland and Washington have handled this snow so far and how your ride from Virginia has gone. It was an interesting ride-in. I'll tell you all about it when we come back. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth.
So I'm walking back from the kitchen during the break, and I just hear Landfill singing this, but I don't hear the music. He must have had headphones on or whatever. Pretty funny to walk around and just hear Landfill, oh, no.
With that raspy voice today.
All right, so you know what I was thinking about? Because Commanders' new defense coordinator, Durante Jones, went to Bowie State, I was like, damn, we got our own Bowie State expert in the building on the show. What are the odds? How lucky are we? So, Jeff, tell us everything you know about Durante Jones.
When his car started and get here, he'll do that.
I'm just messing with Jeff. These roads are treacherous. All right, so I'm going to talk about me getting downtown today.
Yeah.
So, for you, yesterday really wasn't a big deal?
Today wasn't either.
But were there any parts where you're like, this is a little dicey?
Today?
Yesterday.
No. Listen, I didn't see anything that could be a problem until I got off at Independence.
Yeah, I mean, the streets right here, trying to get into the garage.
Everything, once my neighborhood was plowed, and then turning on the Braddock Road, good. Got on Old Lee, back to Stonecroft. I can tell you the whole way in here. Made the quick left on Westfield Boulevard, right on to 28, got on 66. No problems. When I got off of
you come over
Independence, problems.
So
you got more. I mean, it's about 6 to 8 inches on the damn roads, and they, you can see as the cars go through, it starts to make a track. But then somebody else comes through and knock it over, so you got the slush going on. If you turn off a street, you're stuck. Which I saw cars at almost every other intersection. Somebody was stuck.
Landville, open the phones up because I have a number of real car questions.
Does everybody carry a shovel? Is what I want to know, because I keep seeing people with shovels digging themselves out. I'm like, damn, everybody got a shovel in their car?
So I'll tell you one thing that was funny. So yesterday we had the girls out sledding. I was hanging at my neighbor's, McGibney's. We had a lot of fun. And my immediate next door neighbor is an older woman, and her son comes when there's storms and stuff. So he was staying there, and he has a Honda Civic, I think. Maybe a Honda Accord, but a Honda sedan. And I see him trying to dig out, and in my head I'm just like, dog, there's no chance my man's getting out. And he tried a couple times, and I was like, how's it going? He's like, I think I'm gonna stay here another night. But so at my house, I had dug out my driveway. My biggest hurdle was that when the plows come through, they push this like wall of snow in front of your driveway. So it's like my driveway's clean and the street is but a little bit, like the street is probably 2-3 inches of snow packed down. But I think with my four-wheel drive and everything, I'll be all right on that. The problem is, like, I'm not lying, like a 3-4 foot, like, little snow speed bump, if I could call it that. But it's significantly high. Uh-huh. You know what I mean? So you kind of got to get, like, some juice to get through it just to get out of the driveway. So I put my car in 4 low, like you said.
Did it work?
Not on the first try.
Because you can't punch it.
I didn't punch it, but there's no room from my driveway to where it is. So I come down, I get over it, and then we were stuck for a second. And I was like, all right, just keep your poise. Quote the great Steve Sands. Like, I'm stuck. Give it a second. Like, I know better than like hit the gas, let the tires spin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I chill for a second. I'm able to get in reverse, back up, try another pass. At this point, we're making a little more progress. I give it a little bit back in reverse and then go and bang, we bust it out. Mm-hmm. Then my neighborhood is not in good conditions. They have not plowed the bulk of my neighborhood, at least not my street. But again, our neighbor Joe with his own bootleg plow had done his street, like where Papa and Bird live around the corner. And I'm like, all right, if I can get down my street to that street, I'm okay. And then I just followed the bootleg plow trail to what is like a more, not a major street, but a bigger street in our neighborhood that has, like, that could get me out to Mass Ave. So once I got out to Mass Ave, I'm like, all right, I should be good. The level, I don't want to call it lawlessness, But the level of like law, traffic casualness going on the roads, pretty remarkable. One, there's just people walking on Massachusetts Avenue. And I get it because the sidewalks aren't plowed and it's hard to walk in that snow where your feet are falling down all the time. But like, it's also pretty dangerous. Like cars are out here trying to drive and that, that's a 4-lane road kind of down to like 2.5 lanes. And then you just got people walking around. Like it's not smart, but whatever. You got somewhere to be, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'm going to discuss that walking. Go ahead.
But then, at least for me, I can recognize the county and the city trucks. So like where I live is basically right on the DC Maryland line. So from my journey of Mass Ave, I'm in Maryland for like 4 minutes and then DC until I get to Rock Creek, right? And you can recognize what is an official county or city vehicle. And then you can recognize what isn't. And there's a whole rack of churches on my ride into work. And these churches have contracts with contractors to plow their parking lots or whatever. I get it. Folks want to go to church. Like, I can understand it. My man right at Westmoreland Circle is just driving like he's in England. It's a snowplow driving on the wrong side of the road straight at me. And like, I'm in 4-wheel low. Like, luckily I'm going slow. I got plenty of time. I see this. But for me to get around him, I have to go into the opposite lane. So me and this dude for 1/4 of a mile are just driving on the wrong sides of the road. Like, I get you got to plow out the church. Like,
you can plow that same street going the right direction.
Yeah. And there's a circle right after it. So you can loop right back, dog.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? And, so I knew my concerns were getting out of my driveway, check. Getting out of my neighborhood, check. Then I know it's always dicey. Where Mass Ave hits Waterside Drive, right by that big mosque, where you have to go like down that hill to connect to Rock Creek Park.
Yeah.
I've done that enough in the snow that is always dicey because it's a very curvy, very steep hill in the woods. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be trouble there. Sure enough, there was trouble there. It was okay, but again, there's a car, like the amounts of cars just parked where they shouldn't be. There's a dude just parked in the, I don't know, I guess northbound lane of Waterside Drive, right at the curve. What? Maybe he got stuck, but like, that is a bad idea for all parties.
Yeah. Totally.
But whatever, I get down the hill, I get on the Waterside, I get on the Rock Creek. We're good. Everything's pretty good. But at this point, I'm on Rock Creek and it's empty. And so when I'm in this 4 low, your car can't go very fast.
No, don't go fast.
And
that's why it doesn't go fast to make sure you get to where you got to go.
What's the RPM joint called? Revometer? Odometer is your mileage, right?
Yeah.
So what's the RPM thing called?
I don't know. I call it the rev.
The revometer for us. Rev T. But then I'm on Rock Creek and dudes are going 50. You know what I mean?
But you can change it once you get there, dog.
Can I move it while I'm driving, or do I have to be in park?
I think you can move it to from low to high.
So the problem with my low
tachometer.
So this is where I need an expert because so imagine it's like a U when I'm using like the real 4-wheel drive gear shift joint. And on the left side of the U is high 4, high low. Then the other side is neutral and then 4 low. And so normally when I go into 4-wheel drive, because to drive the car, it stays in high. In like high 2, for lack of a better word. And then you just move it up to go to high 4. Now, I think, especially my neighborhood.
See, some cars they'll do it automatically when it needs it. So I would suspect you can move it. I think all you have to do is call Jaime.
I mean, Biaggi, Garv, if y'all are out there,
let us know.
But dude, when I'm on Rock Creek, my revometer is moving because cars are going tachometer. Cars are going fast as hell, and I gotta at least be safe enough to go like Like I'm trying to go like 35. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this joint is like so. Then I get to a stoplight, like right at the Kennedy Center, and I try to move it out of low 4 into the other joint, and the car did not like that. like the noise it made was not good. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to do that. So then my last hurdle, snow traffic-wise, was the immediate blocks right here. Like, so I went up to K, I guess, to come in the back way into the alley, into the parking garage. I don't know that anyone has tried to treat that road whatsoever.
Oh, they didn't. It was like that yesterday.
Like, this is a major office area. Like, there's government agencies in these buildings.
Even over there close by a lot of the buildings, the government building, it's the same way.
Dude, you know where it was awful on my ride down today? Directly outside the vice president's house on Mass Ave. You got the vice president's house and then the British Embassy. Two pretty valuable things in this city, I would imagine. It was barely one lane. And it's a 4-lane road.
Yeah.
And it's just like... So my boy told me, and I don't know...
In VA, we didn't have those problems.
I don't know if this is accurate, B, but I'm going to tell you what I was told. Montgomery County... So, I have used Doug Kammerer as my guiding light in this snowstorm. And what Doug said, as much as you're able, if you're old or got a bad back or something, don't be shoveling this snow. Hire somebody.
Yeah.
But as much as you're able, the more you shovel, the better it's going to be.
Yeah.
Because then it doesn't pile up and get crazy. I was told that the Montgomery County Snow Service
waited till everything is over. Well,
and I don't know that that's accurate.
Well, now
why?
Now they're trying to move blocks of ice and just sheets of ice, which is much harder.
Like
whoever decided if that is true, if you decide to do that, you're not very smart at your job.
What are you thinking?
Because the other areas that's competing against you around here, they didn't. I know Virginia didn't wait. They're on their second, third little scrapeometer.
My street has not been plowed. Period. I was told, I'm going to check. There's a website you can check. We were in stage 2 of 5 stages.
They'll see you Monday after the second snowstorm.
Dog. We'll be right back. It's B. Mitch and Finley. AAA poll question of the day. How do you feel about the Commanders' new defense coordinator, Durante Jones? Good hire, bad hire, or unsure? I'm somewhere between unsure and good hire. I like it. Got this from Tailgate Ted. I think this should be points in his column. Tailgate Ted wants to know, any word if Durante Jones was part of the coaching brain trust that decided not to give Jeff a helmet? If so, I'm a fan of the hire.
Well, I think that was after Durante was gone.
The AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Landfill, I know you didn't make it in yesterday, but you did today. How was your ride in? Did you go Route 7 or did you pay for the toll road?
I went toll road, actually toll road 750, and then here I am.
How was getting out? Did you shovel, Landfill?
Paid a guy, Broheim.
What's the going rate?
I don't remember what it was. The issue...
That means he paid a lot and doesn't want to tell us. Landfill knows what it was.
He knows, exactly.
The issue is there was like an ice wall walling off the court, because they had plowed, and then there was just this gigantic pile of ice blocking the exit that nobody could have possibly got through. But once that got cleared, here I am now.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I had said yesterday on the program there were no high school kids walking around shoveling. Yesterday, I saw these kids. They were working their ass off. Yeah. They shoveled out my neighbor. It was two boys, I would say about 15, 16. Mm-hmm. I bet they were cleaning up, Cat.
But I bet
they could have cleared a G.
I commend this group in D.C. where it's a bunch of people that goes to the elderly and help them. And I guess the elderly's not paying them, but somebody else is taking care of them or whatever. But they go around doing that. I think that's cool. But this is the thing. The people that are plowing, do you think it's smart to put a wall in front of an area where people have to come out?
It's crazy.
Or if the people are trying to come and get their cars out, you think it's better that you go put 2 feet, 3 feet of ice right by their damn door? That ice is over time now. I
don't know what the better answer is, but it does seem crazy.
But if they told you to don't park on the street, that's on you. But when you come through on the plow, you watch the plow. The plows will turn. They can turn them a little bit.
Right.
And if they turn them a little bit, it pushes it out. How about push everything away from where the cars are to get them out of there? Let them get out easier. And don't crowd it up in the middle of a damn intersection.
It's crazy. So for me, we knew the snow was coming, so we put both cars in our driveway, which makes the driveway really difficult to navigate.
And put up your windshield wipers.
We did that too. But eventually, they're going to plow someday they're going to plow the street, and at that point, I'm going to continue to have to deal with this my boy called it the Dukes of Hazzard. I got to bust out of my driveway every time.
They shouldn't do that. Or I'll tell you something you can do. If you were to go to a hardware store, get some sand or some salt.
I have some salt. Shout out to Savannah.
You can at least throw that over it, and it'll start to eat it away some. Because what I did, after that snowed, I told you, I did my sidewalk. And I went out and I cleaned the sidewalk, and then the sleet came. So I put some sand and salt down. And then the next morning when I woke up, expecting to see that sleet had piled up, you know what? It was clean. Because the sand and salt kind of eats it away as it goes, and I felt better about that.
Here's going to be my problem. When we get done for the day, and I might have to go by Channel 4. If I go by Channel 4, I'm going to have to shave and get some clothes, but I'll figure that out. I took a shower, dog. I'm just wearing sweats.
You need some of my cologne, man, something help you out?
I push the limits of what they'll let me wear on television, but I don't think I can pull this off. But eventually when I get home again, might have to stop at Total Wine too, but eventually when I get home again, when the plow comes...
Naomi Red Blend.
That's good.
Off the chain.
There's nowhere to park. You know what I mean? I either have to get back into my driveway in reverse, going over the snow bump, or I just have to kind of like my street isn't very wide anyway. But with the snow plow eventually putting 3 feet of snow on the side,
let me hit you with a little something. Bootleg, what up?
Bootleg Joe,
go knock some of the stuff out front of my driveway. Put it more like there's a drain a little farther down.
Yeah.
Put it in front of the drain. Knock it out the front of my driveway so I don't have to deal with that bump.
I may have to deal with Bootleg Joe.
You got to know how to figure this thing out, Jay. You talked about everybody that can help you, and you don't let them help you.
You know what? I want to give them credit because Lord knows I didn't do this. But Papa, my boy Papa, and my buddy McGibney, there's a bunch of older folks in our neighborhood. They went and shoveled their walkways. Yeah. And when they were doing that, I volunteered.
Next time I hear you saying
I volunteered to watch the kids sled.
Next time I hear you say that, I want to say we went and did it. You.
I was helping. Somebody had to watch the kids.
Nah. Believe me, the kids could be watched from outside, in the house.
Not the little ones.
Yeah, they'd be all right.
You know what my little ones started doing yesterday? All this snow everywhere the eye could see. They could slide down any hill they want. They found a hill covered in bushes. So I had to come pull them out of the bushes every time. There's hills everywhere. We're going to go fight the bushes, Daddy.
That is your daughter.
I know. All right, when we return, Kevin Seifert joins us from Minneapolis. 11:30. Phones are going to be open for a while. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Little Prince playing to welcome in our friend from Minneapolis, Mr. Kevin Seifert. Covers the Vikings for ESPN. Kev, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing well, man.
Is it funny for you, as somebody that's lived in Minnesota now for, I would say, decades? Is that fair? At least many years.
Oh, yeah, definitely decades.
But you grew up in this area. When we get snow here, how big of a deal it is versus you guys it's just one day to the next.
They don't get that heavy snow like we do, though.
Oh, man.
It is crazy. I've seen what you guys have gotten in New York and all up the East Coast. Like, there's been very few times since I've lived here where we've actually gotten, like, huge blizzard snowstorms, mostly because it's just too cold. Mm-hmm. And the snow just doesn't, you just don't get as much snow when it's, like right now, when it's 11 below zero or whatever it is.
11 below?
It's 11 below right now?
Yeah, it's a dry 11 below, so that's good.
Yeah. See, like when we were there for the Super Bowl, it was snowing coming down, and I noticed it wasn't even sticking on. Care where you at, you can't stop that.
No, and so you guys just have to wait for it for the weather to get warmer. But we have that, and we have more chemicals than I care to imagine sitting on the streets all year round. So that helps as well. And so I feel for you guys. When I remember growing up, and we whenever there would be a big snowstorm, and by big I mean 3 or 4 inches in the forecast, people would flock to the supermarkets and, as if they were, it was Armageddon, and they buy all the bread and milk. And
yeah, dude.
Are they still doing that, Kev?
They're still doing that?
Oh, they still doing that. Listen, man, I walked into the grocery store the other day, and it looked like everybody just came in and stole everything. I'm talking about complete empty aisles.
I went to Wegmans.
Oh, man.
So the snow came Saturday night. I went to Wegmans Thursday afternoon, and it was so crowded, Kevin, there were no carts left. There were no carts in the whole grocery store. There were 10, 15 people waiting on the cart guy to bring the next batch of carts.
Oh, my God.
Crazy.
Well, hopefully that's a once every few years event for you guys.
Well, dude, they're saying we got another storm coming this weekend, which we are not equipped to handle.
No, we're not.
No, not at all.
All right. So let's talk about why I texted you last night. Daronte Jones is the new defensive coordinator in Washington. Obviously has been up there for a few years. What can you tell? I saw your tweet last night, which I thought was pretty telling. You said a very deserving promotion for Daronte Jones. It means the Vikings will at least have a new DBs coach, but very deserving promotion is what stuck with me. What do we need to know here?
Yeah, I mean, Daronte Jones is a guy that's worked for a lot of different defensive coordinators, even in Minnesota, and has a wide, I would say, a wide variety of experience in different schemes. He did spend the 1 year as a defense coordinator on the college level at LSU in between, but this will obviously be his first in the NFL. But he was. I feel like when coaches can span multiple different regimes, whether it's a head coach or even just a coordinator, and they are loved and admired and respected by all those different coordinators. In the case here, he started off with Mike Zimmer and his scheme, and then went to Ed Donatel and his scheme, 2 very different schemes, and then to Brian Flores and his scheme. And frankly, Brian Flores is not an easy guy to work for, in the sense that he's very intense, he's very aggressive, very exacting, and Daronte Jones was like his right-hand man here for 3 years, and he did not come in here with him. They didn't really know each other before that, and so he's clearly very adaptable, clearly very good on a human scale in terms of people to people. Can pull from a lot of different areas of scheme experience, and so and you guys know more than me about the commander search, but it's not an ideal situation when you're already 2 years into a regime and you're looking to change coordinators. But I think they got a guy who has a chance to adapt to exactly what the head coach wants and to execute it with his own flair and to motivate players to come along with him.
Well, I don't know if you know, Kev, but it's a very pessimistic area down here. So every time they hire somebody, if it's not like the name that just rolls off the tongue, like everybody knows who the person is, the fan base seems to get a little worried. Would you say he's someone they need to be worried about, or would you say they should give him a little bit more grace?
No, I mean, like, I understand if people would be worried about someone who really hasn't done it on this level. I mean, every great coordinator got his first job somewhere, so like that, it shouldn't scare people. But I understand why it would. Like, you don't want to be the fan of the team that is maybe quote unquote taking a chance on someone who has to adapt to what the expectations are, to what the personnel is, and to be able to, in their own way, execute those things. And so I think he has a lot of experience doing that. So if people are worried about the fact that he hasn't been a coordinator before, I get it, but I think he's demonstrated a lot of reasons to feel like he has the ability to overcome that lack of experience in that particular chair. And I think you'll find as you get to know him that he's a very easygoing, smart, communicative type of person who can get those things done. He's not going to be Brian Flores. He's not going to be Mike Zimmer. He's not going to be whatever other coordinator that, people might want to see him emulate. But I think he's got a lot of those people in him now, and deserves at least I think there's a lot of people around the league rooting for him because of just the way, as well liked as he is, and probably deserves some time to show, whether he can do the job or not.
So, Kev, do you think, will he bring the Brian Flores super aggressive blitz schemes to Washington, or do you think it might be some kind of combination of all the different defenses he's kind of coached under?
Yeah, I mean, I think people, I think there's only one guy who can do the Brian Flores scheme. It is so unique, and it's so, and the scheme, I couldn't even, in a few sentences tell you what the Brian Flores scheme is, other than the fact that it's different every week. It's wild and aggressive and unpredictable, but a lot of it comes from the depths of his mind. And so, but the interesting thing is, the year that Durante Jones was at LSU, he actually sort of coincidentally, he'd never worked for Flores or anything, but he sort of coincidentally tapped into some of the concepts and philosophies that Flores uses in terms of breaking convention. One of the things that Flores brought here is that when he blitzes, it's sort of assumed that when you blitz, you're going to have to use man coverage behind it because of just the math of it, and he often uses zone, and so that was something that sort of coincidentally and independently, Durante Jones had experimented with at LSU. So I do think there's the possibility for him doing some things, under the approval of the head coach, that are not conventional and not things that if you were sitting at day one install, you would necessarily expect. But in terms of are we going to see, the position, the volume of positional, neutrality that Brian Flores uses in terms of using Harrison Smith as a defensive end or a defensive end as an outside, or defensive tackle as an outside linebacker, or just the degree to which Flores does things that you don't expect or would never conceive of. I don't think that anybody really could produce that, but I would be shocked if Durante Jones has a defense that sort of sits back in coverage and just lets deep offenses dictate what they're going to do.
I like people that do things that are unconventional. I watched one of the playoff game this weekend. It was 8 to 9 people on the line, and when the ball was snapped, 2 people rushed. You had 9 people drop out. Even the defensive lineman dropped back, and they used to call this here a zone blitz back in the day, where the D tackle would look like they're about to rush, and they drop up. And I've seen quarterbacks throw it right in their laps. So those type of things confuses quarterbacks, because quarterbacks look at certain keys and they just let the ball go. They normally don't even look where they're throwing it. They just let the ball go. And if he could bring something like that, I'll take it.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience in sort of the the post snap world, I guess you'd call it. You know, if you're an offense in the NFL, really on any in any team and facing any opponent, and you think you're going to know who you're throwing to before the snap, then you're taking a big risk. And so what the best defenses are doing is making the quarterback adjust after the snap and after the pre-snap read. And so that's a big part of what Brian Flores has done. And it's something that I think Ed Donatel tried to do a little bit in 2022 when Durante Jones was here. And so that's a very important part of NFL defenses, and there's no doubt that Durante has had a lot of exposure to that. And I should also point out that Flores, during preseason games, and you can say what you want about preseason games, but he did give Durante Jones play calling during a few of those preseason games over the years. And so it's not as if he's going to walk into this in the first preseason game in Washington will be the first time he's ever called plays on the NFL level, the defensive signals at least. And so, and I don't think Brian would do that for anybody, but he definitely did it for him.
Talking with our friend Kevin Seifert here. Of course, you can read Kevin's work at ESPN.com. You can give Kevin a follow at Seifert ESPN. Coaches are generally only as good as their talent. And I think Washington needs more talent on their defensive side of the football for sure. Are there any free agents to be, pending free agents in Minnesota that you could see Jones trying to bring with him?
Not people whose contracts are expiring. There might be some salary cap cuts. Interestingly, I don't know if it'll be Jonathan Allen, but they signed two veteran defensive tackles in the free agency last year, Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave, and so I wouldn't be shocked if one of those guys ends up out there. And so, I don't know the extent to which they have a relationship, with him being on the DBs and pass game coordinator and those guys being on the D line, but we kind of think that at least one of those guys might either have to adjust their contract significantly or could end up being a salary cap cut. I'm just thinking through, the Vikings are going to have to replace Harrison Smith probably because he's probably going to retire. I don't think, his deal is coming up. His deal is coming up, but I don't think he's interested in moving teams at this point in his career. Run he's had. Yeah.
He's still playing well.
And he could play, next year and probably be fine. It's just a matter of when you just say, I've had enough. And so, that's really what we're kind of waiting on here. We assume that, based on sort of the way things played out they had a sort of a send-off in their last regular season game that Harrison Smith is done. But I guess in theory, his contract will be up. But I can't think of anyone obvious that he would, that Durante might be looking to bring from here.
Just because every time I see this man play football, it's generally against Washington, and he generally makes one huge play. Did it in Miami, did it in Minnesota. Andrew Van Ginkel has a big number. His cap number is almost $20 million. Any chance there? I mean, he's going to be 31 with a $20 million cap number?
I don't think so. They redid
That's
his
a smart
deal.
football player, man.
Yeah, he and Flores have been connected at the hip here for a while. He was in Miami when Flores was there for a while, and then on Flo's, you could say suggestion or demand or however you want to put it, he was signed here as a free agent. He had a little bit of injury trouble at the beginning of last year, but he finished strong, and I can't imagine that would be a player that they would be looking to part ways with on a salary cap situation or a cash situation. That he's still a core defensive player, and we're assuming that Flo is coming back here now because he hasn't interviewed for any of the remaining head coaching jobs that are open. So I guess I would be shocked if that were to come about.
You find a good player, you better keep him.
I
know we always look at the age in the media world. Better look at that player's performance on that football field.
Yeah, and he's such a perfect fit for what they do with Flo's scheme, and Flo builds a lot of his scheme around what he can do, and there's there's just a ton of unique skill sets there that he's worked years to develop, and I think they probably want to like ride it out until it doesn't exist anymore, and that I don't think is coming anytime soon.
Interesting. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about, just because you are, covering the Vikings, living that world every day, how are Vikings fans handling Darnold's success this season?
Oh, I mean, like it's been a classic case of revisionism. I mean, every fan you hear from now is like, I can't believe how stupid they were to have let him go, and look what they were left with is J.J. McCarthy. And but if you were to rewind 12 months from now,
they all wanted him to be gone.
I heard of were like, and I get it. You draft a quarterback number 10, J.J. McCarthy, and everybody's excited, and they want to see him on the field. And people forget that the Sam Darnold's last two starts with the Vikings were really bad, and he had a big part to do with that. And so I don't remember a lot of people being, I mean, it's not often that you let a guy who produced the way Sam Darnold produced leave. In fact, I think he was only the second quarterback in NFL history to change teams after throwing for 30-plus touchdown passes. So it doesn't happen very often, but there were defensible reasons for why they did it. The mistakes that were made there at the quarterback position extend primarily to their overconfidence in JJ. I mean, they were the ones who saw him behind the scenes and were the ones who had the most information to judge whether it would be okay to let Sam go and have JJ be the starter, and that's where the mistake was. And so, but yeah, fans are struggling. And the other part is, Clint Kubiak is the most recent previous offensive coordinator here. He was Mike Zimmer's offensive coordinator in his last season before he was fired and Kevin O'Connell took over. And so the Vikings' most recent offensive coordinator and their most recent quarterback are both in the Super Bowl.
That's crazy.
It's a double whammy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But sometimes change of scenery makes things a lot easier for you.
And people get better too. Like Sam Darnold in that NFC Championship game, that he played much better than he did in those two games.
He was awesome.
So,
yeah.
You got a lean for the Super Bowl?
I mean, I have a hard time. I don't know. I'll be curious to see what the spread ends up being by the time we get to the game. But I would assume, like, I'm amongst many people who see Seattle as a heavy favorite, and that's who I would pick. The Patriots have been great at proving people wrong, but like all the signs that you would normally be looking for in terms of quarterback play and in terms of experience and in terms of play style, seem to lean in the Seahawks' favor.
Yeah, I mean,
minus 4.5 right now, right?
Yeah, minus 4.5 now.
It's already gone from 3.5, so like I would think people are gonna be jumping on that.
If it gets high enough, B, you know me, I got to take the points. I'm a take the points guy, but we got time before that. Kevin, thank you for the time, dude. I appreciate reaching out to you and just being available. Thank you, man.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's our guy, Kevin Seifert, covers the Vikings for ESPN.com. You can read his work there. Give him a follow at Seifert ESPN. I thought some really good stuff there. And knowing Flores is Flores. There's only one of them.
Yeah.
Right? But I loved what Kevin said. I tweeted this out. The degree to which Flores does the unexpected or unconventional is impossible to replicate, but I'd be shocked if Jones doesn't try to be aggressive and not sit back and let the offense dictate terms.
I just think when you speed up an offense, they play into your hands.
They did far too much of sitting back and letting the offense dictate terms.
You don't want to do 7-on-7.
You lost by 20-plus for a month. Go get them. All right, let's open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. Durante Jones, new D coordinator in Washington. How you feeling about it? Your turn to talk. Durante Jones, if you missed any of our interview with Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN, get on the Odyssey app, go to the podcast, go to the YouTube, wherever you got to go, listen to that. Because the way Kevin explained Jones should have Commanders fans really excited.
Mm-hmm.
What Brian and I are excited about most is an aggressive defense, okay? It's similar to when they hired DJ Williams, and I made a point of only talking about everywhere DJ Williams had been as a coach. And then eventually you mentioned, by the way, he's Doug Williams' son.
Mm-hmm.
With Durante Jones, you got to talk about who he is as a coach. And then you can add in, it is pretty cool, he's from here.
Yeah.
And I think this is really cool. He coached at Bowie State, and we have a caller on the line, Nas and Clinton, that played for him. Nas, what's up,
Nas?
man?
What's up, JP? What's up, B-Mix? What's going on?
What's happening, brother?
So,
hey, man, I'm glad y'all got me on today.
Yeah, dude, we are too. So you played for Coach Jones at Bowie State?
Yes, sir.
What was he like?
I was there when we was the number one defense in 2009. We went to the CIAA championship. He was also, prior to that year, they had a number one defense. Coach Jones. Everything up front, whether it's a zone blitz or man blitz, he's an aggressive defensive coordinator, and he's going to dictate what the offense does based on what we do. And for Washington, what we have so far, I know we might not have a lot of talent, but if you look at our back end and what he's going to demand out of them, it's going to help that front end do a lot more things to make that defense a lot more aggressive going forward.
What would you say he likes to every once in a while just go at the quarterback? I mean, because I think you let a quarterback in the NFL sit back there, he's going to pick you apart. I don't care who he is. But if you make him speed up his process, he's going to have problems.
Exactly right, B-Mitch. Our favorite coverage back then was cover zero. We used to call it crash saw red. DBs, we lining up. We playing press man. We showing cover zero with the safeties. We telling you, you're going to have to beat us. You're going to have to beat us. And along the game, when we used to play games with that, teams used to say, okay, well, we're going to do this if y'all go to zero. Then later in the game, we show the trap. Now we show zero. We run a cover two behind it. We run a robber behind it. Everything about his philosophy is we going to attack and be physical and go get the ball. And if you notice, when he was at LSU, he went against Bryce Young and them. That offense that LSU had that year, he pretty much shut that team down. Obviously, LSU offense that year wasn't as good, but Alabama, when they played, watch that tape against Bryce Young and what they did to Alabama.
You know what?
Right.
I will do that.
Check it out.
No, it's a great call, man. I appreciate
you, brother.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
Thank you.
All
right. That's cool. Here's somebody that played for him.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Kevin in Lanham. Kevin, what do you think of the Durante Jones hire?
Thank you, Lord. I predicted it. Man, 2 months ago, I called you, B. Mitch and Finley, and I was like, I want the assistant to the assistant. I knew we couldn't get Brian Flores because of how the job he did. He'd probably get a head coaching job, and I was surprised he went back as a coordinator. But remember, I told you guys, I want the assistant to the assistant to bring whatever they learned there and bring it to our team. That's what I think. I love it, man. I love it.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I think we're talking to him later today. Thank you, Kev. That was Barstool Nate's thing about the Maryland job, right? Is like, go to Indiana and hire the number 2 guy. Like, that's what Washington has done, is go to the best defense and get somebody else.
Somebody out of it.
That knows it, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Damien is in Suitland. What's up, Damien?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
We're good,
brother.
dude.
How are you?
I'm good, man. Just based on everything I've heard and read about the new DC, I love this hire. He's a young man. He's from the DMV area. He stresses to the DBs to do your job. He's going to teach them technique that they probably hadn't learned yet. So for me, I like this because he is an assistant to Brian Flores, and I think this defense is going to grow leaps and bounds this upcoming season.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Man, I'm surprised. It's like universal. Everybody's excited.
I think my man, right, he need to go do some smooth talk. That voice right there, boy. He
should be hosting Saturday nights.
That's what I'm saying,
10
man.
p.m. to midnight.
Easy listening.
Jamal's in D.C. What's up, Jamal?
JP, B. Mitch, what's up?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Man, I can't complain, man. I'm with you, JV. I'm somewhere between don't know and excited. I think the fact that he comes from Blind Flores' tree, that's great. I would love to see how this plans out, and I'm gonna love it even more once we trade this number 7 overall pick to Vegas for one Maximilian Crosby. Young, how y'all feel about that? Thanks for taking my call.
Trying to trade 7 for Max Crosby.
Already, huh? You ready, man?
I don't know about trading 7. If you could
listen, man. If you could, listen, I'm gonna tell you this. They it. Yeah. I think Crosby has another good 4 years left hitting quarterbacks in the back of the head. Yeah. One guy that can constantly be a problem, I'll take that. We hadn't had that in a long time, bro.
They are now if you search the internet, there's a lot of stuff out there. Tim Kawakami, I believe, used to report for The Athletic on the Niners.
Okay.
Now I think he does his own podcast like everybody else on the planet. He said, Max Crosby has to be right in the 49ers' sights. I think he's gettable. I mean, I think they could get him. They've thought about him for a long time. They've admired him for a long time. He's the perfect bookend with Nick Bosa. I think the Raiders are going to trade him based on everything that happened at the end of the year.
Okay.
Something to consider.
I don't think he's going to just go to one guy. If they have a chance to talk to multiple people, they'll see. We'll see.
Easy E is on the line. What up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch? What's going on, JP?
What's up, brother?
Hey, before I get to this DC hire, man, see you slide down the street yesterday on that video you had on Twitter, JP. I was like, I sent you a message too. I said, hey, man, look, who is stopping you? A light pole, SUV in front of you? Because you were sliding so fast, I was like, there's no way there's enough snow with all that ice on top that you are stopping unless there is a force in front of you so damaging.
I stopped. If you watch the video, I clearly stopped.
Who was stopping him?
I stopped. I know what I'm doing in the snow, man.
But it looked dangerous. All right, so be careful, man, because we need you when free agency opens up and the draft is here. We need you now, but we need you more than ever then. And I don't need you laid out on the bed getting surgery because you done ran into a pole or something.
I was Gucci, baby.
Hey, look, I like the DC hire. I'm going to tell you this on both coaches, but I'm going to start with the DC hire. I like that one because not only because he comes from Brian Flores and he's an assistant coach there, but I think this team truly needed a coach that's going to take these young players we have, put them in a position to succeed. And the fact that he was a DB's coach, he had to at least take the defensive back and put them in the best situation to succeed. So I think the fact that he had to look at that and he learned from that and continued to progress, and now he's a DC, he can not only do it with the DBs and say, okay, who can I bring in potentially to teach these linebackers, the young ones, potentially the ones that, we sign in for agency or draft, and then allow the front and then the blitz to get to the quarterback, because if your cornerbacks don't have the guard or stay on the receivers for 12 decades is what it feels like for us, then you get to the quarterback in 2 or 3 seconds. Now you make that quarterback throw the ball before he wants to, which is why I think the previous caller or a caller before me, I think, said trading the pick. I think we stay at 7 to get our own edge rusher because, 1, it'll be cheaper. 2, you don't have to trade that 7th pick and maybe more draft capital. I don't know. But also, I wanted to say, I think this is a really good compliment to the offensive side of the ball because you bring in a young guy of a playbook we're predicting that's going to be called like that's going to be called like previous coaches he's been around. But we really don't know that. So I think we bring in 2 guys where we're predicting the way they're going to call the plays, but we truly don't know because the talent here is a little different. So thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Easy.
Appreciate it, man.
Good call, man. I think should be excited. I'm going to take one more. Phil's in Oxon Hill.
What up, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, guys? B. Mitch, you're a Hall of Famer. Whether Canton accepts you or not, you there.
Appreciate
JP,
you.
what's up? Your story about driving was hilarious. I was at school with Durante in 95. I graduated in 95. He graduated in 96.
At McNamara, you're talking about?
Aggressive, yeah, at McNamara. And first of all, we wore similar colors. We wore maroon and gold. He's going to be wearing burgundy and gold now. If he's as aggressive as he was then, the man knows D-backs. That's for sure. His resume, who he's been coaching under. This is one of those hires where it doesn't make sense to a lot of people except for who's in that room.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe Daronte has put in enough work and enough time for him to make both Mustang pride proud. I'm just so proud of this young man. And I think he's gonna stand on the table for downs. Because, like I said, he's an aggressive D-backs coach. I love what he did in Minnesota. We've been following his career since he's been in the Bengals and then Miami. This is a great hire. I'm standing on the table for him. I ain't nobody, but I'm somebody today. I'm standing on the table for my boy.
That's great, man.
All right, brother.
Thanks for the call,
Appreciate
dude. Quick break. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got breaking baseball news and breaking NFL news next.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
I'm not really sure why, but she's also sending me updates every time a car drives on our street. I think she's probably waiting for the plow. She probably wants to get the hell out of the house, but she just texted me, a Wrangler just went up the street.
In other words, she's letting you know, because she heard you saying yesterday you couldn't go because everything kept getting stuck. Nay, Jay, now stuff moving.
Well, I think she's
me and the girls about to go somewhere.
I think she's keeping an eye on the kids sledding in the street, and then if cars are coming.
Oh, well,
but
you damn sure want to do that.
The Wrangler could be Bootleg Joe. So that's my guess.
Joe, did you text him?
Not yet.
Did you get that ramp out front of your yard?
All right, breaking news. Buffalo, the Bills have hired Joe Brady as their next head coach. If you've heard of Joe Brady, it's because he was their offensive coordinator. I don't hate this. I'm not necessarily moved by it either. You get rid of McDermott, you let Brady take over. My guess is Josh Allen said, I don't want to switch everything up. Mm-hmm. Are you moved by
I think the pressure is at Bean right now. Get him some more players to help him out so he doesn't have to do everything. And if when you're forcing and pressing all the time, you're making mistakes, dog. I don't care who you are. You know, the best of the best make mistakes when they try to do everything.
So obviously, the Bills going to Joe Brady's a big deal. Joe Brady's been a head coaching candidate really ever since that 2019 LSU team that he was the offense coordinator for. So Brady getting that gig adds up to me. Also means eventually when Cincinnati fires that dude, whose name I can never remember, Zach Taylor, I believe, they won't be able to go get Joe Brady. So they'll have to underpay some other candidate nobody's heard of, because that's how Cincinnati operates. Now in the NFL, there are only 3 jobs remaining from what was a wild, wild coaching cycle.
Yeah.
Bills go with Brady. Steelers go with Mike McCarthy. Ravens went with Jesse Minter. Giants hired John Harbaugh. The Falcons hired Kevin Stefanski. The Dolphins hired Jeff Hafley. The Titans hired Robert Saleh. 3 open jobs remaining. Cleveland, Arizona, and the Raiders. Of those 3, what do you think is the best?
Raiders.
Number 1 overall pick.
You got Arizona cheap. You got Cleveland, their ownership, and
they're
you don't know you don't know what's going on there.
They still have Deshaun Watson for 2 more years.
Bigger than the quarterback, the whole ownership stuff is screwed up.
Totally.
And I think I would just have to go with Arizona. I mean, with Cleveland. Hold on. Vegas. You know, it's just, you can figure it out there. You got the number 1 pick. You got Las Vegas. Not like people want to go there and play.
Right.
You know? So I think it's the best at this point.
You want to hear how the sausage...
Mushroom is a little strange, but
that's a strange
Mushroom don't mind spending money.
Well, and if Brady's really in charge, at least you got somebody that maybe knows what they're doing. You want to know how the sausage gets made?
Mm-hmm.
Will Nussmeier was a top 10 quarterback draft pick going into this year at LSU. People were talking about him maybe being number 1 overall, right? LSU was terrible. Coach got fired. I watched
my family.
I watched a lot of LSU early. Nussmeier was not good.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how the sausage gets made, B. Get an agent, get a publicist.
Yeah.
Dane Brugler, who I like, is a very good draft analyst. Key Senior Bowl storylines I'll be watching this week in Mobile. Top 1. Big opportunity for quarterback Will Nussmeier, who is finally healthy. Hey,
he was hurt. That's why he played bad.
That's why he was bad. You know why it's a big opportunity? Because this quarterback class sucks. That's why it's a big opportunity, because Mendoza's going 1. I bet before it's said and done, Ty Simpson goes top 10, and somebody with a lot of money and some smarts is trying to get Nussmeier into the first round.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening, folks. On Masson for a number of years. So Cart retired. The Nats are no longer on Masson. The Nats are now going to be on MLB.TV, a streaming service. but I think they're still working on maybe getting on regular TV, whatever's going on. Our friend Chelsea Janes with the news. Dan Kolko will succeed Bob Carpenter doing play-by-play on Nats broadcast this year, according to multiple people familiar with the decision. Kolko filled in regularly for Carpenter last year and has been part of Nats coverage in various roles since 2012. I know Dan. I like Dan. I'm excited for him. Congratulations, dude.
Kind of felt like that might go. That might be the route that they would take, too.
I thought it seemed pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But then once they left Masson, and I just didn't know, like, all of a sudden, a lot of new stuff was thrown that way, but keeping some continuity. Congrats to Dan Kolko. That's got to be pretty close to a dream gig, I imagine.
Yeah. Gotta be.
So, I mean, dude, I think pitchers and catchers report in like 2 weeks. Now, I don't know with the MLB streaming if they're going to show many/any spring training games, but I don't know. This Nat season probably not going to be as much about what we see on the field anyway.
As long as we see something moving in the right direction. Something. Whatever it is.
Whatever it is. Yeah. We shall see. But congrats to Dan Kolko. I imagine that is exciting for all those involved. When we come back, I mean, perfect timing. Mike Jones is going to join us. Let's talk about the Bills hiring Joe Brady. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch and Philly.
not Will Nussmeier. Thanks for listening, Keith. Right now, we got NFL news all over the place, and to help us make sense of all of it is our friend, Mr. Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones from The Athletic. Mike, what's up, dude? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing today?
We're doing good, Mike. Things changed up for you.
How did the storm hit on the Eastern Shore? How you guys holding up in Delaware?
Well, I was not here. I was out in Denver. I managed to get out before it hit, but I made it back. It just fine. I thought my flight from Denver was going to be delayed with, ice or something like that in Baltimore. But I guess.
Mike, I'm gonna throw you on hold real quick, bro. The line is struggling here.
Yeah,
I can't believe though he was able to. If he was in Denver when we saw that storm roll in, and then get back to,
but they know how to deal with it.
True,
because there was another guy on the news flew in from Denver. He said he had no delays. They actually got in early.
That's crazy. Dude, my buddy's wife yesterday flew out to Vegas. They live in our neighborhood. She got an Uber to pick her up on the main street. She had to walk to the Uber, but her flight got out. That's crazy, right? I'm really interested to talk to Jones, especially about being at that Broncos game. All right, we're going to try this again. So, Jones, you were in Denver for that game. What was it like when that weather rolled in? I mean, the whole world seemed to change there.
Yeah, it really did change a lot for them because it got so windy, and it really was difficult for them to do anything. Now, and that's what kind of really surprised me by Sean Payton not taking the points, because, you should have planned and been prepared that, hey, this might be a cold weather game, might be kind of nasty, and you're going to have trouble moving the ball.
I'm gonna put Mike back on hold. Landon, I'll let you figure out. I couldn't.
Yeah,
I don't think we could keep going there. Hopefully we can figure it out with Mike because we appreciate him making time for us, and he was in Denver for that game, which was just crazy. I wonder, there's so much go for it, don't go for it on fourth downs now, and like if a coach ever kicks a field goal, the snark machines on the internet say how old he is.
They can say what the hell they want to say, but Romo sitting there said, this game is a low-scoring game. You take the points. In that situation, he probably should have taken those points.
I wonder McVay too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But in that situation with 4 minutes and something down, where he was sitting at, I think you got to try and go right there because that's at a certain point in the game. They wouldn't get the ball back. Once Hitchcock got that ball, it was over for them.
Totally.
So,
trying to figure it out with Mike. I don't know if we'll be able to. Big breaking news in the NFL. Joe Brady gets the Bills head coaching job. Also looks like this is a guy we've heard about a lot. Ian Cunningham was with the Eagles. Then he went to the Bears. Kind of a rising front office person that has always been rumored with lots of different jobs. He's going back for an in-person second interview with the Falcons to possibly be that GM
in
Atlanta. Right now, I think he's number 2 with the Bears, which is funny how a lot can happen. Like last year, nobody wanted. Last year, I think people were really wondering if Ryan Poles should keep his job, let alone hire his number 2. Now. Everybody, the Bears are doing it right. You know what I mean?
Let's go get their people. But they had success. I mean, and once you have success, people will overlook a lot of stuff.
Right.
You have success, it's all they see. So they feel I got to get somebody that was in that building.
I did. So we had Mike Jones. The connection was no good, but our guy Rusty provided the Delaware update. 8 to 10 inches of snow. He said he plowed for over 24 hours, and there's more coming this weekend. How do we feel about this weekend? Is that storm definitely coming?
Based off of Amelia and Doug, yeah. But they keep saying they don't know exactly if it may not give us as much because it may stay a little bit farther south than where we are.
I did want to have, and now might be a good time to do it. So I don't really know what happened. Ben Standig wrote an article that the Commanders might not have a choice with Daron Payne but to keep him around, right? And somehow the internet, I wish we had Jeff here for this because he's in this deep state Commanders internet. The assertion came out that maybe the organization is cheap and like not long on cash, right? And I don't know how one thing becomes the next, but I think that is misguided. And the Daron Payne thing is going to be really interesting because the one thing I can't stress enough, the salary cap is going to be $300 million. People get so caught up in what guys are getting paid that they can't process how little that impacts the salary cap. Last year, people were upset about Javon Kinlaw making $15 million.
Didn't affect it at all.
It's about 5%.
Yeah, but
Daron Payne is set to make $28 million. There's no guaranteed money on there. Both sides would probably restructure, right?
Everybody does the same things when people get to a certain point in their career and they're making a certain amount of money. But I think what we've gotten around here, everybody, they want to move forward, but they can't make their minds make them move forward. They keep thinking based off of how things were. The money situation is totally different. I just think that once, I hate the fact that once you pay somebody and then the next thing we start thinking is about when you're going to have to let them go. You know what I mean? I think when you pay somebody, pay them until they stop playing well. You can't, like you say, you don't want to be pre-mad?
Right.
Let's not get rid of people. Let's let them get to the point where, we cannot pay them anymore, let them go. But we do this as soon as they sign there. When a dude signs a 4 or 5 year deal for a certain amount of money, we start thinking about that every year. We got to get past that.
So Daron is in a pretty similar situation that John Allen was in last year. I would give it 2 gigantic howevers, though, if people are trying to make that comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Contractually, it's pretty similar. And they're both now coming towards the end of their second contract. Like, that is similar.
Mm-hmm.
Daron, however, incredibly durable. He's only missed 2 games in the last 5 seasons. And one of them was for arguably a BS suspension.
Yeah. Payne, that had nothing to do with his durability.
No. Payne plays, man. Snap after snap, game after game. And is younger. Daron came into the league at 21. He's only 28 right now.
Mm-hmm.
He'll turn 29 in May. So it's just, they're not the same. And I'm not here like riding or die for Daron. Like I've known Daron since he was a rookie. He's a nice, quiet young dude. But like, if you want to get rid of Payne, who's going to play?
Yeah.
Because if you want to talk about
right now,
free agent, you're going to pay the free agent that much.
We're looking at this thing here. If you're going to move forward, okay, and you're going to have the right people around, point blank. If you're not going to have bad people playing, if you got new coordinators here, you're going to have players. And sometimes you need to have somebody who has some familiarity with what's going on right here. Somebody that knows how to play in the league. Can't get all young people.
Through 2 years, I don't think Johnny Newton is the replacement for Daron Payne that some thought / hoped. Newton is a negative against the run, and we're 2 years in. There's nothing to say he can't evolve and become better, but he gets blown off the line of scrimmage. Johnny Newton in the run game does not help your defense. Maybe that can change, but as it is through 2 years, I'm not making a snap judgment on this. He does not help you against the run. He is not a Daron Payne replacement.
Nah. He's too small for that.
Right.
You got to know how to use him and utilize his ability.
Right.
And maybe somebody coming in with a different mindset could do that for him.
My point with Payne is not that you must keep him. I can understand there's no guarantees left. Maybe you can make something work. If you want to scream about his cap number at $28 million, okay, it's about 9% of the salary cap. Salary cap is $300 million.
Yeah.
I think people still have in their brain that when the cap was like $125 million, because it accelerated so fast over the life of this last TV contract. Like, It is so high now.
People have to just realize this one thing that I realized a long time ago. People get paid in the NFL. Let's stop looking at the money that people get immediately. Oh, they're getting paid too much money. Don't compare it to yourself. This is what they get paid in this league. Just realize that.
Like, in terms of, if you want to try to replace Duran with a free agent, if somebody of his value hit free agency, what do you think a stud D tackle is making on the street? It's going to be 35.
Yes, easily.
So Chris Jones, so Milton Williams last year, that's the kind of guy I want Washington to target. He signed a 4-year, $104 million deal.
But you know one thing, though, Jay? Let's go back to that. When Milton Williams became a free agent and people started talking, you know how many people were saying, oh, he ain't that level of guy. Oh, anybody can go sign him. Now when he goes and he performs well and that defense play well, now they're talking about how good he was. Before he signed, they were not giving him a lot of credit.
Dude, there are people in New England halfway through the year that were calling him a bust, that they paid too much.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's amazing.
He missed some time.
But it's amazing at this point now. Oh, look at this deal. You don't know sometimes. You got to let it play out.
I think it is. If Duran's back, that's okay. Like, he is not the problem. Honestly, their cap isn't even in bad shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have plenty of space. And until they show a proclivity for spending, what do they need to create more space for? Right now, they've got over $60 million in cap space. They're obviously going to get a Tunsil deal done. That'll create more cap space.
What's going to open up some money?
Lattimore's coming off the books. Yeah. Like, could you save more by releasing Payne? Yes. Who the hell's going to play D tackle?
You know what I say about that? It's not my job.
I'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Here's a more real question. I'm not doing a bit here. I think you could make a case that Payne was their best defensive player last year.
I don't think
Who was it?
I don't think you have to make a case. I think it's a fact. Who played better than him consistently?
I'm not trying to be. I think it says something about the level of defensive play, but like Wagner had the best statistical season of anybody on the defense.
Not the position, though. I'm talking about the D tackles. Who played better than him?
Kinlaw was more up and down. Payne's more consistent. Newton, certainly not. If you want to celebrate the 3-sack game, congratulations. But over the course of a season, I mean, I'm talking about best defensive player.
Yeah.
Wagner has by far the most statistical accomplishments. Ideally, you get a new D coordinator in here. Maybe you're able to figure out how to use Bobby's strengths and not put him in positions of weakness. Some of that, when you get quick running backs or wideouts or tight ends running free against middle linebackers, that rarely works out all that well, and it certainly didn't for Washington.
Yeah, and you watch any game that doesn't work out.
I mean, Von Miller led them with sacks. I wouldn't say he was their best player. I thought Jacob Martin was the best kind of surprise they got.
Yes.
But, like, would you say it was Revo or, like, Luvu? I think you could make a real case that Daron Payne was their best defensive player last year.
True.
And so, at some point, you still need guys on the field.
Yeah. I just say this. You may have some overhaul going on every year, but you're never going to have 53 new players, completely new players. Somebody has to stay around.
I don't know how the Payne situation is interesting. I think because fans have so much active information, they look at the cap and want to get answers. Well, I'll take your calls. I know there are people out there that want him gone, and they say you can't have your highest cap number guy not giving you more. But dude, Duran's cap number isn't that significant. Give me a team. Pick an NFL team.
Let's go Eagles.
All right, I just went to Detroit. because that's what I hit. When you start paying your quarterback, Jared Goff's cap number this year is $70 million. That's when you get into serious situations.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, $33 million. The Lions have 5 players with a $20 million or more cap number. Washington has 3, and 2 of those will likely be reworked.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a guy at 19 that's going to get cut in Lattimore.
Yeah.
Like, Washington's cap is not in these types of situations, and maybe that's not enough to keep somebody.
Sometimes too much information is just too much, Jay. A lot of people get all this information, don't know how to use it, but they just go with what somebody else said.
I'm not saying you can't make a move here, but I thought with John coming off the injuries and stuff, it was way more obvious how that was going to shake out.
Was the bigger thing in that
And,
situation.
dude, I love John. I've known him a long time, but the reason he slipped in the draft was there were concerns about his shoulders over his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that stuff comes to...
And it came to a head at this point.
It comes to be part of the calculus. Yeah. Disco's in Laurel. What's up, Disco?
What up, Disco?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, so Deron Payne. I think Deron Payne has been average throughout his career to above average here and there. I'm okay if we keep him. I'm not worried about the money. And I hear you when you say, "Well, who are you gonna replace him with?" I'm careful. I don't think we should say he's irreplaceable. I think that's Adam Peters' job.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying irreplaceable.
But you got to have somebody. You got to have somebody in mind with the right price if you're going to replace him. It's not irreplaceable. Correct. But if you go get somebody, let's say you go get somebody to make $10 million, and then they drop off drastically in the play, is that cool?
So no. So what I'm saying is, so maybe if we go get an edge, see how he plays, see how much better he plays with an edge. I'm okay if we keep him because it's not my money. I'm just saying I don't remember the last time we had a dominant force up the middle because we know pressure up the middle is what quarterbacks hate the most. So he has not been that. I'm okay if we keep him, but I would love for us to upgrade on the interior.
I would say this.
I don't disagree with that, dude.
But quarterbacks, people always say that quarterbacks do hate pressure up the middle. But you know what makes them see that pressure up the middle? Pressure off the edge, which we have not had now in how many years. So when the guys coming off the edge begin to make you step up in the pocket, you feel that pressure up the middle. But if you drop back 9 yards, 7 yards, whatever it is, and you never have to move off that spot, the pressure of the middle is not going to get to you. It's when you step up to 5 yards or so, when you got to press up because those guys are coming around the edge, make the quarterback step up to about 4 yards, then you feel that pressure up the middle. They don't get that.
Yeah.
Hey, Disco, while I have you. Good point. Nobody's saying he's irreplaceable, but it's not an easy replacement. I would disagree with your assessment of Payne a little bit. I would say he's been above average for most of his career with a few glimpses of great. I wouldn't say average with a few glimpses of above average. I would go up a level on both of those. But to that point, he has not delivered on the greatness consistently. I'll give you that. But I saw your video on Hogs Haven, I think, that went pretty viral. I want to let you make those points. They just need more talent.
Yeah, I think, I've said that because here's the thing. You guys have been around. How many years have we fired coaches? We fire coach after coach after coach. But the constant is we have not had consistent talent. We've had some pieces, but you can bring in all these young coordinators are going to need. It's Adam Peters' time. It's time, bro. It's your time to get these guys better talent. We have some pieces here so that they can succeed because everybody's already predicted hot seat for Dan Quinn and he's going to be gone. Then we suck again. So I'm not looking forward to that. Go get build the talent so other teams can see. You think Mike McDonald is this super? We don't know if he's a super genius coach. He's got one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, and he's got an elite defense. So let's go get talent. But this is Adam Peters' time, and we know we're not going to get it all at once. But go get 1 or 2 dudes on both sides of the ball. We do not have a foundational piece on defense at all.
Agreed with that. All right, it's a good call, Disco. Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you, guys.
All right. We're going to keep the phone lines open, man. They have to get more talent. No debate about that whatsoever. And, you start talking about, like, who was the best player on this defense? Who was the unsung hero? There's some interesting options, but on a really bad defense, I don't know that any one player is irreplaceable, but you can get worse, man. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do you want him to do with Deron Payne? Do you consider it a problem?
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at
A lot of folks think the production does not match the cash. Let's see what Shane in Fairfax says. Shane, what's up, dude?
What's up, JP? B. Mitch, how y'all doing today?
How you doing, man?
Hey, look, here's the thing. Deron Payne, not that I pay attention to the PFF rating, is a 60, right? And what has he done since he's been here? He had one good season. That's when he got his bag, and he played right beside Jonathan Allen to help out. He has been my opinion, is overrated here in D.C., and it's time to move on from the Deron Payne. But look, here's the thing. Regardless of Deron Payne, you have zero talent on this defense right now going into next season. And that's the biggest question mark is what are we going to do on this defensive side of the ball? Who are you going to retain? You can't retain Bobby Wagner no more unless you're going to play him on first and second down. He can't cover JP out there. That's a fact. But the thing about it is it's getting to the point now where is this organization with Adam Peters, is he our guy right now? I know that, he dropped the ball on the Terry thing and no answers for the defense right now. And I'm just Dan Quinn right now is on the hot seat, of course. But the thing about it is this defense needs a lot more help than they do. What do you do in the draft? One guy's not going to solve the issue in the draft. You got to go and hit hard in the off season, and the corners and Lattimore and all that. It's just right now all the trades and everything he done just blew up in his face right now, and that's where it's at. You got to take Adam Peters for this right now. He's got to make a break season next year too coming up. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say this here. Everybody like to say that. I don't think Dan's on the hot seat right now, and I don't think Adam is gonna make a break right now. I don't believe that.
Thanks for the call,
we
Shane.
like to say that because that's what we've done so much. I don't think either one of them on the hot seat. I've been saying if he hiring the young people, he might be on the hot seat. Tell somebody yesterday, if he hiring two young people like that, maybe, just maybe, he got some. But I'm just saying, I think that's our way around here. That's just our way more than any other place out around the country.
5-12 and a 31-0 loss in Week 16 to a bad Vikings team. That was a fireable moment in that game.
I understand you saying that, Jay.
I don't think he's on the hot seat.
But the whole thing
I've said the same thing. But I think I don't know that he can survive another bad year.
No, you can't survive maybe another
right
bad
now.
year like that. But I don't believe he's on the hot seat right now. And are we totally forgetting about the 12-5 last year? Because this is the way we look like. In this town, the moment you do something bad, nothing else matters but what you did bad. And
I don't think that's just here. People are talking about firing Sirianni.
That's Philadelphia, dog. You got to expect that thing. That's Philadelphia. You look at most places, it's not like this, bro. And we have gotten to a point.
Just got fired after they won their last 4 games.
Raheem got fired. I understand that. I'm not going to address the Raheem getting fired. Brothers get fired all the time for less things in the NFL. So I don't go along with that. What I'm saying is, in this town, we complain about everything changing, but we are the ones that don't ever change as fans. We never change. Because the moment you get something, you want to get rid of it. And as that caller stated earlier, if you keep getting rid of somebody every 2 or 3 years, you are never going to be anything.
If the question, I think it's fairly obvious Quinn's not on the hot seat at this moment. If they have another...
But that's the whole thing about it. Everyone thinks that right now. Everybody thinks that.
My point is not now, but should there be another bad season? Yes, and I'd say deservedly yes. Like, I think GMs tend to get longer leashes. Therefore, I don't think Peters is on a hot seat at all. I think coaches tend to get shorter leashes, and they had a really bad season. But they had a really good one the year before.
I tend to believe that both of them are not really on the hot seat right now. Now, things can change later on, but that's life. But at this point, I don't think anybody is pressed to do anything, and I don't think you're taking any more risk of hiring who you're hiring than hiring some other person. I think if you go hire an established person and you have a bad season, then damn, you for sure should be on the hot seat at that point. I hear it every day, dude, and it's like if it's not something that's going to be something that's so strange, people don't get with it. Sometimes you just got to let stuff play out for a little bit. Last year was a bad year, terrible year, but it was more of
They had
injuries.
so many injuries.
It was
right.
injuries more than it was just coaches can't coach.
The injuries made it really hard. Two things to the injuries versus coaches. We didn't properly address the defensive inefficiencies from the 24 season because the offense was so damn good and Jaden erased so many mistakes that it was like, all right, well, the defense will just get better. And then the defense did not get better. Statistically got worse.
Yeah.
So that part of the problem is a very significant problem. Offensively, the best player on the team played 4 games. He played 4 complete games. It's going to be tough.
Very.
And it's disjointed because you got a contract fight with your second best player. Injuries all over the place. You can look at 25 and understand how you finish 5-12 without, there was never the slightest indication Quinn was getting fired or any of that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that was appropriate. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark, I'm sure, has an opinion. Hello, Mark. Mark, you there, buddy?
JP?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man, this is Mark in Landover Hills, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, buddy. How are you? Mark in Landover Hills, overwhelmingly positive. Mark in Largo, different dude. Landfill wrote Mark in Largo.
I knew you guys would get it right, buddy. Hey, I agree with you and Brian, man. These people are really, they're not thinking, and what you said about their defense is 100% spot on, and what Brian said was right, too. Man, Rome wasn't built in a day. These people, they better remember, man, it was a long time since that team that has the martini every year, still to this year, to win 1982 and 83. That's a pretty long stretch, and if people don't give these folks a chance, it can be even longer. So they better do everything they can to help this team be positive and, give people a chance. Come on. You got to give people a chance in this sport just like any other sport, man. People gave Brian a chance, and look how great he was. Look at you, JP. They gave you a chance, and you're doing a hell of a job, too. So I think people better wake up and not be so cutthroat and give these players a chance and give the coaches a chance. And they're bringing in some new blood. Let's see what happens. But, by God, don't be so quick to fire people. I mean, they wouldn't appreciate people if people did that to them, and they should act accordingly. And, hey, you guys make sure you have a nice day. Take care now.
Thanks, dude.
All right. I'm gonna go shovel JP's driveway. Not.
Who said that?
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
I'm about to make you have a nice day.
I would not expect you to shovel mine.
No, I know I won't. I don't shovel mine.
Mark's always overwhelmingly positive. The Deron Payne situation is interesting, and I'm not necessarily... If folks want to say, he's not worth being paid like a top 10 guy at the position, okay, you can argue that, but he is. And what is your plan? For firing Dan Quinn, if people were saying that, which we weren't, but what was your plan if you fire him? Who are you going to get? In college sports, people always want to fire the coach. Who are you going to get?
Yeah.
People want to fire Mike Locksley. I said no. Who are you going to get? If you get rid of Deron Payne, you've got a giant hole in the middle of your defense that already has enough holes to begin with.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing, brother.
Now, what we'll see is, over the next month, once the Super Bowl gets done, teams will start releasing players. There'll be veteran free agents that hit the market. There will be some things that happen. There's always some eyebrow raisers.
Yeah.
And if that happens, all right. Or Washington has very little draft capital.
I think we have to pay very close attention to how this team is being built moving forward. Just watching the different personnel and the size of people and how people are will tell us a lot about what they're going to do next.
Because it's the first rookie class of the AP DQ group we've got 2 years on, right? And they had 5 top 100 picks. And the reality is, as if Jaden can play at the superstar level we saw as a rookie, that rookie class is going to be great because you got one of the best quarterbacks in the game from it.
Yeah.
With the rest of those picks, at this point, you got more questions than answers. And that's a problem. Now, this class that they just drafted, it's only 1 year. You want to be a little more patient. It looked like you really got something in Trey Amos. He got hurt. Josh Connerly developed a lot. You might have some. Bill was a 7th rounder that went for 900 yards and 8 touchdowns. I think it's too early to judge after 1 year. But that rookie class from 2 years ago, you really need to see some development there. And then this past offseason, the moves were so herky-jerky, as you've said a million times, B. Like, they were a game away from the Super Bowl and decided to push the gas on.
Yeah. Totally.
So now you got to decide what it is you're trying to be. And if it's just the Jaden show, maybe that's why you make a change to try to keep him healthy. But just the Jaden show, look around the league, and Jaden has not nearly accomplished what these other quarterbacks have. But the Ravens and the Bills have tried just the quarterback show, and it doesn't work.
We look at the Bills, we look at the Bengals. At least they went to got to a championship, Super Bowl, whatever, but they didn't win it. We got to figure out, you got to build a team to go where you want to go. And that's what we got to start focusing on, building a team. Not one side of the ball. One side of the ball don't win it for you. That was the 34th anniversary of the greatest team, I believe, in NFL history. And all 3 phases were damn good. It was yesterday, 26.
You were there.
If you don't build the whole team, you're going to have problems.
All right, 1 o'clock, we got a bunch of guests. If you want to call in, this is probably your last chance. Barstool Native 1, and then John Oran joining us at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
I didn't think about it. Our guy Jeff's having trouble with his battery. The people at AutoZone told him it's too cold to crank. There's a joke in there somewhere.
Too cold to crank the battery?
I thought AutoZone said my battery won't crank because it was too cold. SMH. Jeff, in an attempt to warm his battery up, has it, according in the picture he just sent us, the car battery, a very large, important device, is leaned up against a space heater with like the fake wooden logs in it. I don't know anything, but I might give that a little more space from the space heater. Or maybe it can sustain.
I'm going to ask two questions.
I don't know the answer here.
Landfill, your car outside or in a garage?
I mean, it's in a garage now, but it was outside this morning.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, outside.
Yours outside in the garage?
It was outside.
Mine was outside.
Did they crank?
Yep.
Cranked.
Y'all batteries work?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to know because and they could have told him that. They probably told him that. But batteries are outside most times. If people are starting batteries right now in Minnesota, get a new battery. Don't keep that same battery. Get a new battery. That battery don't crank in the cold, something you don't want it.
Quick question that I will admit, maybe I'm late on this. Are we calling Alex Sarr Big Eiffel now? I'm in on that nickname. Was anybody aware of this?
Nope.
The Wizards just tweeted out, Big Eiffel is heading back for Rising Stars round 2.
All right.
So I assume that's the Rising Stars game.
Big Eiffel.
I'm in on Big Eiffel. Put me in. Ben Strober, I know you're listening.
I like that name.
Text me if that's a thing. Sign me up. Maybe we get a Wiz t-shirt, Big Eiffel on it. Big T is in Sterling. What's up, Big T?
Hey, this is Big G in Sterling.
Big G, what's up, baby?
Listen, man, Landfill is butchering everybody's name. Take it up with Landfill. Although, unfortunately, he's trying to run the board and answer phones because Jeff isn't here.
No, this dude's name is Big Tina. That's how it goes.
I'll see. There you go with that. Hey, look, check this out. I want to comment on this Deron Payne. Why is everybody getting on this gentleman? This gentleman has been the most durable player that we done had on this team since he's been on our team. And he done took a whole bunch of crap with a side defense. And he's still on this team. And I ain't cried about nothing. You ain't heard nothing bad about this man in the streets. And I mean, come on, people. What are these people thinking about here?
Great call. Thank you, Big G and or T.
What if he's just Big GT, like he's like a car?
Landfill, where are you at on Payne?
I think they got to keep him. That defense sucks too hard to start getting rid of top players.
Yeah, if they were up against the cap,
right? They're not.
Let's hope 5 years from now they're really good, and Jaden's making by then quarterback money is probably $100 million. Let's hope 5 years from now they are up against the cap. Because they just have so many good players, and Jaden is just the best quarterback in the NFL, and you're paying him $80 million, right? And the cap is going to be a lot harder to maneuver in that space. If that was the situation, and you've got a veteran player who's been super durable for the organization, but like the math starts to math, that'd be different.
Yeah.
They're not in that situation. They already got a ton of cash, and they're going to release Lattimore. Like, that money's coming. So, if you are releasing Payne, it's not a cash thing. You maybe you think he's underperforming to what the contract is, but that's the problem with multi-year deals. Sometimes that happens. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe he is underperforming the contract, but still, we're not in a position where we can just start getting rid of players because they're underperforming the contract a little bit. They have a bunch of cap space. We don't get an award at the end of the year for having a bunch of cap space. They don't throw parades for that. I don't care about Josh Harris and Magic Johnson's money. Spend it, damn it. Win me some games.
I mean, didn't you tell Joe Banner more or less that once in Philly?
Well, the difference is I was the player that he was trying to be cheap with. And I'm like, you sit up here and pump your chest about being like having the most money left after a season on the salary cap. If you spend some of that damn money, maybe you'll win this damn Super Bowl. You know who spent that money? Howie, guy who won them a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. If you present a football case for releasing Payne, we want to free up some space for these young guys. Maybe there's, the other thing, where would you land on a Payne trade? I don't know what that market looks like.
Listen,
a 29-year-old D tackle.
I'm at this point right now,
get a
Jay.
fifth.
I don't know what they can get for him, but I'm like, if you're not getting nothing that's going to be better, I'm not ready for a trade. I'm not with all the hypotheticals. Like, don't say, well, we should trade for him and get what? And I understand you may have somebody better out there, but they may not offer you the person who's better. They may offer you somebody that's not better.
What about the people that are inevitably going to call us and say, trade him for a first?
I hope you hang the phone up because I don't have the control of it.
All right. We got a lot to discuss. Our boy Barstool Nate will join us next, and then John Arand. Man, it's getting sad watching all these people I follow on Twitter from the Washington Post tweeting about, I don't know what's going to happen, but I've loved my time here. Just that hurts my soul a little bit, man. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy.
love me. All right. I'm gonna steer us in an interesting direction here. Our friend Barstool Nate about to join the program via the Rude Guest Hotline. Nate, I got an update. So you know our guys from Rude, Jim and Jimbo?
Yeah, Jim and Jimbo, my two best friends.
Well, Jimbo texted me to clarify he actually thinks you're pretty funny when you come on. But his dad,
Thank
Jim,
you.
still anti-Nader.
That's fine. I'm still a big fan of their work and their company, and the fact that they give money to this amazing number 1 rated program in the Washington D.C. metropolitan area. What more can you ask of the boys?
How did the snow treat you up there, Nate Dogg?
Oh, it's just a minor dusting. Everybody freaks out about snow. What are you going to do? End your whole life because a couple inches of snow fell? Life goes on. I was still at the gym. I was still putting up weight. Nothing changes.
Everything is in his building. He didn't go outside.
Have you been outside?
And if he go outside, the snow, if he step in the snow, it's going to cover his head.
Oh, my heavens. My heavens. We're taking short shots these days, B-Mitch. I thought we were better than that.
Hey, man, you fell off the curb. Ever since you did that, I got to mess with you.
No, I do walk. I walk 3 minutes to the gym every day.
Wow.
Downstairs.
All right. I want to talk to Daronte Jones. Obviously, the Commanders hired a defensive coordinator. And in a lot of ways, they followed your advice. You always say, go to the best place and get the number 2 person. That's kind of what they did with Jones. You excited about it?
I think it's the correct move. Brian Flores, the more I've read about him, he's a psycho. And anytime you can get a psycho's number 2 guy, I love it. The Vikings defense, we know, was very, very good, and they made the best out of the situation that they had in Minnesota. And the schemes that they, put out there on the field in Minnesota was unlike any other defense. And when you looked at what we did in Washington with, very unaggressive, a lot of just sitting back, letting 3rd and longs go for first downs, I like that we should be seeing the opposite of that. I like that we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressiveness, a lot of blitzing, a lot of weird schemes and coverages. And if he brings even half of Flores' intensity with him, people are saying the reason he's not a head coach is because he doesn't get along with anybody because he's crazy. And if we can get even half of that, I love it.
I like that, man. And that is a heck of a line. The more I read about him, he's a psycho. We talked to our boy Kevin Seifert from Minnesota earlier. And
Brian Flores seems to like this dude.
Right.
So I like Daronte now already.
What Kevin explained is there's only one Brian Flores. So you can't necessarily just take a Brian Flores scheme and expect it to look the same. Right? Because he is willing to press the gas at all times and do crazy stuff. But it'd be impossible not to think Daronte Jones doesn't do something similar, try to force the issue.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people should be excited about.
A word I'm going to use a lot is probably accountability. I feel like as the season went on, and for many reasons, injuries, lack of depth, lack of talent, just losing a ton of games, we just started seeing a lack of accountability from the defense where just the missed tackles and the lazy plays and the plays off. And I think that's what he'll bring. It's hey, maybe we don't have all the first-round talent on the field, but we're going to tackle like we know how to tackle. The number of lazy tackle attempts we saw last season was just unimaginable. It never ended, especially as the season went on. So if he can bring some discipline and just some, just motivating the defense to make the plays that they're out there to do, automatically, instantly, this defense is better than it was this previous season.
I just look at the way that their defensive backs play and look at the whole team, man. I know somebody yesterday was upset because he was a guy who came from the back end of the defense. I'm like,
DB coach.
The back end first.
Yeah.
They understand more than anybody in the world how important the front end is. It's not just always the guys up front can tell you about what's back. The back end knows they depend on the guys up front. So I'm sure he understands. And that Brian Flores style defense and Mike Zimmer style defense, they have to have some dogs up front.
Yeah, and games are won in the trenches, but if you start getting pressure on the quarterback, which we did not do a whole lot of, it makes the defensive backs' lives so much easier, and we'll see, maybe Mikey will turn it around. We all know Mikey just came off of a very, very bad season, but we also know he has a ton of talent, and, you hope that you bring in a guy like Jones who can turn that around and be like, hey, Mikey's not so bad. He can play. He just needs to be in the right scheme with the right guys around him. And I'm very optimistic. I am extremely optimistic until, I have a reason not to be, that this will work.
Speaking of the defense, there's a big Daron Payne conversation going on.
Mm-hmm.
The cap number is what it is, but they also don't have anybody that can replace him. Where are you on Daron Payne? Like, is that something that you think must happen to release him? You think he sticks around? Do you have a strong Daron Payne opinion?
It's hard to have a strong Daron Payne opinion because I think we're all on the same page. Very talented football player. Does he want to be here? Do they want to overpay for him to stay here? Is he part of the plan? Is he part of the process? It's a lot of questions that I personally do not have answers to. In a perfect world, yeah, he sticks around and he plays like he played this last season, which was very well. People are saying maybe it was because it was a contract year. I don't care. He is impressive on the field, and he's a guy I want in my locker room. It's up to Adam Peters to decide if, are we going to give him a mega deal? Is he? I don't think he's too old to get one, but maybe Adam Peters wants to go even more youth. I think I would keep him if I could, but I understand if he's not, on the field next season.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because I don't think it's a must, but I don't think it's a must either direction, and I don't think they have necessarily somebody to replace him. You know what I mean?
Exactly, and that's where I say maybe, what do you have to pay him if you franchise him? Like upwards of $25
No, he's
mil?
under contract. He's under contract with a cap number of $28 million. So it's like...
Right, 28. So you keep him for one season, then you franchise him for another season. Like, there's no real...
You also don't
want to
have to.
Like, if you don't want to pay the long-term contract, though, it can get dicey.
Well, and he might want some guaranteed money.
Exactly.
So there is his take on this, too.
Let's deal with that when we get to it.
All right, speaking of that, talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. I said I was going to do something a little different. This caught my eye, B. Polymarket Sport, which is one of these new prediction markets, they're calling them. It's basically legal betting, but with a whole bunch of weird stuff. You're able to bet on politicians and speeches and how much snow there will be, whatever, right? I think there's some question about the legality of it over the long term. I don't know how it's all going to shake out. Polymarket Sports just tweeted out, someone named Bitcoin to 500K just put $60,000 on the Wizards to beat the Trailblazers tonight. $60,000 on the Wiz.
Nate, that's what you did with that money, right?
I wish.
So here's my question: $60,000 on the money line at plus 230. So $60,000 would net this better, $205,000.
Let me ask you a question.
When you see something like that,
that make the people come looking,
right?
If they win it, they will be like, "Hold on, what the hell's going on here? What did somebody tell them?" It'd be an investigation.
It's just you can't.
We're expanding the who again?
Blazers,
the Trailblazers.
You can't help but like raise an eyebrow. You know what I mean?
Listen, there are a lot of people out there with a lot of damn like money that they got throwaway money. They can do that. Like when we take a chance on something, we say let's put $100 on it. That's their 60.
That's their 6 cents. I mean, I stay away from the poly markets, the prediction markets. It's a slippery slope. I'm a responsible gambler. Which, by the way, Seahawks -4 seems like a no-brainer for the Super Bowl. But, yeah, I'll say this. I love where the Wizards are at. If you want to talk some hoops, JP, I know that you're not a huge basketball guy like I am, but I love the Washington Wizards
I'm
and where
going
we're
Thursday
at.
night for John Wall night.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah. I go to games. I go to games in D.C. frequently, Nate.
Yeah, I wish that I lived there. I would be at every Wizards game, especially because this is about to be an absolute wagon of a franchise after we get a top 3 pick in this upcoming draft. This team's going to be unstoppable for the next decade.
Yo, are you aware of Alex Sarr's nickname?
The Eiffel Tower?
Big Eiffel.
Big Eiffel.
Yeah, I mean...
I kind of love it.
Did you see that the Hawks sent down the number 1 pick in that draft because Sarr wouldn't work out for the Hawks, so we got him at 2.
Yeah,
and
they took Risache.
Yeah, and so he's already down in the G League. It's Alex Sarr gets a statue. like next to John Wall for not working out for the Hawks.
So here's what's crazy about the winter sports teams in our fair city.
Yes.
I think there is a shared sense of optimism around the Wiz among basketball fans.
Yes.
They are 10-34, however, and have lost their last 9. But
okay.
They understand the assignment, right?
Yes.
What about the Caps? How are we feeling about the Caps? They played a night, I believe, in Seattle. This West Coast road trip, not going great. That loss to Vancouver is really ugly.
That game was ugly.
Where are we at? Caps are right now only 4 points out of the third playoff spot in the Metro.
It's both a good thing and bad thing about how close the East is, where you're always one game out of the playoffs and you're one game out of last place. The Caps, I mean, we talked about it last week. We have not looked good. Injuries aside, the team just on the ice has not looked like a playoff team. I think now we've lost 5 out of the last 6. We got the win in Calgary where we looked good, and then went into Edmonton and just lost in the 3-on-3 overtime. It's been tumultuous, to say the least. It hasn't been the most enjoyable team to watch, to say the least. I still believe in them. I think there's so much talent on this team. Get back the healthy guys, get Ovi some rest, and gear up for the playoffs. I really, really, really want, if this is Ovi's last season, for him not to go out on a whimper. I would hate that. I don't know if we make moves at the trade deadline or what, but I still believe in this Caps team. I think we have the best goaltending in the league. They just have to put everything together. And recently, for the last month, nothing has been together correctly.
Nothing, man. Nothing. We'll see tonight, man. Important game.
I'll be watching.
I did want to switch gears. John Oran from Puck Sports is going to join us in 15 minutes or so. Try to get us up to speed on everything going on at the Washington Post. But I know you, like me, grew up reading the Post and understand what that sports page meant to probably millions, hundreds of thousands of people, and the amount of great work that has come out of that. Like, just as you're seeing all these Post employees kind of publicly talk about what's happening over there, how low is this?
It is a very, very unfortunate, I don't even want to call it like sign of the times, because it doesn't have to be. I think, the Washington Post especially is so important, and the sports section, which you and I both, grew up with, and it's been so vital to so many people's lives. I don't understand how you can just snap your fingers and get rid of it. The work they do and have always done has been so important, not just to the DC area, but, to the world, to say the least. I wouldn't be where I am without the writers over at the Washington Post, and I hope, cooler heads prevail and that this is figured out, because, you lose the Post and the Post sports section, it starts an avalanche, and I don't like where that avalanche is heading whatsoever.
Well, dude, the other part that I think is crazy is, like, I because I travel and go to games and everything, like, I know who is traveling and going to games for the Post. Like, they have always done everything at the highest levels. Like, I think for most Commanders games, Skins games over the years, they would send 3 people, right? 2 reporters and a columnist. I think they sent 2 people on the road for baseball. I feel like they haven't really covered the Wiz and kind of local college sports outside of, like, one-off things in a while. But, like, I feel like there could be cost-cutting measures and maintain a level of excellence. Like, I just feel like there's got to be a middle step between all or nothing. And they're not trying that route.
I've always felt like I can, as a blogger, as a internet guy, I can do my job from home, and I've always liked that there's people, boots on the ground doing their job, in the middle of it. I hope you're right that if you have to cut costs or whatever, that they can still do the real writing, and I can still do my silly writing, and that you don't have to get rid of columnists.
Why is it just a sports department that's being affected, though?
I don't know, man.
John Oran's going to tell us.
Yeah, you start wondering about that. Like, what is it? Is it something that may be behind the scenes that we're not seeing? And people are getting hurt because of it? You know, I don't know.
I'll be listening.
I don't know. It's just it's almost like hard to fathom in a lot of ways. But
I agree.
Maybe we're incorrect, and the information will change. We don't really know. A lot of NFL hires going on. What do you think about the Bills getting rid of McDermott just to later promote his offensive coordinator?
Yeah, it's just the year of lateral hires. Steelers did very similar with Mike McCarthy, which is hysterical because, we know what Mike McCarthy's capable of, and it's not much. And now
he does win games, dude.
I mean, Tomlin won games too, didn't win Super Bowls. I think McCarthy is a way worse coach than Tomlin. And, Bills just are an unserious organization. They promote the worst drafter of all time, and now they just do a lateral move to make Brady the head coach. Just a very unserious.
How about that owner just roasting Keon Coleman? Was that crazy?
And he's still there.
Crazy.
He's on the roster.
That's bad, man.
Yeah, for as much talent that has been on that team, they're just a joke. Like I feel like we're in a better situation in Washington than Buffalo, and Buffalo has Josh Allen.
Right.
Damn. Says a lot.
Yeah. How crazy are the Giants fans going for the Harbaugh hire?
I mean, it's funny because I think Harbaugh is a great coach. I think most people do. I almost put the Giants in the same tier as the Jets, where I don't trust Giants ownership. I don't think that the Giants can get out of their own way to save their lives. They're not quite the Jets. Nobody's worse than the Jets. They have to watch Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl next week. But no, the Giants are a joke, will always be a joke. They have a good coach now, but they're still the New York Giants.
I think that Harbaugh raises the floor for that team.
He raises everything.
Pretty significantly.
Yeah, you raise it until it comes crumbling down. That's what bad franchises do.
There are 3 jobs remaining: Cardinals, Browns, Raiders.
Yeah.
What's the best? What's the worst?
Dude, that's just the saddest 3. The Browns can't get a 28-year-old coach to come coach there.
Who doesn't call plays. Like that Udinski said no thanks was crazy.
It reminds me of when we had to promote Zorn to be the head coach because everybody else said no. The Browns are pathetic.
That's kind of a good call. Like Jim Schwartz might get the job just because he's there. Like, you know what? We're going with our defensive guy.
It's crazy how bad the Brown situation is. I would probably say the Raiders has to be the best job just because the number 1 pick and Tom Brady kind of has a good head on his shoulders. He knows what he's doing out there. And then the Cardinals are still the Cardinals. Kyler is washed. I don't really see them doing anything as long as he's there. And so, yeah, I would say Raiders 1, Cardinals 2, Browns last.
You know what I might do? If the Browns wanted me, the job now, granted, they just lost in the AFC title game, but what Sean Payton, who is, I think, pretty clearly a bit of a jerk. He's incredibly arrogant, but his
ego lost him that game. Yeah,
but he came to Denver and was like, "I don't care about the cap hit. I want Russ Wilson gone." Mm-hmm. And they've had tremendous success despite having a really bad salary cap situation. And they lost all the picks in the Russ Wilson trade before Sean Payton even got there, right?
Yep.
If I was getting offered to coach the Browns, I would say, I understand it's going to be a massive hit this year. I want Deshaun Watson gone. Let's just eliminate this constant whatever that is from
but see,
the
that's the whole
equation.
thing about it, though. If you are taking that job, you're probably not a guy of that ilk, of that caliber, where they would give you all of that responsibility. But let's remember, there's only 32 of them. Somebody going to take that damn job.
And dude, it's my theory where coaches come from one of 3 troughs. There's the strategy schematic guy, there's the leader of men people guy, and then there's the management ownership stooge guy. And that's who Cleveland's going to get.
Hey, if that stooge guy is married to somebody and they say he going to get $8 million a year, baby, go take that damn job.
The poor people of Cleveland, man.
Yeah,
they have just.
We got to run,
so
Nate
sad.
Dogg. Let me thank you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you, guys. Shout out Jimbo.
All right, later, buddy. That's Barstool Nate. When we return, we're going to talk to John Oran about what the heck's going on with the Washington Post.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home
on the YouTube stream or on Monumental Sports Network, and very excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to John Ourand. I'm always I follow John. Always fascinated by his work. He's probably the foremost sports media correspondent in the country, I would say. You can check out his work at Puck News. You can follow him at Ourand_Puck, OURAND_Puck, PUCK. But, Johnny, I'll be honest, I'm not happy about why we're calling you today. And I'll let you explain. I know you had a big story this morning for Puck about the Washington Post editorial decisions, man. What the hell's going on over there?
This is a depressing appearance on your show. We usually have a lot more fun than this.
Yeah, I feel like we're usually laughing and joking.
Yeah, totally. Here's the deal: is that the Washington Post is going to go through massive layoffs, and it's going to hit the sports department particularly hard. And the idea is that the new ownership in charge, Will Lewis is the CEO of the Washington Post, and he wants to focus on a couple of core coverage areas like national security and politics, stuff like, if you look at, I know we're all natives here, right? But people view DC as like a company town, and it's a company town of politics, and so he wants to dive into politics, and so that means international news is getting cut. It means, a lot of the audio that they're doing is going to be cut back pretty significantly. And it also means that the sports department is at best going to be cut drastically, and at worst, it's just going to be dismantled. And it's, look, I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and I just did a whole roll call of my story of, Wilbon and Kornheiser and David Dupree and, David Aldridge and Sally Jenkins and Christine Brennan. I mean, people that I'm convinced reading Michael Wilbon and reading Tony Kornheiser and all those people in the 80s and 90s is primarily responsible for where I am today in my career. Because how did you not love it? So the idea of that legacy, no matter what happens, that whole legacy is going to be really kind of turned on its face. And for people that love the Washington Post, for people from Washington, and really just for journalists everywhere, it's like really just a period of mourning. It's like a funeral out there just talking to people about this.
It seems like, sports is the one entity where people speak a lot of opinion.
More about what happened to the Wizards for the past 5 years. Where would you turn? And I would suggest that you would be turning probably to the Athletic or to one of the great blogs that follow it. You wouldn't be really going to the Post, because the Post didn't really they didn't invest in it. And I think the same goes for hockey. The same goes for the Commanders. And having David Aldridge and the Athletic come in here and create, when did this happen? 2019, I think they started the DC, the Athletic DC, and that's the go-to place now. So when you think about the Washington Post, you do think about the politics, and I think that it's an idea of trying to double down on the politics and trying to double down on why people come to the to the paper, because they do. It's all online now. They do have if their sports stories were garnering a lot of clicks, they would still be in sports, and they just weren't. And you can fault, as I do, a lot of the management decisions leading up to that. But the basic fact is, nobody's been going to the Post for sports news for a while, and they still maintain the sports page as a news one, as opposed to what the Wall Street Journal did, which is really feature based.
Yeah, it is truly unfortunate, and He wanted her. Jeff's arrived and decided to start knocking stuff over. Jeff got here at 1:35, Brian. Show's over at 2. It's really remarkable for the Post.
You know, the streets are terrible, man. It's so hard to get around.
How is it? You and I don't live far from each other. I didn't go MacArthur today. I went Mass. The main roads were okay. How's your neighborhood, John?
MacArthur still has a lot of snow and ice on it, but then like Arizona right next to it is fine. So it's still a process. I expected the kids to be off today. They should be like 2 hours late tomorrow, right? I would think the main roads are fine.
If they going,
I don't know if they're going, dude. I have a hard time believing the kids are going to school tomorrow, but we'll find out. Arizona, they gotta plow, because if you're going down that hill down to the bridge, I mean, good
imagine?
luck.
you might end up through the bridge.
Yeah,
you're in the river, absolutely.
One thing, obviously, what's going on with the Post is just depressing, but you're covering all of sports media. The biggest sports media event of the year is coming up with the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl for so long has been the domain of the Chiefs. And you had Mahomes and Kelsey and Taylor Swift and Andy Reid and the whole country, I'd say, hated or loved Kansas City. You had the Eagles, you had the Niners, and now you get Patriots Seahawks. What do you think the excitement level is for this Super Bowl?
Given the Final Four, I think this is about as good as the NFL and NBC could hope for.
Yeah.
I don't sleep on the Patriots. People hate the Patriots. So they remember the dynasty, and all of a sudden, after the dynasty, it took them 2 or 3 years, and they're back in the Super Bowl again. So I think that that will really get people to watch it. But the thing about the Super Bowl that's so unique is that it's the amount of casual fans that come into it every year. It's the most watched show on TV, like whether sports or not, and it's going to get 130, 140 million people. Bad Bunny. Don't sleep on Bad Bunny either. Because
Bad Bunny gonna bring a lot of people, bring a lot of eyes to it. Believe me.
Absolutely, that you're going to see that halftime show rating spike up pretty considerably. And if it's a good game, they'll stick around. The most amazing thing about it is that they're selling like 30-second ads for $8 million this year. Can you imagine $8 million for 30 seconds? And let's say the ratings go down because it is the Seahawks and it is kind of like a no-name Patriots team. They're still going to sell it for more than $8 million next year. I can't imagine how far the rating has to drop for the ad sales to come down, because even if it drops down to like it's usually 30 seconds, but like people, some of the bigger sponsors, advertisers, they would buy minute-long ads in order to try to pay a little bit less than that. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
John, while we have you, obviously you cover everything across the country, but you're a DC guy, you're a Nats fan. What do you make of the news, the Nats leaving Masson, going to the streaming service MLB TV?
Hey, JP, I got to thank you so much for not asking me about Maryland basketball. So,
I can't
I'd rather talk about the Post. I'd rather talk about Nats TV.
Well, let me ask you about Maryland. No, I'm joking.
I say to be off air. I'll text you how painful it is to watch that.
Oh yeah,
and it's a first year for a new guy, and we got to be patient. But
I'm trying to be patient. But my God, 40 points at Michigan State, I can't take it.
With
man.
Purdue coming to town.
Oh, I know. Yeah, on Sunday. Yeah, that's right. Here's the good news for Nats fans is that it's going to be a lot easier to watch the games. They're gonna if you're used to watching it on Masson, Major League Baseball controls it. They have deals already with Comcast and with DirecTV, and so you're going to be able to see on a different channel, but you'll be able to see the Nationals on the same level of service on your multi-channel video provider, almost certainly. The good news, though, is that now that there's not an RSN involved, now that they're back at baseball, there are no more blackouts. And so if you want to stream, you can just get a streaming subscription through MLB, and you'll be able to watch a game. So The good news is that it's going to be a lot easier to watch these games if you're a Nats fan. The bad news, it might cost a little bit more in order to watch it. But if you want to see them, they'll definitely be out there.
That is very cool. I am excited about that. I think. Did you see Kolko got the job?
Oh no, I didn't. What's that?
So Bob Carpenter retired, and they announced Dan Kolko is going to be the play-by-play guy.
Awesome for him! I did not see that. No.
Yeah. Chelsea Janes from the Post is where I saw that. Maybe it came out somewhere else, but that is where I found that information. It's a crazy day that we get you on to talk about the Post going down. It's just one of the more unbelievable. It's funny whenever a restaurant closes and people are like, "Man, I love that place. I can't believe it's closing." Reality is, if you probably went more, it might not be closing.
Yeah, true.
But you know what? If they had made decisions like that, they de-emphasized a lot of this, and they like go to their homepage now, and they don't promote the sports pages. There's still great writers and great reporters at the Post that are there right now that are doing really good work, and it just becomes a really difficult. It has been very difficult to find them on the website, and you know what the Dead Tree Edition has been like. I mean, those subscriptions have been dropping for the past 20 years.
It is crazy how, and I'm not getting involved in the politics of this, right? But like politically, there is so many lightning rod topics that if you really dig into the lightning. Go that route.
Yeah, and also if I can say one good thing about Washington Post management, which I don't agree with really anything, but the newspaper business has to change and it has to modernize. And the idea of sending 24 people over to Paris for the Olympics is for the Washington Post does seem kind of overkill. Like you could call into that, but having the answer be, well, let's like cut the sports department into basically nothing doesn't seem like to be a very good answer to me.
It's funny. I said that exact thing earlier because I know just traveling for over a decade to cover Redskins Commanders games, the Post has always sent 3, if not 4 people to cover a football game, and I wonder if you couldn't make that 1 or 2, but it looks like the middle ground, the middle option will not be exercised here, and it's all or nothing, and they're going close to nothing at least.
Yeah, and we're going to find out soon because I heard the layoffs are coming this week. It might be next week, but it's coming within the month, and we'll have a better sense of what's going to happen. But right now, all signs are pointing to just a disaster for a paper, a brand, and a sports section that I know all 3 of us really love.
Yeah, man. John, thank you for the time.
All right,
we
John, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
talk soon.
Take care. It's our buddy John Orand, Puck News. When we come back, we got a Jeff Walker update. My man made it, B. Better late than never, I guess. Nobody go anywhere. B-Mitch and Finley, and Tuesday is gone. Grant and Danny are... I saw Grant. I assume Danny's here too. Boys making it in. But Grant kind of cemented the position of the program that appears Virginia is a lot better at snow removal than Maryland and D.C. Jeff has made it in. Jeff's had a tough morning and into the afternoon. Jeff, how are the roads? Once the battery situation got fixed, how are the roads?
The roads cool. Well, the main roads are cool.
Yeah, the neighborhood.
Yeah, neighborhood's kind of choppy, but the main road's cool.
You see any stuck cars? Because I see them every time I came in.
It's a
yesterday.
It's a lot of
Day.
stuck
See if we
cars.
got any on the way out.
And it's all coming out of neighborhoods. It's not on the main street. It's all coming out. People are stuck.
Where are they putting the big piles of snow?
Well, dude, speaking of the big piles of snow, B, I got to show you something.
Did you get it taken care of?
In a way. So I shoveled out my driveway. They finally came today and plowed, which means you get the ice mountain between your driveway and the road. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. Look at my wife. She got rid of all of it.
So she went and shoveled?
She went and shoveled it, and the kids built an igloo with all the ice. It's like, I mean...
So, hold on. So you said you couldn't move it, and Lauren moved it?
No, I hadn't had time to do that yet. I had to get the car out this morning, and I was going to deal with it this afternoon.
Yesterday. It was worse today than it was yesterday.
Yesterday,
She's stronger
I
than
hadn't driven yet, and the plow came today. Yo, she's a beast. I'm not... I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. This is the best possible outcome for me. Like, my wife did it. She made the kids feel like they were part of it. They got to build a little igloo, and your boy got to chill. And now I'm going to be able to drive in and out of the driveway easy.
Don't think it stopped here, Jay.
I mean, you know,
something going to be added on. You're going to get something on the end of that one.
Do you know what I'm going to do?
What?
You know what Lauren likes? Veuve Clicquot. You know what I'm about to pick up a bottle? Veuve Clicquot. You shovel out the driveway, sweetheart, I will get you a bottle of champagne.
Oh, no, you better buy something better than Veuve today, then.
What? I mean, I'm sure it exists, but I don't know.
Krug Rosé.
She doesn't like rosé champagne. She likes rosé.
Krug.
We'll see.
Krug.
We got more snow. She likes Veuve. It's her favorite. I'm going to let her have what she likes. Yo, you know what the low weather is tonight? Low temperature?
Below 0.
9.
The feel-like temperature is below 0.
Oh, yeah.
Taking my battery in the house.
Yo, Jeff, just real quick, because you've had a rough day and I don't feel like messing with you.
But I'm going to mess with you right now.
No.
I'm cool.
I'm asking a question. If your goal was to get to work, which admirably you did at 1:35 in the afternoon when the show ends at 2 o'clock, why not just take the Metro? You live right next to the Metro.
No. See, the thing is, that Metro, they just got to it this morning. It was something wrong with the escalators, and the station manager said they going to get to it Monday morning. So I go over there Monday. It wasn't taken care of. Not even the buses couldn't get in there. So I said, okay.
What Metro stop is it?
Capitol Heights.
Wait, Brian, anybody hit a bet last night?
B-Mitch did.
B-Mitch did. What'd I have?
Louisville.
They didn't cover?
I'm 2-0.
They lost by 30.
B-Mitch hit a parlay? Damn, they lost by 30.
Yeah.
Listen, I do know this. Landfill and Jeff are 0-1. And I should be better than that because I was at least here. Considering that dude put 60 grand on the Wizards to beat the Blazers tonight, I am taking the Wiz and the points tonight.
All right.
I'll be watching that game.
I'm with you on that. J-Dogs forever.
Yes, sir. Wiz plus 6.5. Look at Big Eiffel going off. Ooh, Denny Avdia on Portland. That might not be a bad night to take Denny's points over. I bet he'll remind Mr. Winger and Mr. Dawkins.
Let me get the
who they
Clippers
traded
tonight,
away.
too. The Clippers.
The Clippers. Landfill, White Brian, anybody?
Blazers.
Good college hoops tonight, B. Nebraska, Michigan. Number 3 versus number 5. You're going to have to go to Peacock if you want to watch that, B.
That's all right.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move.
Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We will take you up to 6:30, 4.5 hours from now. Keeping you company, talking DC sports all afternoon long. Alec Lewis covers the Vikings beat in Minnesota. We'll ask him about the new defensive coordinator in Washington, Durante Jones, coming up at 3 o'clock, and John Thompson III, one of the highest-ranking executives over at Monumental Basketball, joins us in our final segment after 6 o'clock this evening. We're going to preview Thursday night's celebration of John Wall the Wizards are having at Capital One Arena. Fans, I know, are excited to get out to Cap One to celebrate Wall, get their bobblehead on Thursday as he's back in the building, and will be honored at halftime. Some surprises along the way. We'll talk to JT3 about that. Danny, we both made it in studio. We did it.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. That was probably not smart. I saw a couple SUVs on my street, and I was like, I have an SUV. My Mustang Mach-E. I can do it. That was a mistake. That was really dangerous. That was stupid. Once I'd already pot committed, I'm on the road. It's probably safer to do that than to try to turn around, make some maneuver. But I did it. I think it's going to be awful trying to get home tonight.
I know that it's way harder to clear the streets in D.C. than it is in the capital of the Commonwealth, Richmond, listening down there, or all over VA. I get all that. But my gosh, man. The worst part of my commute was just the last few hundred yards just getting to the building down here in the Navy Yard. Everything in Virginia was fine. I had to get out of my neighborhood. That's the challenge. Beginning and end of the commute's going to be the toughest. Highways, it's like driving on pavement. It's just a normal day. Side roads to get to the highway for the most part. In Virginia was like driving on pavement. But then you get down here in the Navy Yard, and it is just bedlam.
It is precarious.
Cars stuck in the middle of the road, people just abandoning their whips still. It is crazy to me how bad it is on some of these streets in the city. And again, I know it's harder. You've got cars in your way. You've just got a lot more city streets to cover and obstructions and people and buildings. I get it. But it every single time, I'm always taken aback by how long it takes D.C. to figure this out after a big snow.
Yeah, as you said, so many side streets, so many nooks and crannies, parked cars. It's all harder. I understand that. But it's also, it's not like that's new. You've been the city throughout. So you should probably have a better, more defined plan. But yeah, I'm not even exaggerating here. I think I probably got in 7 or 8 near accidents, including right out here on South Capitol Street, where some like Sprinter van, I don't know if it was some kind of official capacity or not, comes to a screeching, slam the brakes, halt, and starts backing up on a pretty main thoroughfare. There's not backup time. I understand that you maybe can't go anymore, but you can't back up as other cars are coming. And it was a near side swipe. I almost got hit by him, got hit by the person coming next to me, trying to avoid each other. Could have been one of those amazing pileups where I'm like, guys, can we do the show from the scene of the accident while we wait for the officers of the law? But it's precarious. Again, I made a mistake coming in here. I needed to get out of my house. And I did that, and getting back is going to be just a holy war.
You had a harrowing experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't have had an easier commute. There were just less cars on the road than normal, and it was pretty seamless. Again, getting out of my neighborhood, not the most fun thing, and the final couple hundred yards, not the best thing that's happened. But for the most part, pretty easy, non-issue. Sounds like you had enough drama for the both of us.
Yeah, I think I'm all set.
And fingers crossed that your drive home will be better than your drive here. But we got news to tend to right out of the chute today. It has finally happened. The search that spanned weeks is over. The Washington Commanders have their man, and it is Durante Jones, who is the number 2 in Minnesota, the right-hand man to Brian Flores. If this doesn't tell you how desperately they wanted Flores and how badly they wanted to get on the Flores defensive scheme plan after he shoved it on them, 31-0 shutout in Minnesota. You could tell they were so unprepared offensively for what he threw at them. And he put Cliff Kingsbury, who I like, into a locker. Just gave him a swirly, dunked him in the toilet, shoved him in a locker, closed the door, and said, you got to find your way out on your own. And clearly Dan Quinn was blown away and impressed. And since then, they made Flores one of their targets. He was never coming here. The job isn't good enough. But you know what you could do? You could get the next best thing, which is the guy that has been his understudy, that has worked under him, that has been his defensive pass game coordinator, that has been on the staff for him for the last few years. Enter Durante Jones, a longtime NFL assistant who has most recently worked in Minnesota.
So this all happened real quick, right? This was not one of the, hey, here are some of the candidates. Here are the guys they're interested in. Here are the guys that they've interviewed. As you get these kind of running updated lists, it all went from, Hey, they're interested. Hey, they're interviewing. He's the guy. It went really fast once we got here. So that's interesting to me as well.
What that tells me is that he blew them away in the interview. I think you did that with a few guys where you're like, let's talk to Carl Scott, Seattle. Let's talk to Al Harris, Chicago. All right, let's talk to Durante Jones, Minnesota. Durante Jones, Minnesota is who we're hiring. You get to check the Flores box. There's a lot of other things they like about him. He's obviously got the local ties and knows the community and knows the importance of the organization, having been a DMV product. Bishop McNamara High School in Maryland, went to Morgan State after Temple, where he played cornerback. But I do think they interviewed him thinking, all right, let's see what he has to say. And then you make the phone call leaving that meeting going, we might have just found our guy. I really, really like the cut of his jib. He clearly blew them away. Danny, he's 47 years old.
Yeah.
And this is one of my big takeaways. Whether you love the hire or you don't, whether you wanted an experienced longtime play caller or a first-timer, set that aside for a second. In a sport where people are getting hired at 28 years old to be a head coach, where Grant Udinski's not 30 yet and is getting multiple head coaching interviews because he's cooking in the same kitchen as Liam Cohen, and these offensive guys ascend on a rocket ship like David Blau, there is something prideful to me and something really admirable about a Durante Jones story arc, where at 47, almost 50 years old, he's going to get a chance to be a coordinator for the first time. This guy is coached in high school, in Division I, in Division II, in Division III, north of the border in Canada, for God's sakes, in the CFL, and in the NFL, where he's labeled tapes and then been a position coach and then a position coach while also coaching DBs as a pass game coordinator. He has done everything you can possibly do, taking the longest road. Like, you could go, the David Blau route is just point A to point B. He went to C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and now he gets a shot. So for that, I'm really happy for this guy. I hope it works out. I'll root for him because this is the road longer, less traveled now.
Indeed. There's a lot to like. The pedigree's right there, right, as you talked about. A lot of experience as a defensive backs coach. And, in that Brian Flores system, you get turnovers. That's kind of what you're looking for. You're looking for aggression. It kind of goes against the current paradigm. And I'm okay with that, by the way. The current paradigm, basically, I call this the Pat Mahomesanization, if that's even a term, of the NFL, where you can't take everything away from them, right? Because the big explosive plays are coming. They were going to catch you in a look. The previous thought was hit the quarterback no matter what. You got to do that. You got to send extra pressure, even if you have to, make him get rid of the ball quickly. Well, guys like Mahomes and these supercomputers and the athleticism to get away from your first wave of guys, make plays improvisationally, strike down the field. People finally said enough of that. We are backing off. It's shells, it's quarters, it's too deep. It's, really, really soft zones. You make them make 10, 11, 12 completions down the field to beat us, and eventually they'll get bored. That's kind of the current paradigm of the league is mixing and matching coverages. Flores says that's adorable. That's nice. We are going to hunt. We are blitzing and blitzing and blitzing and mixing and matching. We are coming downhill. All I want is a defense at this point. I'd love to have a great one, but I think that's a pipe dream at this point. It takes kind of, once in a blue moon. It's one of the least sustainable things. It's like relief pitching, where a guy can have a great season, has to get up 80 times, and all of a sudden the next year he's not as good. There's a fluctuation a lot of times with some of these defenses, especially when it comes to creating turnovers. But for Flores, they basically decided, we're going to take something away. We're going to do something that makes you uncomfortable, and we're going to dictate at least a little bit. You could beat us, as teams sometimes will be able to do. But instead, with Washington, not only were they passive, not only could they not create pressure, but they also still give up big plays. If I'm going to give up big plays, I'd like it to be because I'm overly aggressive. I'd like it to be because I'm going to force you into an errant throw or hit the quarterback, force a fumble, jump a route, something to that effect. And there is a philosophy there from the Flores tree that I'm all in favor of seeing. I'd like to see it.
I don't know what his defense is going to look like. Is it going to be exactly the Brian Flores defense? I hope so. I don't think they would hire him to not ask him to run some variation of Flores, but he also coached under Mike Zimmer and under Vance Joseph, and he knows other schemes as well. He was his own DC and play caller at LSU for one season in the SEC. So it's not like he was, calling plays in high school or college at some really low level, D2, D3 or whatever. In the SEC, this guy was working with NFL players calling plays. So that experience will be valuable. I do think that's going to help him a bunch. But my guess is, Danny, I know that they just felt like they got so severely outcoached in that Vikings game where they got shut out, and that they had zero pass protection plan for what the Vikings brought. They expected one thing, Minnesota did another thing. They could not adjust. They had no answer.
Had no answer.
And I think Dan Quinn goes, that. Give me that. And that's what I'm hoping this looks like, which is one of the most aggressive, blitz-happy defenses in the National Football League. But it's how they get to those blitzes in the Flores defense that I am enamored with. It is this idea that everybody's standing at the line of scrimmage, that you got linebackers mugging the A-gap, and basically just a line of defenders standing up. Generally, it's 6 on most plays, but it can be as many as 7 or 8, depending on if an offense is in heavy personnel bunch formation. You don't know who's coming, and you don't know who's going. They're going to run games up front. They're going to loop guys around and run stunts and twists and do this cross-dog stuff. You never know on any given play who comes downhill at you and who doesn't when Brian Flores has 6 across the
And I
front.
like that a lot, just to jump in. And again, it's my same philosophy. The best thing you can do is make one thing look like another thing.
Yeah.
Because now the offense or defense, whoever it is, think of it with offense, things that you and I like. The disguise. The first 2 seconds of a play in a Shanahan scheme looks the same. The snap, the ball's going into the belly of the running back. What is it? Is it a run to that side, or is it a bootleg? Is it a drop back pass? Whatever. The defense has to do what? Stand there and watch. I want the same on the other side, where it looks like this same 2 deep we just saw. It looks like this same wide zone that we just saw. It looks like this, but it's not something totally different. That disguise and that unpredictability is how you can make up for the fact that you don't have 4 animals across the front that can just get you 12 and a half sacks apiece.
Here's another reason, though, I think Dan Quinn really wants to go the Flores route defensively. And this is something that Logan has drilled into my head the more we've talked about Flores all regular season, but also into this search. I think that the Flores defense, more than most of the schemes in the NFL that are really good right now, does not take nearly as much talent as the others. The more talented you are, the better it's going to be. I always want better players. So yes, if you don't have a Van Ginkel on the edge, who's an uber athletic guy going up the ladder, reads screens better than anybody, you're not going to pick off as many screens or blow up as many of those plays. It's really good to have a piece like that. You'll want Harry the Hitman, Harrison Smith on the back end in the secondary, moving around, making plays, blowing people up, intercepting passes. Yes, good football players help. But if you want to comp Mike McDonald, who I love, who we've been singing the praises of for 48 hours, head coach and defensive mastermind of Seattle, that's a great defense conceptually. Danny, you need to have really, really good players to run that defense. He rushes 4 almost every single play. And for them to win, which they do constantly, you need world eaters like Leonard Williams and those guys who are as good rushing 4 because of the talent as anybody else to get the most out of the way they do things, running some of that man coverage with a robber at safety coming downhill. You need Nick Amenwori, who is suddenly one of the better playmaking all over the place Swiss Army knives in the National Football League. In this Minnesota Flores defense, it masks deficiencies a lot more. And I've bounced this off of people, quarterbacks and coaches and play callers, to see if they agree. And to a man, they all have. They're like, yeah, absolutely. Because of the way you can call, because of the aggressiveness, basically you don't need to be as talented. Now, the goal should be to have an offseason like New England did last year. Go get me Milton Williams up front. Go get me Carl Davis at corner. Go get me Robert Spillane at linebacker. Go get me Harold Landry on the edge and make my defense that was bad really, really good. But in the meantime, this helps bridge that gap. And I'm quite sure that's something that's been on Dan Quinn's mind as well when he looks at his personnel and goes, we don't have guys.
Yeah.
We got Daron Payne and what exactly?
Yeah, this is my Greg Williams philosophy. I saw Warwick Holdman and Pearson Prelude and a bunch of guys that you don't care about have a top 10 defense. You're not going to be great without some of the hunters you're talking about. You're not going to be great without, Hall of Fame defensive end or world beater cornerback or, leave this guy on an island, whatever, or, superstar linebacker, but you can be just fine. You can be solid. And I saw that when I remember there was a year, their defense was pretty good, and Sean Springs, the cornerback, led them in sacks on some of those corner blitzes that Greg Williams dialed up. That's always been my defensive philosophy is you can be just fine if everybody's accountable and knows where they're supposed to be and does the job. That's kind of what this is, plus that level of aggressiveness. Again, I'm so tired of the you don't take anything away defense. Like if you could, think about those Dan Quinn Dallas defenses. You could move the ball against them. You could score against them, but they were going to get some turnovers. At least that's something, right? I mean, if you are going to limit some of the big plays or limit some of the big yards, but you don't get turnovers. That's fine too. This defense here over the last couple of years didn't take it away, gave up tons of points and tons of yards without creating any pressure. It's the worst possible combination. So as long as one fader goes up at a minimum, fine by me. That's where I'm at. I mean, it's to the point. It used to be the way I felt about special teams. Just don't screw me. Just don't have that terrible, fumbled punt or block punt or field goal block or whatever. The bare minimum. I'd love for the special teams to get to the point where they win games. That's where I'm at with the defense now. Just don't screw me. Just be regular bad. Be lower middle of the pack before you get to 25. Somewhere in there, and we'll be a lot better off.
There was not a hire they could have made as a new defensive coordinator that I would have disliked when it was announced. Frankly, there was nothing they could have done with any of the guys that have been named, right? Whether it was Patrick Graham, who's the long time, I've done this before, been around the block, had some top 10 defenses choice, or it was one of the first timers. Like I would have been jacked up about Carl Scott just because you're in Seattle right now.
Yep.
Or Al Harris because of the takeaways last year. Durante Jones, who's frankly not a name that has been on my radar in any way until 24 hours ago when we first heard he was interviewing with the team. I'm fine with this too. Like I am even interested in this because I love the Flores concept. That's the guy I would have wanted. That was not an option. So you might as well go with maybe the next Flores. Perhaps he could do it like Flores does. Maybe some of the baggage with Brian Flores doesn't come with him. He's a hard guy to deal with, apparently. I mean, look, like Ryan Fitzpatrick, who seems to have problems with nobody, takes every chance he can publicly to just crush that guy for like how he handled the Dolphins years ago. I don't even know if that's fair or not, but he has some enemies out there and buildings that he's been in. I happen to really like Brian Flores and would hire him in a second, but it does seem like there is this element, see Mike Vrabel, see Jim Harbaugh, where like he leaves some wreckage behind him when he leaves a building. Now, I would have given him the job in 1 second. I'm sure they wanted to. He didn't want to take it. He's trying to get a head coaching job again. But maybe you get some of the really good of Flores, and this guy could be the next Brian Flores. 47 years old. See, people will look at that and go, how is he never a coordinator before? That worries me. You need a shot sometimes. So I am cool with this. Do I think this search went according to plan? Absolutely not.
There's no way that it did.
No chance.
And you can't argue otherwise.
You can't float and suggest you want you want a longtime play caller who's done this a bunch and then get a first timer and tell me it went according to plan. You can't clearly be interested in Ulbrich and Raheem and Gannon and Flores and all these guys that don't end up here and then start interviewing guys that weren't a part of the process in the first phase and end up with one that was basically on the radar for people for like 24 hours and say this was where you planned on ending. I also don't know how much any of that matters. If you just told me at the beginning of the search they're going to go get a guy from Minnesota who worked under Brian Flores, who's going to run some of Flores' stuff here, who's 47, getting his first shot after 13 stops, coaching in Canada, the NFL, 3 levels of college and high school, I would say, let's rock and roll. But by the way, go get this dude some players, please. Because I don't care if it's Joe Witt or it's Dom Capers or it's any other great defensive coordinator over the years. If you don't give this dude players, he has no chance.
So the one thing I'm going to say to circle back to the process is they set the expectation. If you never let out there, and this is through multiple reports where they couldn't wait to get the word out to everybody that covers the team and, hey, this is where our line of thinking is. If you'd never set the expectation for, we want an experienced play caller, we want a guy with pelts on the wall, then I'd feel really good about this. Where you interviewed a bunch of different guys and you went big game hunting. You went for the Gannon, the Flores kind of tier, guys that have options. And you ended up here from a really good tree. I'd be way more excited about it than I am had they not set the expectation of, we're looking for X, and you did not land on X.
Which I understand. It does not change my excitement in any way. I don't know. Excited is not the right word. I'm not excited about the hire. I like the hire fine, and I don't feel worse about it based on the search. I just think 2 things are true. 1, this did not go the way that they set out for it to go, I don't think. 2, as I said, they were going to get someone you could sell as a pretty good hire. There were just more decent options on the defensive side of the ball than jobs.
Yep.
Especially if your search is going to include both longtime play callers who have been head coaches and also guys who have never done it before. Because most teams in their building have someone they really like as an ascending option. There's probably 15 or 18 guys that are really good assistant right-hand men to great coordinators. I don't know who Jim Schwartz is in Cleveland, but that guy is an example, right? A lot of teams have that type of person. So if those candidates, plus all the guys that have been DCs, are out there, it's a game of musical chairs, and there's a lot more people than there are seats. So someone decent's going to sit in your seat. I think that happened with Durante Jones. But let's see what people think about the hire. We'll open up the phones on this for the first time on Grant and Danny now. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Feels like Washington, after getting shut out by Brian Flores, wants to play a little Brian Flores football on defense. They went and got his right-hand man. What do you think? G&D on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Alec Lewis, who covers the Vikings in Minneapolis, joins us in 30 minutes. We will talk to him about the newest Commanders coordinator. It is their new defensive coordinator, Durante Jones, who is in Minnesota under Brian Flores as their defensive pass game coordinator and secondary coach. One of the things Washington is really enamored by is his ability to develop defensive backs. They feel like he will help them there. The Vikings, Danny, defensively, top 10 in scoring defense routinely under Brian Flores, and in 3 of the last 4 years, they've been top 10 in takeaways. So they feel like if Jones can bring some of that to D.C., this is going to be a win.
That's the idea. And again, you're going to overhaul this personnel on the defensive side of the ball, but you can't get 11 new starters in all likelihood. There's going to have to be some building to it where you improve here and there. Maybe your first-round pick is this guy, a couple free agents. That salary cap money that they have a lot of is going to dry up pretty quickly when you start adding different pieces to improve the ball club. So there's going to be some piecemeal. They need to go next year from 31, 32, depending on who you ask, to 20. I'm not talking about a top 5 defense. I'm not talking about being Seattle or, what the Patriots are doing or the Broncos or Houston. That's a pipe dream. And maybe that's something that's on the horizon a couple years from now. But you probably can't do that in one offseason. But you could improve majorly. At least, I keep going back to this, have some philosophy where you go, we're going to take at least one thing away. We're going to dictate in one way. You can't take away everything because you're not a great defense. But you can do something, whereas this defense the last couple years in Washington has taken away nothing. Everything available is underneath for constant first downs, yards per play, points over the top, big plays, no turnovers. You've taken nothing away. This defense, presumably, under the Flores tree, will at least dictate in some way.
And I don't think it has to be a complete overhaul to get a lot better. I was thinking about this last night. If they go defensive at number 7 overall, which they should do, and they pick a player that hits, whether that's David Bailey, the edge, who I really, really like, or if that's Caleb Downs out of Ohio State, or Sonny Styles, the Green Dot Mike linebacker with the Buckeyes. If that player is excellent, their defense, just like that,
instantly,
with one pick at number 7 by getting a real star, potential perennial Pro Bowl type player, which is what should happen when you take a defender in the top 10. If they hit on the pick, gets that much better. And there are ripple effects that get sent. Now you're one splash free agent signing away. Who's your Milton Williams? Who's your Carlton Davis? And you get 2 of those guys, and you could start dreaming a little bit on just how much better with those 2 moves this defense could be. But with any coaching hire from outside your building, it's also going to be about him getting more out of their young core. Players like last year's second-round pick, Trey Amos, coming back from injury at corner. Like the year before that's second-round pick, Mikey Sanderstill, who was great in year 1 and not as good last year. Do you just keep him outside where he's actually played well? Do you kick him back inside where he's struggled? Those 2 players. You want to tell me he's good at developing DBs? Great. I got Clay for him tomorrow.
Yeah, I got 2.
I need him to help those guys. Dorrance Armstrong will come back. He seems like a very solid, good edge, guy that was on his way to double-digit sacks pretty easily this year. So you put him with Payne and Kinlaw, you got your foundation up front, but they need more help in that area. Let's go to RJ and Laurel on the Fan. The coordinating search is over. Durante Jones comes over from the Vikings. What do you think?
I think it's a good pickup. It's one of those safe risk hires, and you talk about people that don't have a lot of experience. Well, Pete Carroll had a lot of experience. Seattle sent him packing, and they look to be doing pretty well with a guy who got a chance to be a head coach. I think the big thing is this is where the search should have started and ended to begin with, is getting somebody from the Vikings or getting somebody from Seattle. So we got that. I would still re-examine Seattle just because their team Swiss cheesed our defense this year. So I want some defensive insight from them, or I want to pluck somebody from the offensive side, maybe on the receiver side, and add them to our side of the offensive coaching side of things. But ultimately, like you guys are going back to it, come back to the draft. And we really got to re-examine. When we look at some of the other teams like the Broncos, the Bears, and the Patriots, who also got a quarterback the same year we did, and some of the moves that they've made in the draft and free agency to really bolster their teams and have just a better outlook. I know it's easy.
Well, they were way more aggressive in free agency.
Thank you, buddy.
That's been the big difference between New England's trajectory the last couple of years and Washington's. Number one, they clearly hit a slam dunk with their defensive-minded head coach who's made their defense a lot better. But they also just actually gave that coach talent. You know, they weren't spending on 1-year deals to kind of piecemeal this thing. They didn't go get a bunch of really old guys on defense for a year or two at a time, leaders in the locker room. They went and got super talented, all-pro type, Pro Bowl players.
Top of the market players.
They also incumbent core better than Washington's. Guys like Christian Gonzalez at corner. There's not one of those types of players in this locker room right now in the secondary. So there's a lot of variables there. But I want to go back to something he said at the start of the call. I think he said this is a safe hire. I actually would disagree with that. One part that we haven't talked about of this hire, while I like it and I endorse it and it's fine, I would say it's not safe at all. It's risky if you're Dan Quinn. I think this whole offseason so far, from a staff building standpoint, has been ballsy. You are entrusting David Blau, who's never been a coordinator, never called a play, to be your OC. And the reason right away that they started floating this idea that they were going to go get a coordinator on defense who has called plays is that it was their words, not mine. You don't want to have two of those guys in the building. You don't want to have two guys that might need to lean on Dan Quinn or get some extra help, extra set of eyes from some veterans. Let's just make sure half the building's locked down with a grown-up who's done this before. I happen to think Blau's going to be really good, and I'm hopeful and I'm excited about that. But you have two guys who have never done this. I'm assuming it would be crazy if you're, 47-year-old, 13-stop guy that you just hired as a DC doesn't call plays. I'm sure he will, and Quinn will be an overseer, a la Joe Witt. The fact that it's two first-timers, this is actually very risky in my opinion. Non-risky would have been Patrick Graham. Non-risky would have been given the job 4 days ago to Denard Wilson before he found a different place. They've done it before. This is not that, in my opinion.
I think it's a fair point. My counter to your counter is that anything here is risk. Any decision, when you boil it down to its most bare bones, simply must work. Any decision that they make after moving on from both coordinators, not because everything was going great, you didn't lose one or half your staff because your season was so good that guys got poached. People are parting ways because there was discord, because there's standoffishness, because there's intractability. Whatever the reason, two new OC, an OC and a DC are here because last year didn't go very well. You are now at risk. If it doesn't work, full stop, it's a disaster. So, to your point, yeah, it's riskier to go with the neophyte or someone that hasn't done it before from that sense. But to me, even if Patrick Graham didn't work, you're still in dire straits.
Shane's in Fairfax on the Fan. Shane, what do you make of the Commanders hiring Durante Jones from Minnesota as their defensive coordinator?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Good, man.
Very well, pal.
Hey, look, I think it's a great hire. I think this is a step in the right future, right? I think this is what we wanted. We want somebody that's aggressive, and he is. I think it's somebody that can help this defense. But like I just said, you can have the Messiah himself calling plays, but if you don't get this roster fixed, you ain't going to matter who's calling the damn plays. You still got an overpriced Deron Payne, a defensive tackle, that is getting paid like a top 10 defensive tackle, which is not. You have no secondary safety. And Grant, here's what you're hoping on. You're hoping on a draft pick to save this. Look what happened to Chase Young. How far we forgot about the Chase? Oh, Chase Young's going to come here and save his defense.
Right.
Where's he at now? You can't count on that.
Well, in fairness, I get your point, and you're not wrong. He had a hell of a year in New Orleans, and it looks like he might finally be rounding into form.
Took a while.
It certainly did.
But yes, good year.
His point is 100% correct. It's something I acknowledged on the most recent episode of Take Command I did with Logan, which is, if the player is what they're supposed to be when you take him at 7, they can make that immediate impact. Those ripple effects are felt. Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, David Bailey, whoever it is. But that is the best case scenario. It might also be that you draft David Bailey.
It could be Abdul Carter 2.0.
He has 3.5 or 4 sacks next year, and you're like, I like some things I saw, but it takes time. That's actually way more likely, by the way, than him just becoming this stud edge who's this one-dimensional, awesome elite player right away.
So it goes back to free agency. I mean, that to me, that's what this offseason is. Because, again, they have such limited draft capital that if you take a normal first-round pick, even in the top 10, it might take a minute. I don't think everyone's going to be patient, but we should be, right? Where someone's going to round into form. But to me, again, this is about going big and being smart and, finding the right guy that's going to, elevate this thing. You need your, what's the Eagles linebacker that they got out of nowhere? The
Bond.
Zach Bond. Where no one cared about Zach Bond at all. And all of a sudden they found Zach Bond and now he's a must-have superstar. I need a bunch of those, not whatever they've done.
Next on Grant and Danny, I want to get into the Bills hiring Joe Brady. They move on from Sean McDermott. Did they actually upgrade? We could talk about that. But also, specific to this hire by Dan Quinn and the Commanders, he's not hiring coaches like he is on a warming seat. He is not putting together a staff like it's make or break, you better win this coming year. How sure are we that that's actually the case? We should get into that next on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a To this a little bit later in the show, but before we went on the air this afternoon, Joe Brady got the Buffalo Bills job. Brady has been the offensive coordinator and play caller for Josh Allen over the last few seasons. I've got to imagine Allen was pretty heavily involved in this search, with it landing on Brady, who got to Buffalo in 22 as a quarterback's coach, then an interim OC, then an OC, and now the head coach there. Him and Allen have a very good relationship. This feels like a Cliff Kingsbury situation. Like, it's hard for me to be convinced that they upgraded here from Sean McDermott just because we haven't seen Brady yet. He's less experienced. We don't know if he's the same leader of men. He's just a 36-year-old head coach who, again, has only really ever been the OC and the play caller in Carolina for a very short time, didn't go nearly as well, and then in Buffalo. He's also done some things in college with LSU. But I feel like this was Allen going to them and going, okay, I like this guy, I don't like this guy. I like this guy, I don't like this guy.
Yeah.
And in the end, he and the owner and Brandon Beane probably made the call, let's just roll with this coach. And it's not like they didn't like McDermott. They just decided, we can't get over the hump with him, let's try something else. So I don't actually hate this, going defensive-minded to offensive-minded, but I can't sit here and tell you they upgraded. A la when you go from Kingsbury to Blau, who was answering to him, I don't know if this will be better. It's got a chance to be better.
Sure.
It's got a chance to be worse, too.
This is another one of those things where I care about the process maybe so much more than a lot of fans do. Because to your point, you end up on an offensive mind that's put together some pretty decent results in a short amount of time. I mean, his college resume is excellent. And, the pro resume, when he took over from Ken Dorsey a couple of years ago, you go, that's pretty good. Helping Josh Allen. Now, I don't know. I think I could probably help Josh Allen pretty decently. I'd go, Josh, mix some magic for me. Look for one guy, and if you don't get it, be a bulldozer into the secondary.
I think they were top 3 offense with Dorsey when he got fired, by the way.
Is that right?
Just as an idea of the talent they had. Like, if you have Josh Allen, you have hit the jackpot as a play caller in this ascending offensive mind that's looking for a head coaching job. So no reason to ever leave him. And to Brady's credit, even though he's done some interviews, he has not. You definitely luck boxed your way into this thing. I also wonder, how much were they hurt by the really embarrassing,
and this is where I'm going,
press conference with their owner, Terry Pagula, coming out? Because we went from going, that's the best opening in years, to, it's a really good opening because you have Josh Allen and everybody should want that job, but also, how much managing up are you going to do with this goose of an owner?
Yeah, imagine working for that guy, and because he kind of showed you his buttocks there. So I guess that's ultimately where I fall on it. Is I care so much about the process. Like most teams are able to interview a couple different guys. Maybe one guy chooses somewhere else. You settle on somebody, and it's a normal story. When it goes weird, when Phil Rivers is like, you know what, I'm good. I'm going to go hang out and coach high school ball or something. It just doesn't look good after the owners put his foot in his mouth a couple different times, overruling the GM and making it look like they're dysfunctional.
Let's go to the phones. Melvin in his truck wants to chat about the hire by Dan Quinn and brings up the point that he's not making hires like a guy that necessarily has to win right away this year. Melvin, what do you got?
So, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I'm for sure that Dan Quinn is not scared of his job, right? Because we keep saying he's on a high seat, Dan Quinn is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's the CEO, and he's building a corporation, right, from the bottom up. You get young talent in there from a coaching staff standpoint, right? Set them up, and then we good for the next 5, 6, 7 years, right? Look at Cliff Kingsbury. He had Cliff Kingsbury the first year. I guarantee you, he knew Cliff Kingsbury wasn't a sustainable model. But they went to the conference championship. Can't cut him then. Next year, everybody got hurt. It wasn't Cliff Kingsbury's fault, his fault. But he cut him anyway because he knew. Look at Witt, right? His boy, right? He knew after the first year.
Yep.
That wasn't the guy.
Well, I would say part of the way into the second year, but your point is well taken.
Yeah, point stands.
I think it's a really smart call. The hirings of coordinators do not in any way resemble a guy who's on a warming seat. He is not on a hot seat. I've said that over and over again. It's not hot. There's a path to him being in trouble this coming year. Like, I will tell you right now, Danny, I don't think he can survive another 4-13 season. You cannot go 4-13 again if you're Dan Quinn and keep your job, I don't think. But he's not on the hot seat. I don't think he would survive a 5-12 season this year where you're like a game better. But he's not on the hot seat. If they go 7-10 and Daniels stays mostly healthy and has a bounce back, plays at a better level than he did when he was on the field last year, and it looks like you got the OC hire right with Blau, At 7-10, he keeps his job. So this is not a hot seat. I don't think it's a like playoffs or bust or anything like that. What I'm saying is the seat is warming. That was a terrible year. He would have gotten fired. It was a fireable season if not for the NFC Championship game. But he'll still benefit from the NFC Championship game this coming year, too.
You might be right. I mean, I'm ascribing my own feelings to the situation. And obviously, I'm not in Adam Peters' brain when it comes to it. My point all along was that stretch where they got outscored by 100 points over a couple of weeks or a few weeks, like twice this millennium that has happened, was so horrendous and so terrible. And then the entirety of the presentation put together of this season was so horrendous. It's so bad we should be talking about him if you don't get success immediately. Every move should be scrutinized to a degree where you don't have carte blanche anymore. Maybe they don't feel that way. That's actually not crazy. That's what I want. Yes.
That's not how he's acting.
There you go.
And
that's a smart point.
The seat is not hot. Is it warm? We could debate that. Nas and Clinton. This is cool. He actually played with Durante Jones at Bowie State. You got to turn your radio down. What's up, Nas?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
What can you tell us about your former coach, Durante Jones?
Man, that's the guy, man. When I tell y'all, like before, I know we wanted Brian Flores and all these different things, want aggressive defense. Coach Jones is an aggressive defensive coordinator. When I was at Bowie State, we was the number one defensive team in the NCAA out of Division II, and we dictated what teams would do, right? We would run press man, cover zero with 10-7 because Coach Jones specializes. I was a DB. He puts the emphasis on the DBs to hold their own because if the DBs can hold their own, the rush going to get there. Because when you think about it, if you look at Flores' system and how they play now, I'm dictating what the quarterback sees at the line of scrimmage based on how I line up and how I move after the snap. You won't have enough time to get from 1, 2, or 3 because I'm going to be press man or I'm a show man press and look like I'm sending pressure and I'm dropping back. And when you saw what they did to us this year, that's exactly what Brian Flores' system did.
Totally.
And that's a representative of Greg Williams' system. So now you bring a guy like Durante in who's going to specialize in that DB room because we said, oh, yeah, the DBs can't cover. We can't do this. Well, now we're going to put those guys in position to say, here's what y'all need to do best. We're going to handle what we need to do up front to generate to get to that quarterback.
I love that. Hey, can I reach out to you to just talk more about what he ran?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to jot your number down. I'm going to reach out to you. All right?
Yep. Sounds good.
Cool.
Good call. Thanks, buddy.
That philosophy, which is and fourth downs, they send the house, and you're forcing quarterbacks to move.
But you also think of that chess match, right? Where it looks like you're bringing the house, so you check to something that's quick, and now you've backed off and you can tackle in front.
Alec Lewis, Vikings beat next on G&D.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system, water heater, and a sump pump, I called
instills in us on both sides of the ball. It's the same philosophy that Flo reiterates to the defense that we each as a position coach, stress, and it's all about the ball. We try to tackle at the level of the ball. We attack the ball because I always tell players, especially defensive backs, they want to get paid. Well, you don't get paid if you don't touch the ball. So whether you're forcing fumbles, creating interceptions, you get paid in this level by touching the football.
Because the ball is life, as we like to say around here. Durante Jones is the new defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. He came by way of the Minnesota Vikings. We'll be joined in moments by Alec Lewis, who covers the Vikings beat for The Athletic in Minneapolis. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murat.
We love those guys. They can do a lot for you. We're exclusively sponsored by them. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is a good day to watch the show if you are stuck in your house on a snow day. The 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel allows you to watch us in high definition. And, of course, you can listen to us wherever you are on the Odyssey app, thanks to our friends listening in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, and all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. But let's talk to Alec Lewis, who covers the Vikings for The Athletic in Minnesota, about the newest member of the Commander's staff. Alec, it's Grant and Danny in the nation's capital. How are you, sir?
I'm great, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Was pretty excited to see Durante get this opportunity. I think everyone here who has observed him, talked to people about him, gotten to know him, believed that this was coming down the pipe. So cool to see it happen. I'm excited to talk about it.
So let's get into Durante Jones. Why do you feel like he was a DC in waiting, and what do you make of the hire for Washington?
Yeah, well, I'll just start. I mean, last year, Durante interviewed for multiple defensive coordinator opportunities. One of them was with the New Orleans Saints. I remember at the time, or after the fact, a couple weeks after the fact, at the Combine, talking to an exec in New Orleans who was in on the interview, and eventually they hired Brandon Staley, but the exec was like, Durante did a really good job, and he will be in prime position for one of these spots in the near future. So it wasn't shocking to me to see his name as just common around the NFL within a lot of these defensive coordinator conversations. I mean, Durante, kind of to the initial question, he's a combination of a lot of things that I think these teams and these coaches are looking for in the defensive side of the ball. His schematic background is pretty deep when you're talking about spending time with Mike Zimmer, Lou Anarumo, and Brian Flores, obviously with what they've done the last couple of years. And then he's just a good dude. The players really respected him. You've seen that a little bit with the couple tweets and Instagram posts from some of the guys here. So just the way I describe it is probably within a lot of these roles, these coaches are looking for guys with very few yellow and red flags, and Durante doesn't have any. So it was just a matter of time.
Why do you think it took as long as it did for a guy that's been around? He's in his mid-40s, pretty much my age, but has been coaching for a while. Seems like everybody's kind of bullish and excited about his prospects, but it did take a while for him to kind of ascend to a bigger chair.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and it probably it's a broader conversation in terms of who gets hired and who doesn't in this league and in college football. I mean, I think there's a lot of it that's media-driven. I think there's a lot of it that's agent-driven. I think there's a lot of it that's, for lack of a better term, it's like who are the coaches friends with driven. I think that's a lot of what drives some of these hires. And Durante, I mean, he specifically with the NFL in the last half decade, I mean, he hasn't bounced around a ton. He's been here. He worked for Mike Zimmer, like I mentioned. He worked for Ed Donatel in 2022 for a defense that didn't have much talent. Then Ed Donatel got fired. They brought in Brian Flores, and in the last couple of years, given what this defense has done, producing turnovers, giving quarterbacks serious problems throughout the entire season for multiple years, his name has been kind of within the buzz, and I think it was just going to be incumbent upon a coaching, a head coach and a regime taking a chance on a guy who hadn't done it at the NFL level.
We're talking to Alec Lewis, who covers the Vikings in Minnesota for The Athletic, about the newest member of the Commander's staff, their defensive coordinator, Durante Jones, hired yesterday. So one of the selling points is obviously that he brings the Flores scheme. I don't know to what extent he'll run what Flores does, but he was his right-hand man. Can you go deeper into just his role and how close he and Flores were and how closely they worked together? I mean, is it fair to say that he was his top lieutenant, so to speak?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Durante was the defensive pass game coordinator in charge of, really the entire secondary, safeties, cornerbacks, and Brian Flores' defense. Really, the defensive backs are the hub of communication for the defense, making checks pre-snap, and kind of just orchestrating things from the back end. So you would see him. I can recall so many training camp and OTAs days of him being the vocal guy out with most of the secondary. And so, there's just no Brian Flores. I'll say this too. Brian Flores, he expects a lot. He has a very high standard. He is very direct. He, working for him, you have to meet a certain bar, and he and Durante really hit it off from the outset when Brian Flores got here in 2023. And the other thing I would say that probably Commanders fans, would enjoy hearing is Brian Flores and what he's done the last few years here is beyond different from what he did in Miami. In Miami, it was it was a similarly aggressive scheme, but it was a man coverage, really heavy scheme. And here, it's been a zone, different types of coverage disguise, really dominated scheme. And so I think the cool thing with Durante is he has the principles of what it would look like in a man-heavy scheme from his time with Zimmer to the different ways you can incorporate zone to the past few years with Brian Flores. So there's just a breadth of knowledge and experience that he brings and knowing what it looks like to kind of adapt and evolve to what you have on a season-by-season basis, but a week-to-week basis, too.
Alec Lewis with us here on Grant and Danny gave us some great insight into Durante Jones, new defensive coordinator here in Washington. So you kind of touched on this, but I'd love for you to go in depth. Obviously, we haven't seen his scheme yet, talking about Durante Jones, because he hasn't been a defensive coordinator yet, but just from what your conversations with him and just kind of observing, how do you think it'll be different maybe from Flores, and how much of it will be kind of a reprint?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm a scheme nerd, and I love following this stuff, so I'm going to be very curious to see how much they they incorporate what they've done with Brian Flores, and a lot of that is off coverage. It is zone drops where defenders really have eyes on the quarterback. Like, one of the interesting aspects of what Brian Flores has done here is the defense it's not like they don't have rules, but they are very loose and fast with their rules so that the players can play really fast, and so they're not thinking a ton. And so I would imagine, it's going to be dependent on the personnel of, does Durante think that the secondary in Washington and guys they bring in, et cetera, does he think they have the bandwidth and the ability to incorporate a lot of those rules and still play fast on the fly? Or does he take the approach here of, we're going to make things simpler and allow guys to play fast and lean really heavily into what they do on the front? I think that's going to be an important aspect for you guys, obviously, to follow. Something I'll be curious about is, who does he bring in on the defensive line and on kind of the front seven to help him coach that defense? Because what Brian Flores has done here and what Durante oversaw and played witness to really was just a beautiful combination of marrying up what they do on the front and what they do on the back end. And he will have an understanding of how they got to the place that they've gotten to the last few years. So going to be interesting to see what he, what style and where he leans into in both of those aspects.
Alec, you're talking to someone who loves the Flores scheme and loves Flores, but I'm wondering when it's come up short or when they've struggled, is there like a certain type of offense that has been an issue? I think about like McDonald being an answer key for Shanahan, it seems like, or sometimes like the Dan Quinn defense has not worked against the Shanahan offense with LaFleur and McDaniel and some of those guys. I know this year the Ravens scored almost 30, or the Chargers scored almost 40. Just over the few years, we know what it looks like when it's really good. We saw them shove Washington into a locker 31-0. But is there something that gives it fits, or when it hasn't gone as good, what has that been about?
Yeah, stopping the run. When they have had trouble stopping the run, then offenses are in shorter downs and distances, especially on third down, and it's easier on quarterbacks. I mean, that's really been the secret sauce of this scheme. It's been the ability to make quarterbacks, offensive lines, and opposing coaches have to think very quickly and adapt on the fly. And so a lot of the young quarterbacks they face and coordinators who maybe aren't as experienced have had trouble managing the game throughout a lot of the mental pressure that the Vikings apply. And so I'd say teams that have run the ball effectively on early downs, and then quarterbacks and coordinators and offenses that are really sharp, that are typically veterans who can adapt on the fly in game. I mean, those are the ones that have given Brian Flores problems. And I will say the other thing that I'm going to be curious to watch, I mean, one of the underrated aspects of what Brian Flores has done here is the in-game adaptability. And that's why, I mean, for years here, the matchups between him and Ben Johnson were phenomenal because both of those guys were so good and are so good at being able to make tweaks in game. So can Durante Jones in Washington, with that new personnel in the first season being there, can he get to a place at which they can be as adaptable? That'll be another thing just for me that I will have my eyes on from afar.
Alec, we're reading up. This all happened in a hurry. It went from someone that wasn't on our radar to they interviewed, fell in love, and hired all basically within like an hour and a half, numbers approximate. As a teacher, that seems to be a great rep of his, as a guy that's a great teacher as a defensive backs coach. Obviously, maybe a little bit less time hands-on teaching in that role, but there's still probably some in terms of player development. Give me kind of a thought there, instead of just saying, hey, meet the expectation. How was he kind of boots on the ground, hands-on, improving players?
Yeah, I mean, there are a ton of examples, and I think I was talking to my colleague at The Athletic, Nikki, about this yesterday when the hiring became official. I said to her, the cool thing for Durante is he has gotten to work with so many different types of players, especially in the safety room and on the back end. When you think of a Harrison Smith who has been in the NFL for seemingly 60 seasons and the type of experience that guy has. When you think about the development of Cam Bynum, who went from a cornerback in college, drafted the Vikings, developed by Durante Jones, and then signed a big money deal in free agency to play safety for the Indianapolis Colts. When you think about Josh Metellus, who was a 6th-round pick from Michigan, kind of a special teams guy, Brian Flores gets here, and now he's been a guy who's making multi-millions of dollars as a key cog on the defense. I mean, I remember having a conversation with Durante during training camp about Theo Jackson, one of the safeties here, and I remember Durante saying to me, like, I've been pretty hard on Theo, and so there is a level of, the standard that I talked about earlier, a level of accountability, and then I also think there is an understanding of, how hard to be on guys and when to ease up. Durante is a very aware guy. I think he has a really good read on people, and I think that's also part of the reason why the people in this building, players and coaches, have been as happy for Durante as they've been because of the type of guy he is as much as anything else.
We're talking about the Commanders coaching staff and the DC hire Durante Jones with Alec Lewis, who covered him in Minnesota on the Vikings beat with The Athletic. It'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about David Blau as well. I know he, was not about to coordinate offense under Kevin O'Connell, but he did play there at one point as a backup quarterback and kind of finished his playing career in Arizona thereafter. But What do you make of Blau, who you got to know a little bit, now at 30 being named the OC here, another first-time play-calling coordinator for Dan Quinn?
Yeah, I think it's potentially in my opinion, one of the sneakiest hires of the entire cycle in the NFL. I obviously covered David here, have talked to him a lot over the years, thought he was unbelievably sharp. You go back to 2022, the Vikings traded for TJ Hawkinson in the middle of that season, and David Blau was a practice squad quarterback here, and David had crossover with TJ from their time in Detroit. And so in 4 days, David essentially met with TJ, translated the entire Lions system into the Viking system for him. And you guys might remember the first game TJ played was in Washington. I believe he had 8 catches that day and attributed a lot of his ability to be as seamless within the offense to the help of David Blau. So, I was under the impression that if he went to Detroit and if that interview went down the road, then that would have been a real possibility. So for the Commanders to make that happen as quick as they did, I think was pretty telling. And it's another one where, just as a fan of the league, as someone who really follows this, the coaching stuff, because I think position coaches especially are some of the most underrated aspects of these teams and organizations that thrive and those that don't. Watching how David builds that thing with Jaden, I'll be fascinated from afar.
Yeah, what do you think will win in kind of the push and pull inside David Blau's mind? I guess what I mean is he's got some pretty good mentors as sort of masters in terms of different systems and things that he's been a part of or been around. What do you think will dominate his philosophy?
Yeah, I mean, you hear every coach say, they're going to build it around their players, and I'd say you hear that all the time. And how often is that actually the case? I don't think probably as often as people might think. But I would say with David, his awareness level of what Jaden likes, what he doesn't like, I would imagine will dominate his philosophy. But then his experience here, his experience in Detroit, playing under center, under center play action. I think that would probably be my expectation. And I think Jaden is more than capable of playing that way, but being able to design an offense that doesn't make the quarterback have to shoulder the entire burden on every single snap, I think is kind of what the meta of what teams are looking for right now seems to be. I think it's harder to find than it is to say, but I do think David is capable. So that's what I'd say. Probably building the concepts to what Jaden Daniels likes to throw, but doing that in a way that removes all of the responsibility from being on his plate on every single snap.
Alec, before we let you go, let's localize the convo to your beat in the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy, 10 games in now, sub 60% of his passes complete. Hard to do in the NFL at this point. 11 touchdowns, 12 picks. How convinced are the Vikings that he's the guy, or might they be in the market for a quarterback? Just feels like they wasted a pretty good roster this year by not having a better answer.
Yeah, they're definitely in the market for a quarterback. I mean, Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi Fomensa have both said that they are seeking competition at that position for J.J. McCarthy. The question is going to be what level of insurance are they going to be looking for? I mean, last year, it's crazy how it played out. The team was not willing to go more than a year with Sam Darnold for reasons that did make sense. They obviously wanted to keep Daniel Jones in the building. Daniel Jones thought the opportunity in Indianapolis was a better opportunity, and that left them, the Vikings I'm talking about, in a pretty tough situation. They signed Carson Wentz right before the season, and then the combination of his injuries and J.J. McCarthy's inconsistency and lack of availability really put a Vikings team that was one of the most cash-spent teams in the NFL in a spot where they didn't make the playoffs. So you've got a GM and a head coach entering their fifth seasons without a playoff win. You've got a quarterback that hasn't been able to stay healthy consistently. And you've got an aging roster that does, fortunately for the Vikings, have a defensive coordinator that is an elite level defensive coordinator. So it's going to be fascinating to see what type of quarterback they try to acquire, how they go about that, and what that means for J.J. McCarthy's future once that decision is made.
Alec, awesome with us, buddy. Appreciate the time and insight, man. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of the week.
You as well. Alec Lewis covers the Vikings for The Athletic in Minnesota. They got a busy offseason ahead. Really good information, though, on Durante Jones there. 7 of 10 head coaching vacancies are filled. Only 3 remain. Let's dive into the coaching carousel next on The Fan.
At National Geographic Society, we believe
Nancy, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are on social media. You want to hit us up there, say something mean. That's what people like to do. At Grant H. Paulson.
And Funny Danny for me.
That is the best way to do it. You can watch the show on the 1067 The Fan YouTube channel. You can also listen to us wherever you are on the Odyssey app. So let's go around the NFL. There were 10 vacancies, head coaching openings in this 2026 offseason, and 7 have now been filled. There are 3 still remaining. So let's start with the open jobs. The Cleveland Browns are in a bad spot.
Yeah.
You could probably just say that in perpetuity over decades.
Do the Haslam family still owns them? Then yep.
I am surprised so many coaches are turning down the Browns job, though, aren't you guys? They have a Pro Bowl quarterback. And you would think that that would be a real selling point for a possible coach.
Stop it.
Generally, when you have a Pro Bowl quarterback and there's an opening, people are lining up to go coach that team. It just hasn't been the case. Left, right, and center people are pulling out of that job. The Haslams, the ownership, bad. You're having to do actual like tests and essays and stuff. Very, very odd hiring process. My guess is it's starting to sound like they just promote from within with Jim Schwartz, their defensive coordinator.
That's what it's looking like. Yeah, so there's a whole weird thing where they're insisting that the new head coach can't pick his defensive coordinator because they like Jim Schwartz. Now, I like Jim Schwartz too, and I'd probably end up on that guy. But it goes to show you that that's what they're thinking. This is very much like when Washington picked Jim Zorn to be the OC and then said, okay, head coaching candidates, come on down. And everyone's like, I may or may not want to work with that guy. I don't really know that guy, or I don't like that guy, or whatever. When you do that, it's not necessarily about Jim Schwartz. It's about the owner saying, this is what we're doing, and you're going, that's a destructive, terrible sign. You've already showed your buttocks here. I know this is going to be bad.
People know what that's all about.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain it. It's Jim Zorn as your quarterback's coach, then your coordinator, now your head coach, right? Like, don't tell me my business. I will hire who I want to hire if I'm getting my head coaching opportunity. And you're telling people their business. You're saying, nope, here's your DC. Sometimes that can work. Jeff Olbricht's really good in Atlanta, just like Jim Schwartz is really good in Cleveland. It did not prohibit Kevin Stefanski from going to Atlanta, obviously, but I think he really wanted to work with Olbricht and thought it was a good situation.
Right, I needed that to be up to Stefanski, not Atlanta. So
Exactly.
they blocked Olbricht from interviews in case Stefanski wanted to keep him.
Yes.
That's very reasonable to me. That's very different than saying, if you want this job, fill out this paperwork.
Here's
and
your coordinator.
These personality tests, and you will be working with Jim Schwartz.
And to be clear, I actually think Schwartz is a great coordinator.
Me too.
It's still just a bad practice. But so is having written tests taken by coaching candidates, having them do like filling out essays, some of the weird stuff we've heard about this hunt. But a bunch of guys have pulled out of this job. Last I heard, did Grant Udinski pull out, the Jaguars quarterback? He was the last one too. So now you've got Anthony Lynn here in Washington. You've got Jim Schwartz. What you're going to find is it's going to be, and I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but it's like very much retreads who are not capable of getting the good jobs. Like if you have a chance to land the really good gigs or you're getting interviews every year, you're not taking this job. But if it's your last shot to be a head coach in the NFL, all of a sudden you're probably willing to talk to the Browns.
Yeah, it sounds very disrespectful, and I don't have another way around that, but it's that David Culley tier, right? It's one last Romeo Crennel ride after he's been through the ringer several times over. You get your year, maybe 2 as a head coach. You get canned because the situation is destructive and toxic and it won't work for anybody, and you get paid out your 4-year deal or whatever, and it's sort of worth the humiliation. It's one last chance to be the HC.
The Arizona Cardinals seem to be zeroing in on Mike LaFleur. I think this is a huge risk. I don't mind the hiring because I am team give a smart, young offensive guy an opportunity and then have him call plays for you. It's just a bad job, in my opinion, because of the consternation around Kyler Murray, not knowing, is he your starter? Do you trade him? Do you move on from him, cut him? What are they going to do exactly? But I keep bringing this up. LaFleur has been good when he's been in the building with a Shanahan. This is Matt LaFleur's little brother. When he left to go do his own thing with the Jets, it went badly. Like, to me, this feels like Eric Bieniemy-ish. He left, he did his own thing, he came back to the tree. He's like, I flew back, and now I'm in the nest with mom again. It's Nagy. It's the same kind of deal. He's viewed more favorably, I think, because it's the Shanahan tree, because he's younger, I guess. But I still have major questions here because of how badly the Zach Wilson thing went, and maybe that's not fair. Nobody would have done a good job with Zach Wilson based on what we know of him, but that was his chance to call plays as an OC. It went badly. Wilson fell on his face, and now LaFleur just kind of went to the Reclamation Society of being under Kyle's wing again, and he's getting another shot. But it looks like he's the favorite right now for this Cardinals job.
Yeah, so looking at that, I would say, hey, tell me what happened there with the Jets. But I also would look, and he was a pass game coordinator, receivers coach, pass game coordinator in San Francisco under Kyle, then gets the gig for the Jets. I'd imagine a lot of people hope that would have gone a lot better, but the Jets haven't had good results before or since. That actually helps you when it comes to resume building. Yes, I could not fix the broken down boat that's sinking. I could not make it go again.
But
that's
do you
the
like
thing.
my comp? Like, how is it that different than a Bieniemy on his own has fallen on his face?
Totally fair.
Or a Nagy. He's left. It hasn't gone well. Comes back.
Back to the nest.
And everyone would tell you when those two guys are hired, this is uninteresting, unexciting. Now, it's only one shot, and he is younger, so it's a little bit different. But do you like the comp?
It works for me to a degree where the one stop was a failure, whereas Josh McDaniel multiple times over has done weird, quit on the team after people were already moving to Indianapolis, has worked his way out of the Raiders, and multiple times people have been excited to hire the guy, and he's been a disaster, and he just belongs in New England. That's where he should be forever, being the OC. This is different. He had 2 years to do something miraculous. He didn't. I don't hold it against him forever that it didn't work out there. Now, I will say this. If you hire him and it doesn't go well in a situation that ain't really well designed and doesn't look like a lot of people would succeed there, then maybe, you put him on that. Maybe you put him officially on the Nagy list.
I'm trying to think of an example of someone who failed miserably the first time and it worked great the second time. Bill Belichick's an obvious answer because of the Browns and then the Patriots. Different era, different circumstances. Maybe Pete Carroll. Jets.
Yeah.
Patriots got to the Super Bowl. Seahawks was really good. Tom Coughlin. I thought he did well in Jacksonville.
He had a good
got him
run
to
in
an AFC
Jacksonville.
title game. Nothing really jumping to my mind. Andy Reid
Shanahan
was
with the
really good in
Raiders
both.
wasn't special and then moved to Denver, did well.
Maybe. Yeah, he was so young. I guess that's possible. I think that was more of an Al Davis thing than a Shanahan thing.
Me too.
But generally, I would just say it's a lower chance than you'd like. If a guy's gotten a shot, it went like that it's not going to be great. But there are examples as we kind of rattle them off. Lastly, the Raiders. So this is just me speculating. This one feels sealed and dealed to me. I think this is Clint Kubiak. Brady was just looks that he wanted. He was just great in that game. If you're Brady and you're watching that, how do you not move him to the top of your list? I feel like, especially with the pick at 1-1 being likely quarterback Fernando Mendoza, Kubiak coming off of the season he's had with Darnold, that's what it should be. So that's my prediction. Kubiak to the Raiders. I'm going to say, like holding my nose while I do it, Schwartz to the Browns, and then Mike LaFleur to the Cardinals to round out the final three openings.
That's my feel. I just don't think Cleveland can attract an outside hire right now. Schwartz has the inside track because you see how preferred he is by the organization, so maybe that just ends up where it is. For the Raiders, I will fully admit I have not done a great job tracking other candidates. It just feels like, matter of time before Clint Kubiak. So there could be somebody that I don't really know about in that regard, but there's the most smoke in Arizona for Mike LaFleur, certainly, having read the tea leaves there.
They just interviewed Brian Daboll, I think again today, so he would be a candidate. They had interviewed Joe Brady, who took the Bills job, so he's out. The other name you keep hearing about with a couple of these gigs, including the Raiders, is Davis Webb, who's the Broncos quarterback's coach. I actually think he is, if it's not Kubiak, let's just say hypothetically, Kubiak pulls his name today and goes back to Seattle Ben Johnson style, I would actually say Davis Webb would be next on that list. They also interviewed Ejiro Evero, Clint Kubiak, we mentioned Kubiak, Vance Joseph, and Matt Nagy. That's kind of the list of the guys that Brady and company have talked to. So let's go through these 7 hirings that have been made. I want to go letter grades here, A through F. First blush. Bills fire McDermott, hire Joe Brady. I'm going to say squarely a C+. What I like, you went defensive-minded to offensive-minded. What I like, you gave Josh Allen a guy that he's familiar with in the head coaching role. What I don't like is just the unknown that Brady is, and there's no guaranteed upgrade in terms of leadership from McDermott.
Hard to put it's such an incomplete, just because I don't have a great Joe Brady sample. To me, it's C with an upside. In other words, it's like we could come back in a year and go, what an A+ hire, or he wasn't ready.
Giants, you could say that about most of these
I guess that's very right.
Giants and John Harbaugh.
A to me.
I'll say A-. I think that's a culture builder. That's a floor raiser.
He's a legitimizer.
Falcons, Kevin Stefanski.
B+.
For me, that's a solid A. Why are you going B+?
the last couple of years were so bad, and there was some mysterious behavior there while they were bad. It's not that you're bad because Cleveland's bad, but to me, it's like I have some questions about some of the way quarterback was handled. I kind of don't know what I don't know there, but there's plenty of upside.
Are you doing the Shador Sanders bit? What
Not at all.
bothered you?
It was confusing. Where this insistence that Dylan Gabriel was a thing, and that I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it. I lost a little Stefanski confidence despite some really good deposits over the last couple of years.
Gotcha.
I have to go back and revisit. That's just a gut feel.
Yeah, I think he didn't think Shador was the guy.
I'm pretty sure of that.
I think
yeah.
he thought there was a better chance that you could just protect the football, get the ball out, not take sacks with Gabriel, and try to win games with his defense. So I don't really have much hostility to him about how he handled the quarterback. I know a lot of people do. But yeah, it was really bad. I just think they had bad quarterbacks. And that's on him too. I don't know how involved he was in the Deshaun Watson trade, but whoever was involved in that should be gone. It seems like that was mostly ownership. But yeah, I think two things are true. One, he should have been fired in Cleveland because it went terribly. And also, I think that's a really good football coach who's a 2-time coach of the year for a reason. I'll go solid B for the Falcons. I kind of lean toward A, honestly, with Stefanski. How about Dolphins going Jeff Hafley? You go from the play-calling wizard McDaniel to the defensive coordinator who's a little bit more of a leader, militant, kind of dictator type in Hafley from the college background, Boston College.
B for me there. Again, I think they needed a little bit of the opposite of what just was, which is McDaniel, quirky sayings, looking off into the sky to see butterflies and be inspired in sort of undertone type ways. They need a bit of a hard ass.
I'll go C. I don't really have feelings either way on Hafley. I'm kind of whelmed. I don't think he did as good a job on defense in Green Bay this year as I expected. Like early in the year, I thought the world of this guy. When they played Washington, they schemed them up and whooped their butt. And I was like, this guy's a superstar. As the year went on, I'm not sure he got as much out of that group as they had talent. And if you look at his resume, it's like, all right, why are we so in love here? Boston College, Green Bay, it's been okay. It's been fine. But I don't dislike him. I think it's a C. Robert Saleh to the Titans.
D. I like Saleh a lot as a defensive coordinator. I don't get the vision here. Again, really good dude by all accounts. Just it's a bad situation. He's already been in a bad situation once. Failed out of there. I kind of don't see this as a turnaround candidate.
By the way, I'm realizing I'm just whelmed on a lot of these hires.
Yeah.
I'm not like in or
That's
out.
the cycle, I think.
Kind of middle of the pack. I'll go C again for Robert Saleh. I get it. I'm not overly excited. I do think he's an awesome defensive coach.
Yep.
So you should help him there. Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike McCarthy.
C. He's a floor raiser. They don't need the floor raised. I kind of don't. I don't get it. I don't get the vision there.
B minus, maybe B plus. I guess I'll go right in the middle. B. I don't know that this is going to work because he needs a quarterback. They don't have one, but I'd rather not have a quarterback with Mike McCarthy than not have a quarterback with Jesse Minter or something. Who I actually love, which brings us to the Ravens and Jesse Minter. This is one of my rare A's. I think that was a really, really good addition. One of my favorite hires of the cycle.
A minus for me. Just the only reason is he happens to coach defense versus offense. They needed an offensive steady hand to work with Lamar Jackson, but that is a bright young mind, and that feels like a Ravens hire who's going to be there for 20 years.
Doesn't it? There's a Mike McDonald feel to that too.
Exactly.
Young, sharp. Let's win in the next couple of years because everyone's going to get better based on your tutelage on defense, and the culture is going to be good. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got a blitz coming up in 20 minutes, right at 4 o'clock. In the 6 o'clock hour, before we say goodbye at about 6:15, John Thompson III, Monumental Sports Basketball. We'll talk to him about the Thursday night celebration honoring John Wall at Capital One Arena. Next, though, our double play. from a Beltway Blitz. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
Season 2 of Fallout, GP, on Amazon Prime. I think we are 6 episodes in at this point. Remember, this is based on our own Bethesda Games video game series, right around here in Bethesda. Really, really good show. It is basically the premise. Thank you very much. I was waiting for it. I was kind of vamping until I got it. The premise is alternate timeline to here in this world you and I live in, but the bombs did drop. We had the apocalypse. We had the nuclear war, etc. And this is the aptly named Fallout from that, where the universe is really detailed and crazy, and there were some that knew it was coming, so they live in vaults, and others who were exposed to it. If you survived, radiation affected a lot of things, so you get everything from creatures in the wild that are, affected, hurried radiation, to human beings that were adversely affected by it in a number of different ways, introduced different characters, and it's got a lot of beat points from the games, but it's also kind of got its own original story. It's really, really, really well done. It adds a lot of flashback and color to how we got the bombs dropping, which isn't really as included in all the series of games. It just kind of assumes that the backdrop, but it's really well done. Walt Coggins is the lead actor in it. He's fantastic, and it's a really, really entertaining show. So if you like the game, you'll like it. If you don't care about the games at all, it's still pretty damn entertaining. I am having a very good time with Fallout.
Have you been able to watch more than you normally would because of the snow the last couple of days?
Yes, I was way behind. I was able to rip through 4 episodes to kind of get myself caught up.
Well, I realized that we have now kind of hit the thick of time for television consumption. It's amazing how quickly it happens, too, where I go from the inability to keep up with any shows or to have any time to watch a show to now just like I'm in the desert looking for water. And it just happened like that. Because the NFL goes from Monday and Thursday and Sunday to at the end of the year, we throw in some Saturdays. So now we're 4 nights a week. And then all of a sudden, the well dries up. So I said to the wife yesterday, I'm like, what am I going to do now? It was 8:45. I'm looking at the clock going, I'm kind of tired. I was shoveling all day. I've been working hard. Maybe I just called an early night, go take a shower and read something. Read, R-E-A-D. I know people don't do that anymore, longer form, but sometimes it's a good thing to do.
I know.
Shout out to my good friends over at the Washington Post. But, yeah, man, so I was like, what do I do now? And I said, well, I guess I could think about finding a documentary or something. I now need to find something else to watch. I wrapped up His and Hers. I'm a 6-episode mini doc guy. I don't want to get into anything where I got to watch it for a month or catch up on 4 or 5 seasons. But this is now one of my favorite times of the year where basically I major at night in the consumption of high-end programming. Because the NFL is not taking me away from watching things, Danny, so I could start to knock off. It's not the honeydew list, it's the Rouillet request list.
That's right. So I don't think I'm going to recommend Fallout to you. It's really good. I just don't think you could do it.
It's not the one with Pedro Pascal.
No, that's Mandalorian.
No, that's not. The one from HBO.
The Last of Us, which is just beyond fantastic.
I watched like half of that, couldn't really keep it up. There was like weird stuff going on. Didn't hate it, good show, but it just wasn't for me. Fallout's probably the same. I'm quite literally judging a book by its cover.
Yeah.
Looking at the robot on a couch, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. So I'm good there.
Robot on the couch?
Is this a different Fallout?
What are you showing me? No, it's not. That's armor. But yeah, that's because it's set in the future, parallel timeline.
Somebody's dressed like a robot on a couch.
I mean, it's so disrespectful and diminishing to the whole thing. But it's fine. Again, that's why I'm not recommending it to you.
Sure.
But regular mortals who can do more than 6 episodes and have it be about a murder, if you can do something besides that, it's a really, really good show.
If somebody wants to tweet me at Grant H. Paulson and give me a show to watch, a whodunit would be a nice bonus point, but a quality program that I should start. Now, realize the sweet spot for me is if it's a mini series, that's amazing. 6 to 8 episodes. If it's a 2 or 3 season show with 8 or so eps, that's kind of the max of where I want to be, but I can work with that. It's not my preference, but I could do that. But if you'd like to send me something, if it's a movie, a documentary, even better, I'm in on that too.
Did you ever do Godless back in the day on Netflix? I mean, it's the most used show possible, I think. 7. Now, it's not a whodunit, so maybe it's not you.
Was it a Western?
Yeah. 7 episodes. One and done. No follow-ups. That's it. We got a single serving story here. Michelle Dockery. Can I interest you in some Michelle Dockery?
You can.
She's so talented.
Really
what a great
good
actress. Yeah.
Interesting. Are there? Let's see. What is my hit list here? I mean, is it good writing? Good. Any superstar actors?
Jeff Daniels.
No way. Daniels and Watterson are in this.
Jeff Daniels crushes it.
Is Daniels and Watterson in this?
Yeah, Daniels as.
So this is the newsroom all over again.
If it was the opposite of that, Daniels is a villain, and he is compelling as all hell.
I think I may watch this.
This is one of the OG Netflix things. Listen, man, you should probably get Netflix. We're pretty good. We had this, we had Stranger Things, we had Narcos. This is part of their early launch where they're like, listen, I know you guys are used to cable. Give us a shot here.
Only 7 eps.
Let us entertain you. 7 episodes.
Then why aren't I going to watch it? Well,
because
I
you don't listen to me.
I think I will. I think today is
Godless,
the day.
bro.
I've got a show for you. Let's trade off.
All right, let's go.
1 and 1.
Don't you do it.
F1.
I knew it.
It's a documentary series.
Son of a gun.
It's called Drive to Survive.
Yep.
It's about Formula One racing.
Yes, it is.
You got to check it out. Let's get you a Beltway Blitz next on The Fan. for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kandorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
We love those guys. I was advocating for them on Facebook. In our little neighborhood group, they're like, hey, we need someone to do some estate planning and create a trust for us. I was like, I know just the place. Our pals, kmlawyers.com.
I have sent parents, in-laws that way. We trust them with our family's services, and we will send you guys their way as well. They do really, really good work. All right, it is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders on deck and in the hole. Let's start off on the ice.
The Washington Capitals.
Katie Florio of the Capitals Radio Network gets us started. Katie, last two games have been better for the Caps. 3 of a possible 4 points. I feel a little bit better, but they still need to finish this roadie strong, starting with a 10 p.m. puck drop tonight in Seattle.
Yes, they do. First off, thanks for having me on again. But yes, there's no doubt that it is crunch time. And I think, even about a month ago, Carberry is saying that between now and the Olympic break is probably the most important part of the season to set ourselves up into a playoff position and stay there. And I think nobody would argue that the Capitals have underperformed during this time. I think only 4 wins in the month of January so far. Don't quote me on that, but all of that to say, it hasn't been good enough. It's been since December 3rd where the Capitals saw back-to-back wins. With that being said, yes, the past 2 games, they've certainly played better. That was a huge 2 points over Calgary, and then what a thrilling game over in Edmonton as well. Unfortunate that, they couldn't come out with 2 points there. But yes, when you look at the standings, when you look at how many games are left now, there's no sugarcoating that the Capitals, want to be in the playoffs and want to be a part of this race, then they have to get on some type of roll here.
Pierre-Luc Dubois, how close is he to coming back?
Well, Carberry has told us in the past that, settle down because he's not coming back until at least after the Olympic break, but no question that it was such a positive sign and such good news for this team to see him in a regular jersey at practice in Seattle yesterday. It's obviously been a long road to recovery, and I think, that's not the only reason the Capitals maybe have struggled at times this season, but to lose him so early on is absolutely the main factor that has, contributed to some of the struggles and the line shakeups and things like that. And so it'll be great. Hopefully, he gets even more rest over this break, and shortly after we see him back for the Capitals again, because no question that was a huge loss that has obviously impacted the entire season.
Katie, I've seen them linked to particularly offensive players, but Artemi Panarin is obviously the headliner in terms of the trade deadline. Less so on the defensive end, certainly recently, and I'm curious your thoughts on that. It would seem to me like a lot of the issues this month have been more on that end of the ice. I know they go through stretches where they struggle to score, but they've had games without Wilson or Sordiff, or we've talked about PLD's absence, what have you. They had Jacob Chikrin miss a few games with an illness. It just seems like they haven't been as buttoned up defensively. Why is that?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer. I don't know as far as anything trade wise. I don't have any inside info or know anything about that. I know Carberry has talked about just little miscues here and there and miscommunication and things that, you think are fixable, but it's definitely been alarming when, we've maybe seen it on a consistent basis. I know recently, too, he said we're making, 30 mistakes a game when we need to be making 15 in order to win. And so I agree with you in a sense that, there's been times when maybe the defense hasn't been as sharp or rock solid, turnovers and things like that. But at the same time, to Justin Sordiff, he and John Carlson are leading the team in points for the month of January. I still think, guys like Connor McMichael and Alexei Protas just have this other gear that they need to hit. And so you definitely can't rely on, just your defense to win you games. The offense has to be contributing as well. And so I think there's just been a lot of little things that have ultimately led to the struggles. I don't think it's been one big thing in particular. But again, as we, lean closer to to the trade deadline. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the Capitals have been pretty conservative in the past, but yeah, you never know with the rumors and things like that floating around. So it'll be interesting for sure.
Katie, appreciate the time as always. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
You got it. Let's talk the NFL, please.
The NFL.
We are going to discuss all the coaching hires and the coaching hires that still may yet come here, GP. Before we get to the Super Bowl, looking at these 3 gigs that are left, are any of them desirable? Do we want anyone that's out there to fill these roles?
I'm going to pose that question to PJ Glasser, betting analyst, who joins us now to cover the NFL. PJ, what do you think? Of the 3 gigs left, what's the best?
I would probably say the Raiders, just because they have the number 1 pick and they're probably going to go quarterback. They could also trade it, but you have Gentry and Bowers on offense. You have Crosby, who you could also decide to trade. So the division's obviously tough. You got a lot of great coaches, but I think the fact that they have the number 1 pick, I would probably say Vegas at this point.
Quinn Kubiak with Bowers, with Gentry, with Mendoza. A pretty good starting place, no doubt, if he ends up getting that job. What do you make of the last 2 teams standing after championship weekend? Patriots, Seahawks, our Super Bowl matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, especially, I mean, if you would have told somebody this was the matchup at the beginning of the year. I think what's interesting, guys, is, 13 of the last 14 Super Bowl champions, the coach has had an offensive background, and obviously in this Super Bowl with Vrabel and McDonald, we're getting guys with a defensive background. So, even though we have had some offensive hires in this cycle, I think maybe more fan bases and more organizations will start to see that you still can win these days in the NFL with a defensive-first head coach. Now, obviously, McDaniel's a great OC. Kubiak, Grant, you were just mentioning, has done a really good job as well. But that's kind of my thought. Or we got 2 defensive coaches who are getting their first crack at a Super Bowl as head coaches. You have a young quarterback with Drake May. Darnold's making his first Super Bowl. So I kind of think this game's going to be a slugfest. 2 weeks to prepare for both of these teams. I think this game could be like a first 20 or maybe even kind of what we saw like Denver and New England AFC game being.
So speaking of Denver, Grant and I were both kind of saying throughout the whole week, everybody just sort of put New England in the Super Bowl. Now, I know they got there ultimately, but who knows what happens if they kick a field goal early in that game and Jarrett Stidham doesn't vomit all over himself, or if that's ruled a forward pass, next thing you know, they're up 10-0 when no offense was doing anything, and then the inclement weather comes. Similarly to this week, PJ, it feels like everybody's just crowning Seattle. I'm going to pick Seattle to win, but people are kind of overlooking New England now. It's kind of interesting in that dynamic. Sell me on New England's chance here to win this football game.
Well, Danny, you're totally right. It feels like everybody's on Seattle. Felt like whoever won the NFC title game, everybody was going to be on that team. I just think, with 2 weeks to prepare, Vrabel has been so good, even going back to his time as Tennessee. He's been so good as an underdog. And I think the Pats, who've been favored in all 3 of the playoff games so far and who are continuously getting doubted, the schedule's easy, they haven't played anybody, all these types of things. Everybody's hurt who they match up with in the playoffs. I think they're looking forward to that. And I just mentioned the inexperience, obviously, of both head coaches, but New England as an organization, Josh McDaniels, they know how to handle this prep. So I think New England's going to handle maybe the 2 weeks a little bit better than Seattle might. And I just think they're going to play that underdog card. And, the big question, guys, coming into the postseason for Seattle, how is Sam Darnold going to perform? He's obviously been great, but would it shock any of us if on this stage, maybe Darnold this is his 2-3 interception performance type game. So I tend to lean with you, Danny, and that's my case for New England. I think they can hang around and maybe win the game.
What do you make of Drake May's postseason struggles after such an incredible regular season?
It's just with that time of the year, we've gotten to playoff football where everybody's good. And I mean, these teams the attention to detail are so buttoned up. I was talking about this, on a video that I made where going into the Denver game, you guys, Drake May had played against 5 teams this year that finished the season with the winning record, and he had thrown an interception against all those teams. So, again, they've benefited from an easy schedule. He's definitely, a lot of his stats have come against some of the worst teams in the league, but against some of these great teams, he has struggled a little bit. His defense has backed him up, but you got to give him credit. He's made plays when he's needed to. He's used his legs a lot in the playoffs, and I think he's going to need to do that again against that Seattle defense.
So kind of arguing against myself here for my previous question, PJ, I think we're even underrating how good Seattle is. At 14-3 in that unbelievable division, where maybe the second best team in the NFL was right behind them in the Rams at 12-5, and San Francisco also a 12-5 team. Their schedule was arduous. Their losses are barely by the hair on their chin. They're a buzzsaw. They're good at everything, and the only way seems to counteract them is to have Sean McVay on the other side. Other than that, they're just mushing people at this point. Is it possible we're even underrating how good Seattle has been this year?
I think we are, and the only reason we were to begin with was because of Darnold. Because to your point, the defense is elite, arguably the best in football. Walker and Charbonnet, a great 1-2 punch. JSN's arguably now one of the best receivers in football. They really don't have any weaknesses. But again, you look at some of the top teams, and traditionally who goes to the Super Bowl, who wins the Super Bowl. None of us trusted Darnold to do it. Now that he's kind of proving, especially with the performance he just had against the Rams, I think now more people are like, well, if he's going to play like that, who's going to beat this team? So, again, that's really my only concern is so many of us were skeptical of Darnold. Now he's playing great. Are we all just willing to put away the past and just think that he's going to play great in the Super Bowl? I don't know. We'll see. But if he plays like he did in the NFC Championship game, you guys, I don't know how the Seahawks lose.
Thanks, PJ. We appreciate you, buddy.
Yep, thanks, guys.
If he plays like he did in the NFC Championship game, they may never lose again.
Play on the parade. Yeah.
That is a hell of a team when he's playing at that level. That was a 91st percentile performance in terms of EPA per play. It was the 15th best performance in terms of quarterback success rate this season. So you pair that with the rest of that operation, they're going to be a tough customer. Let's talk local football.
The Washington Commanders.
Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show to help us do that. Before we get to the Commanders, Kevin, early line, I guess, is 4.5. Or there's places where I think maybe it could get to 5.5 before the Super Bowl kicks off. We'll see. What's your first hunch on that matchup in terms of a betting line?
I mean, I'm a contrarian by nature, and New England is there, and it looks accidental with how poorly they played on offense, but their defense will be the first really good defense Seattle has faced in like a month and a half, because that 49er defense that they faced over the final 2 weeks, regular season, postseason, the Rams defense fell off the cliff over the last month and a half. And I think the New England defense is going to give Seattle some trouble. The last really good defense that Seattle faced was Minnesota's. And Max Brosmer was quarterbacking, and he handed Seattle 4 interceptions. But Minnesota's defense completely shut Seattle down offensively, led by, Brian Flores and our new defensive coordinator. So I give New England's defense a chance of playing really well and keeping it close, but we got a long way to go till the game.
What do you make of Durante Jones?
I mean, if he's Brian Flores, number 2, I'm thrilled with it. But how do we really know? We don't, because nobody really knows anything about position coaches. But, obviously I think, an Ulbrich or a Gannon or a Flores, if he had actually been available, would have been, selected and paid and hired before. But I think when they interviewed him, they really liked him, and Brian Flores probably endorsed it. And you got, I think the interesting thing is we had this conversation probably 2.5, 3 weeks ago. I don't think any one of us would have said they're going to end up with 2 guys who have never done it before. And they're in that position. The first guy they always felt was going to do it for them at some point. But this guy was never in the picture, and I think most people felt like Dan Quinn wanted an established defensive coordinator. But as far as what he'll be, everybody's, best defensive coordinator started somewhere as a first-time defensive coordinator. Hopefully it's this guy.
Yeah, and I'm happy for him because it's 13 stops, 3 levels of college football, the CFL, the NFL, high school football. He has earned it, man. In an industry where a lot of guys just know the right person, like he has really had to grind, so good for him. Do you care at all that the search pretty clearly didn't go the way they hoped, envisioned, wanted? Does that matter to you?
It doesn't, because I don't think it was a very attractive opening.
I agree.
With the talent that they have. So they weren't going to get their top choices, if those top choices were even available. Ulbrich wasn't. Gannon chose Green Bay if they had interest in Gannon. Flores is going back to Minnesota. Raheem, who knows what it's going to be with Raheem? I'm sure. Wouldn't you be shocked if Dan Quinn and Raheem haven't talked about it, and Raheem gave him the straight scoop? Hey, I'm going to hang in there as long as I can for a head coaching job. And then, by the way, there are a couple of spots that you shouldn't wait around for me. And maybe McDaniel said the same thing, although I think Blau was always in the plan. But it doesn't bother me because it's not a super attractive opportunity for some of the best guys because of the talent they have on defense.
So let me counter that, Kevin, and I want you to weigh in. Had they not leaked out to whoever would listen that they wanted an experienced guy, a dude with pelts on the wall, to be their defensive coordinator because the neophyte was going to be on the other side of the building in David Blau, then it'd be hard to say, well, the expectations weren't met. But they set them. They're the ones that set the expectations. And when they couldn't get any of those guys because they're swimming in a big pond looking for big fish like Gannon, like Flores, etc., it's easier for me to kind of go, well, that didn't go the way you wanted it to go. We might end up with a good candidate, but it didn't go the way you guys said it would or set the expectation for.
Did they set those expectations, or did people like us set those expectations? Maybe that's...
I would be willing to bet that the people that set those expectations got them from the team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's true to a certain degree, but it wasn't as prominent as we love Blau.
Right.
I think there was recognition that it wouldn't be the easiest thing to do, but yeah, it's not unfair to say that the idea that they would hire somebody that Quinn didn't have to, look over like he did with Joe Witt Jr., that's what he was looking for. Yeah, I think that messaging was out there to a certain degree, but I think we probably made it more prominent. But yeah, the bottom line is, did they get somebody good or not? We're not going to know for a while. And maybe this is a guy who apparently was, right there with Flores, and we loved the scheme. We saw it firsthand. Everybody loves the scheme. We know, Grant, that this guy in his first year in Minnesota with no talent got a hell of a lot more out of less. And if this guy is an extension of that without the short shelf life, it would be a great thing.
You're here. All right, before we let you go, we talked about this earlier today briefly, and it's something I actually want to get into in a lot more detail tomorrow. Dan Quinn's not hiring like a guy on a warming seat. Everybody's acting like he is on a much hotter seat maybe than I'm kind of thinking he is. You don't go get Blau, and you don't get a first-time coordinator if you feel like your job's on the line this coming season. What's your take on that?
I think if you're Dan Quinn and the seat is warmer, obviously, although there's so much context to a year from now, it's hard to predict what it'll look like. But if you're Dan Quinn, I don't think you think about, well, I'm going to try to protect myself by hiring guys with strong resumes. You do what you think is right. And they always felt like Blau was right. Like them hiring Blau, there wasn't anybody else, with the exception of maybe a Mike McDaniel, that was going to have a chance to get that job once they moved on from Kingsbury. So he is bought in, and I don't think he's the only one in the organization that's bought into this guy's the next big deal, and he's going to do it here. The defensive hire is definitely a third, fourth, choice kind of a hire. But again, he didn't get choices 1 through 3 because the opportunity isn't great to coach this defense right now. There are better opportunities. So, yeah, I don't think it's that he's not coaching like he doesn't feel like the seat is warm. Who knows how he's digesting his current environment. But a guy like him is just going to do what he thinks gives him the best chance to be successful. And you may say, well, this is a successful down the road move, but I don't think they feel that way about Blau.
Kevin, awesome as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, guys.
We'll see you,
There's Kevin Sheehan on our Beltway Blitz. The 2024 quarterback class is off to a historic start. Want to get into that next on The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies all week.
going to believe this, Clary, but my laptop just died. When's the new year? I need a new year to come so I can get a new laptop.
Well, could you just please get one?
Is it almost Christmas time?
Can you please just get one? You can write it off because it's for work.
Yeah, you could. I'll consider it. It's the buying it. You still have to have the money to buy it.
I see. Yeah, it's an important thing.
It's that part. The writing it off, not the issue. That was always my thing back in the day that I used to love was like people would be like, why don't you just do this and write it off?
Write it off.
Now, things are better now. We've made some moves in our career along the way, but it's like as if you're not spending the money up front. You know what I'm saying? My parents are always like, do this, and write it off. I'm like, yeah, I got you. I will get a laptop at some point. I promise you, Danny. It just hasn't become a number one priority yet. But the downside is, this is all we have to deal with. Every now and then, we'll come back from break and it'll be dead. I'll walk back into the room, then I'll have to wait for it to load, for that little circle to spin.
Well, respectfully, you've got to do these weird, ridiculous things to try to get this thing power, right? Like, normally I just plug my power cord into the power receptacle. I don't know if that's even the right word for my laptop, just correctly made by Apple. You've got to do a thing where you fold it and turn it sideways and hope it catches. Then if that doesn't work, you got to redo it again and turn it on the other way and put the power cord on underneath the laptop so that it goes at a certain angle. And even then it might not work. You're holding it sideways. You're putting it on top of a Mike Rizzo bobblehead box. Nothing works right with that thing. It's time.
I want to talk about the 2024 quarterback class and how good it is right now on G&D. We can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. So remember, 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. You had Caleb Williams 1-1 to the Bears, Jaden Daniels 1-2 to Washington, Drake May 1-3 to the New England Patriots, Michael Penix stunningly went 5 picks after that to the Atlanta Falcons. Nobody really saw that coming. J.J. McCarthy went back in top 10 to the Minnesota Vikings, and then Bo Nix, well before people thought he was going to go, went 12th to the Denver Broncos. Of those 6 quarterbacks, Williams, Daniels, May, Penix, McCarthy, Nix, 4 have already got their teams to a conference championship game.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Well, I was going to say almost, in that Williams had the ball on the plus side of the field, and the Bears were on the precipice of getting there. So you can't actually say that he got to an NFC title game. But the difference between not having done it and done it is a miscommunication with a wide receiver.
Well, again, look at second-year quarterbacks historically.
Right.
This is not where they tend to be. Guys that are drafted 1-1, you're slogging through it for a couple of years while the team gets its act together. He, as you said, home game, playoff game, division champion, chance to go to the NFC championship game.
Daniels did it as a rookie, gets Washington to the NFC title game. And if you juxtapose his postseasons with the other guys, he's had probably the most impressive postseason run, in that he had to go to Tampa and then to Detroit and then to Lincoln Financial Field to take on the Eagles. And he came up huge in the 2 wins and was pretty solid. I thought he was even good in the NFC Championship game. He was far from the reason they lost when they gave up 55. Now, Caleb Williams this year, while he had his normal Williamsy things where, you got some off-target throws, low completion percentages, whatever, they were sputtering for quarters at a time. That was a staple for them this season. He made a couple of the most ridiculous plays that I've ever seen in the playoffs by a quarterback. And if you're ranking like the all-time moments that these guys have turned into this point, as a Commanders fan, my favorite play was the Jaden Daniels flick of the wrist throw downfield to De'Ami Brown against Detroit. But Williams, either the 4th down conversion in their first playoff game or the second 4th down conversion lobbed into the end zone, Hail Mary kind of thing, probably the 2 best plays. But the point is, Daniels was incredible, gets forgotten because it's a year ago and a lot of injuries and a disappointing season ago. Williams, in his first crack at it in the postseason, awesome for the Bears. Drake May's actually struggled in 3 games. Ended up an MVP candidate, may win the award. I think he's going to finish second, but one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in football this year. If you just look at the playoffs through 3 games, they've been led and dragged into the Super Bowl by their defense. They haven't really been able to sling it around that well. And there's maybe some reasons for that. They played 3 elite defenses. They've had 2 terrible weather games. But it is what it is. May has not played at a very high level as a passer. But he's the one of the 3 that is now getting to play in the Super Bowl. And then you've got Bo Nix, who, if not for an injury, Danny, would have been in the AFC Championship game and very possibly could be playing in a Super Bowl right now. This is all 2
years.
Calendar years.
Yeah.
2 seasons, not even 2 calendar years. Less than that, less than 24 months after that draft. It's amazing.
Well, I will also just add, this is a historically good draft class. just it pops because of the quarterbacks, and we're going to remember it as such. But you start going down the list of guys like Malik Neighbors. Now Joe Alt was hurt this year, but Marvin Harrison Jr., who's been quote unquote disappointing, has still been pretty damn good over a couple of years with double-digit touchdowns. Roma Dunze, Brock Bowers, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, who's an absolute force, Quinyon Mitchell, who's as good as anybody in the sport. As you go down the list, you're going, my God, this draft class was awesome. Yeah. And I think it's going to go down historically. The headliners are obviously, not to take away from the point, it's the quarterbacks that have had more quick success. What's more typical is McCarthy or Penix. I know the injuries aren't necessarily typical, but like there's a slow build for a team picking in the top 10 that's not quite ready to compete yet. Totally. There's going to be some struggle. We don't have time for that. We're just busy in Super Bowls and conference championship games.
Absolutely. No, I love it. I think it's so good for the game to see that you've got another wave of QBs coming, because the old guard, like my childhood quarterbacks, the Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rodgers types, they're all gone now. And for the most part, they were gone years ago, but Aaron Rodgers obviously hung on until very, very
Still
recently.
Doing it, yeah.
But even the next phase, the Phillip Rivers group, I never thought Eli was that great, but he won 2 Super Bowls. Like that collection of QBs comes and goes. And so as we get further and further, you need to replace that with really, really good players. And either you do with guys like Lamar and Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, but there's always got to be another wave coming. Mm-hmm. This could be one of the great quarterback classes ever. You cannot yet close the book on the guys who haven't done anything yet. So that would be Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy. But to me, it looks like you've got 4 franchise quarterbacks, 4 studs moving forward. Assuming Jaden Daniels stays healthy, then he would absolutely be that for me. I think Williams and May and Nix, Nix just had this injury freak thing.
But otherwise, there's a great chance he's in the Super Bowl himself.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like there's durability concerns with those guys necessarily. I think Nix is the most limited of them. I think he benefits the most from play calling, scheme, coaching. I think, he is less portable where you just drop him into another team. And like Caleb Williams greatly benefited from Ben Johnson for sure, but I think he could make a lot of systems work.
Yeah, that skill set works. Yep.
Daniels could play well in a lot of systems. Again, the question with him is health.
Yeah, May
Drake
as well.
May, there's not an offense he can't run the way he operates. But the question's going to be in terms of like all-time success. What does Penix become? He has the benefit now of Stefanski going to Atlanta, who's great at Marion, run and pass, play action, getting him under center. I think that'll all help him out. The guy that I say I'm most worried about, I'm not sold on Penix. I never really have been, but I loved him coming out. I just think I'm going to end up being wrong. I haven't been overly impressed.
My fear was the injuries, because remember, he'd already had 2 ACL injuries in college, and now it's a third one.
And I just, maybe it's Zach Robinson. I never liked the Atlanta offense, so I've never watched him and like been blown away.
Yeah.
But that's not his fault. Like coming out, big arm, accurate. I think he is still those things. And I've talked to Kirk Cousins about him a bunch of times. And like Cousins really thinks very highly, like this guy's going to be awesome. And he's pretty sharp at evaluating. So I'll take his word for it. The one though that right now I would bet against big time is McCarthy. Both injuries and just he has not shown at all.
Yeah.
But a couple, like the good games are schemed up, safe, accurate, good decisions. Like he makes some nice throws. But of all the guys, I would say the deposits are least with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's a couple schemed up things, or he got to play Washington that time. Other than that, it's been a
But even
slog.
that, it was like pushing a boulder up a hill. It's like 12, 13 play drives, and he's in control, and they're doing good things. It's 7-yarder to the tight end. It's accurate. It's in the pocket. He's doing everything well. Throwing the ball through a tire swing to get first downs and stuff. But you don't watch those games and go, that is special. You just haven't had those moments.
No.
I'm not saying you have with Penix, but at least go back to the game against Washington where he led that comeback drive here last year. There have been some of those where you're like, oh, damn, where that Washington superstar comes out. I just don't remember seeing that with McCarthy.
Yeah, I was lowest on McCarthy coming out.
Supposedly, he was number 2 on Washington's list.
And that's exactly what I was about to bring
that,
up.
By the way.
Do you not? I wondered if that was true. I want to revisit that.
I have no idea. I should say that first. I have heard from enough people that Peters did like May too a lot, and there are other guys in this class that they were high on. That has been the rumor for a long time, though, that like they were super high on McCarthy. I remember talking about it the week of the draft.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from. Maybe
because it was out there, right?
I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they did not have J.J. McCarthy as their number 2 quarterback.
I hope not. I mean, again, I got accused of a lot of things, but to me it was overly simplistic. Like if he was that good, these games that were in doubt at Michigan might have they put the ball in his hands, but they never did. It was always stay limited, just keep it in control. We're going to hand it off. Now, they ended up winning all the games, but you didn't know you were going to win by giving it to Blake Corum or whoever. I just didn't see star. I saw floor raiser. I saw a guy that was going to be fine, but if you need a game manager, cool, I guess. But if you're top 10, I'd like Drake May, or I'd like Caleb Williams, or I'd like Jaden Daniels out of my top 10 pick. And I just didn't see that with him. But that's the guy I'm worried about with injury and circumstance. Because it's not like they don't have great receivers there for him to throw to.
The rivalry created by these guys all thriving is also fun between the fan bases. It's not my style to like root hard against guys. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. It's just not how I watch football, where I'm not like the Bears are playing the Lions and I'm not going, if Caleb throws a pick here, it makes my guy look better. It's just not how I do it. I know a lot of people do.
Some people do, yeah.
I remember last year when Washington was rolling and Jaden Daniels was on top of his game. I thought Bears fans looked so childish, and it was so embarrassing how they rooted against Jaden, and kind of everything he did well that was excused, and everything he did badly was the way that. And that's now what Washington fans, a lot of us, and you're my people, I love you, but we're doing now when we're on the other side of this thing. It's just not for me. I don't think everybody's doing that. But the 2024 class, in terms of, like, here's where I'm at on it. I got a girlfriend that I like. I don't have to worry about anybody else. And Jaden Daniels, if he's healthy, is a franchise quarterback. So if Caleb Williams is 1-2 in Chicago, cool. If Drake May is 1 in New England, good for them. I hope Michael Penix is. I hope Bo Nix is. Maybe J.J. McCarthy gets his head out of his butt, and he ends up being a franchise quarterback. I can live with that as a Washington fan because my house is in order.
Well, it's a pretty good shooting percentage. At a minimum, you get 4 out of 6. That's better than average. That's better than you're normally going to do. Usually, a bunch of guys drafted high, you get a lot more Jamarcus Russell and Tim Couch and forgettable players that kind of the Zach Wilsons of the world that go 2 overall that are afterthoughts now, or maybe roving backup quarterbacks, the Marcus Mariota tier, right? To have franchise guys at 1, 2, and 3. That's pretty damn exceptional. And then you start adding anybody else in the mix. But that Bo Nix fit is perfect. I mean, I don't know that he would, as you said, he's not portable. Maybe wouldn't do that anywhere else. He doesn't have to be anywhere else. He's with Sean Payton, and that's the perfect fit for him.
Well, the tiering is the big 3 up top. We could rank them or not, but those are Williams, May, and Daniels, and I'm not ranking them in that order. Yeah. Like those 3 guys are the way they were drafted. Caleb, Jaden, Drake. They're in their own tier. Then there's a gap, and there's Bo Nix, in my opinion. Not to take away from him, but I guess that's what I'm doing. And then there's another gap, and then you've got your Penix and McCarthy. And maybe it's even, honestly, gap Penix, gap McCarthy. But Nix gets thrown into the mix with these guys because of the team accomplishments since he's been there.
And his overall numbers are pretty excellent.
That's a good point, honestly. Like, if we're being fair to him, the numbers are really, really good. But when you watch them, I think he is more dependent on other things than those other guys are. I
think that's fair.
If you put those
if you swapped them, exactly.
On 27 teams, they can figure it out. I think Bo Nix, that list is smaller, and there's a really good fit. But it's it's that 25 to 28 touchdown, 11 interception season. You're gonna get a lot of those, I think.
Yeah, to me, he's got that sort of Brock Purdy. I don't care that it's the scheme. He fits the scheme, and a lot of guys don't fit the scheme. He fits it, and I think you could swap him and Purdy, and you'd get similar results, but there are not that many places where he would thrive like he is.
If you guys have a thought on the 2024 quarterback class, the fact that 3 have already made conference championship games, would have been 4 potentially if Caleb Williams and DJ Moore are on the same page in their playoff game against the Rams in overtime. You can call us at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Plus, what Logan Paulson has to say about why the Brian Flores defense Washington is trying to run is so dynamic and so good. That's next. Alongside Danny Rouye, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Listen to the Odyssey app. We were talking about the 2024 quarterback class. Before we get back into the hire of a defensive coordinator from the Brian Flores coaching tree, wanted to take a quick call from Tyrone and Laurel on G&D. Tyrone, 4 quarterbacks from that class already look like they could be long-term solutions for contending type teams.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Grant and Danny. Hope y'all gentlemen are doing well. Had this conversation a couple weeks ago with my homeboys. I think it's a great thing. It's amazing. I look forward to seeing it's a great storyline for 8 to 10 years from now. Next 8 to 10 years, look forward to seeing Caleb and Jaden battling out in the NFC and possibly facing Drake May or Knicks or whomever in the AFC for a Super Bowl. And being from PG County, D.C., I root for Caleb Williams. I want him to do well. So I'm just glad he don't play for the Cowboys because I would not be rooting for him. But outside of that, I'm going to root for the hometown dude, too.
Yes. Well, a lot of people just don't want to or aren't capable of rooting for the hometown guy and a quote-unquote like positional rival. There's this almost like Crosby-Ovechkin thing. They came in together. They're heated rivals. Could I say that? Heated rivals. But there is something to the like juxtaposition of the two, like 1 versus 2 came in together. Let's see who's better. I totally get that. I'm not trying to knock that at all. It is interesting to me that Caleb Williams is from our backyard, is super local. Most of the time, we do root for guys like that.
Yeah, you follow and root for just in general. Hey, how cool was this that this guy went 1-1 and went to Gonzaga right up the street from us?
And people will claim, oh, well, the Bears fans were insufferable last year, so we hate him. That's not really it, though, because I see a lot of people trashing Bo Nix as he's winning playoff games, clubbing Drake May in New England as they're moving on in the AFC playoffs. I think it is just, and this is a normal thing, you want your guy to be considered the best of the bunch. That's not a crime, and it's a normal sports thing.
Well, I'm weird. I've said this a million times. I'll continue to do so. I have never gotten, just from the way my own brain works, the Caleb Williams issue. And what I mean is, it wasn't as if Washington had a choice between the two. Had they chosen Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams, because let's say a defensive player had gone first or some kind of crazy thing, and now it's oh my God, you had the chance to choose this guy and you chose wrong or something, then I would understand that. It was never on the board for Washington to do that. To me, it's a Daniels and May conversation, because again, they chose one over the other directly, or Daniels over Nix or Penix or McCarthy or whatever. So that has always made sense to me. It has never occurred to me to root for or against Caleb Williams. To me, he's an NPC. He's a wallflower. Like, you know what I mean? I don't care. Now, I find Ben Johnson irritating, so I root against the Bears for that reason. But that's about it. I've never gotten the animus or the rooting against Caleb Williams, because if he was the greatest quarterback of all time or the worst, Washington never had the choice, and there's no buyer's remorse there for me.
Grant and Danny, with you on the Fan, I did want to get into the hiring of a Brian Flores disciple in Durante Johnson, and I wanted to play a clip of Logan Paulson talking about the new defensive coordinator, Durante Jones, the new DC, who Washington brings over from Minnesota. But let's play that clip to start the next hour, right? Because I want to get into the scheme. Why is everyone so fixated around the league on the Flores scheme? What's different about it? What makes it hard to move the ball against? Why is Washington fascinated by it and trying to go that route with Flores, who said no, and now with Durante Jones, his top disciple? And by the way, I agree with them. I'm also team fascinated, fixated, enamored, and inspired by it. I also want to run it, but I wanted to get Logan's thoughts, who is the sharpest X's and O's guy that I know, on why it's so good. So you'll hear that next, right here on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
He took the long way. But you know what? Things happen for a reason, Ari. And I think that was the best thing for me in my career. It allowed me to be in places and meet with people from all different types of backgrounds. Like you talked about, East Coast, West Coast, coaching in the South, coaching in the Midwest, high school, Division I, Division II, Division III, and even coaching in 2 professional leagues with the CFL and now the NFL.
That was the voice of Durante Jones, the new defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, kicking off our 5 o'clock hour, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
If you are snowed in at home, watch us on YouTube, 1067 The Fan's YouTube page. You can listen to the show wherever you go. Put us in the earbuds as you shovel on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. And, of course, we are live over the air in D.C. and in Richmond on The Fan. This was Logan Paulsen on Take Command. I wanted to get to the bottom of the Brian Flores defense because you hired a coordinator who was his number 2 to run the Flores defense. Washington made no bones about the fact that after Flores shoved it on him and they got shut out by the Vikings 31-0, they really liked what Flores had done that day. He tricked them. They didn't have a plan for what he had brought, and so they interviewed him. They wanted him. He said no, but they end up going with Durante Jones, who is his top lieutenant and his right-hand man. This was Logan on why the Flores defense is so respected.
One of the things that I think that style of defense does is it dictates to the offense. So a lot of times, like, you know, for example, when you're creating a game plan, you're like, oh, they're going to be in a nice 4-down structure, or they're going to be in a odd 3-4 structure, and they like to bring this pressure on first down. Does our run account for it? Sure. Does our pass protection account for it? Sure. All right, now let's move on to third down, and that's where the blitzes get a little exotic. I think the thing that Flores does, and the thing that characterizes him most acutely, is the fact that he is dictating on first and second down in a way that is so incredibly unique to him. And what I mean by that is there's this boogeyman offensively in the room every time you're talking about third down, where it's like 0. What is our answer versus 0 pressure? And the thing that Flores does that I think makes his defense so brilliant is he shows you 0 pressure a lot. He shows you 0 pressure on first down. He shows you on second down. He shows you on third down. And again, when you show me 0, as an offensive player, as an offensive coordinator, I have to change what I want to do. Not all runs are good versus 0. Not all protections are good versus 0. So now he is essentially forcing the offense into a box, essentially playing left-handed and saying, I'm dictating what you can do and what you feel comfortable doing. So just as an example, like on first down, let's say we've got a quick game up, right? He knows that if I want to push the football down the field, right, like we can't do it because we're going to bring more people than you can block. And so I'm going to have my defensive backs stand in a position where we can defend the quick game and we feel comfortable with you not throwing the ball over our heads. And I think that is the thing that makes him so brilliant. And then the other thing that is so good about it is he shows you 0, but they can drop into cover 2. They can drop into a cross dog. They can drop into a 4-man overload pressure with 3 deep, 3 underneath principles as a fire zone. And so there is a lot of diversity to the system, while kind of starting in this base look with this base principle that really, again, like I remember I like to kind of go through and like game plan the defenses when I'm getting ready in the week. And I left that week thinking, I don't know what I can consistently do versus this group other than try to run certain gap scheme runs. And if they know that, they can stop them. And so I think that's the thing that the Flores defense is so challenging to do, is they're dictating the offense. And again, then you can hide your personnel. You can hide what you're doing in a way that some of these other defenses, like we mentioned, McDonald, like you need a really good defensive line to do that. Vic Fangio, you need a really good defensive line to do that. Here, you just need good, intelligent football players to line up and execute at a high level. The scheme will take care of the rest, which is one of the reasons I'm so excited about the hire.
So that's Logan Paulsen from a new episode of Take Command we recorded last night after the news. So, Danny, here's what I loved about that, the reason I wanted to play it. It's a really well-articulated way of explaining a thing that I think a lot of us notice.
Right.
Which is
But it quantifies it.
To sum it up, I would say Brian Flores calls every down like it's third down and you've got to throw, and he's trying to get the ball out of your hands. That aggressiveness, like I remember a couple times a season when Jim Haslett, when I was on the beat, or whoever the coordinator was would call like a zero blitz in a big spot. And if they got beat, guys would be furious. I remember D'Angelo Hall in the locker room one time going nuts about a zero they got beat on. But Brian Flores lives this way. And it's not always a blitz, by the way. It just looks like it before every single snap. I talk about having 6 across the line, not knowing who's coming or going. But what I loved what Logan was talking about is a lot of coordinators that are aggressive do that on third down. He does it on every down. And what it does is you are in the head of the offense and they adjust to you. We can't, if they are sending everybody, we can't run this. So let's run something a little bit safer. If they are sending everybody, this pass play, probably needs to come out quicker. So let's adjust to this quick game concept. That's where we talk about dictating terms to the offense. A lot of times defenses do that on third down and obvious passing. He just lives that way first and second. Is it risky? Yes. Do you get burned sometimes? Absolutely. But he lives with the result.
So here's the only thing that I thought of while Logan was talking, and it's so insightful, it's so good. What has been a common theme throughout these bad defenses over the years, not just with this regime, but the previous one and ones before that? Do you remember the thing they always had to do midway through the season? What's the word that always comes up? We have to simplify. Communication issues. We've got to simplify.
Communicate is the one I was thinking.
We need to simplify things so guys can play aggressive and just fly around. What that sounds like to me is what I love. I love everybody being smart and being on their P's and Q's and knowing what they're supposed to do. And we're not actually doing this, we're disguising this, but it makes it look like this, we're doing that. That, to me, again, requires a level of intellectual capacity that has been absent from these defenses over the years here, right? That's the only thing I worry about. Now, you're hoping personnel will fit that and will be attuned to that and will be on their P's and Q's. But how many times has this defense, again, not with Brian Flores or a disciple therein, been burned a bunch and a bunch of, the Josh Roman memorial point to let you know that it wasn't me, it was this guy, you should have been there, communication, we need to simplify things. That's always the way. That's not simple. What he's talking about and what this defense it's the furthest from simple possible. It is, you're in one thing, but you have to disguise it to make it look like something else all the time, not just a third down blitz package. You get out of bed disguising your looks. That's really, really challenging to do, especially if you're just kind of on autopilot. So that, to me, is the biggest uphill climb for the new DC.
The Minnesota Vikings blitzed, just the first number I looked up here. There are other sites that do this as well. But what I found is about 48% of the time this season.
That's unbelievable.
Which was number 1 in the NFL. And then there are a lot of other teams who also blitzed a bunch, but that is at the top. And I would just like to go down being aggressive, which, by the way, they don't that often. It's not like this defense doesn't rank really well or that they don't have a lot of success. Now, they do have pretty good players. I don't think they have an elite group by any means. I don't think it's one of the more talented defenses in the league, but they certainly have a better defensive core of players than, say, Washington does right now, and that's going to be up to Adam Peters to fix that. He's at the Senior Bowl standing on the sideline today watching college players run around. This is the process. You got to go get some Billies and Joes so that your D coordinator can dial up X's and O's with those guys. But I look at what has been consistent success now for the Minnesota Vikings year over year, and I see a team that was 3rd in yards per play this past season. They were 8th against the run, and that's an area where they're a little more susceptible sometimes. That's kind of the underbelly. I don't care that much about that. I'm not saying you can't. You cannot be terrible against the run, and you can't give up 7 yards a carry in games that matter. But if you're going to be worse against either the run or the pass, I want to be worse against the run. They were top 10 against the pass. They were number 2 in sacks per pass attempt with all those pressures. They were 8th in first downs per game, meaning they did a good job on third down. They got you off the field. They were 4th, by the way, at getting off the field on third down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these are staple hallmark areas of good defense. And 3 of the last 4 years, Danny, tell me you wouldn't welcome this. They were top 10 in takeaways.
That's again, it's a philosophy. You are willing to push and pull. You turn one fader up, one gets turned down. That's okay. Until you have Houston's defense, you can't turn every fader up. Unless you're the 2000 Ravens or Legion of Boom or one of these unbelievable juggernaut defenses, You don't get to take away everything. You could take away some stuff, and this defense and this philosophy certainly does that. But you touched on something. You know my view, and if you guys are probably sick of me saying it. As long as you're above a minimum threshold of run stopping, that's good enough, honestly, in this league. Because teams, the run stops itself. You get a missed assignment, your player makes a play, a holding penalty. It's going to be 3rd and 7 at some point on a drive. That's where money is made. That's where games are won and lost. That's where fortunes change one way or the other. Can you stop that 4th and 4? Right? That's how you win. And a great pass defense improves everything else. This regime this past year decided the best way to improve their pass defense was to have a great run defense. In the words of Dr. Phil, how's that working out for you? Did not work. Nope, wrong. Try again, go back to the drawing board, and that's what this is to me.
I don't know if the plan is as simple as Durante Jones just running the Flores defense. That should be the plan, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
I hope it is, but it may not be. He coached with Vance Joseph. He coached with Mike Zimmer.
Yeah.
He has been in other rooms, and I don't just mean recently in the NFL in Minnesota, but I mean all over the place. D1, D2, D3 in college, CFL, NFL. He's been everywhere. 13 stops. So he knows 3-4. He knows 4-3. He can run a bunch of stuff. I just think that the reason you go get him is because you want some of the Flores stuff. You just don't know also, can he run it effectively or as well, or is he the next Flores? Or, you could give a lot of assistants the keys to do the thing that they've learned as an apprentice over several years. It doesn't mean they're going to ace it. So this could go either way. I love the idea, though. And for the reasons that I wanted Brian Flores, I am intrigued by this. But we can open up the phones for you guys at 800-636-1067 on the Minnesota defense here, or would you rather maybe major in that and minor in some other things? Because I guess selfishly, Danny, I hope he just runs what the Vikings run, and if it's a worse version of it, so be it. So
Right.
Instead of 3rd, you're 16th, and instead of being number 4 on 3rd down, you're number 14. But what I care more about is the philosophy, the paradigm, the lifestyle of we're bringing the heat, and you got to deal with that. And as my players get better and I build this thing up, ideally over a couple years, the results will too.
What I worry about on a couple different fronts is this. Think about when Scott Turner, neophyte offensive coordinator, was here.
By the way, sorry to cut you off. I'll remember where you're at. But did you see Scott Turner's tweet?
No.
Scott Turner is like super active on Twitter for a guy who's still coaching in the league. I found that interesting down the stretch of the year. He was like saying Kyle Shanahan should be the coach of the year while he was like a coach for the Jets. I just thought that was random in like week 15. But anyway, somebody tweeted that they hated the Jets because they're like, I'm watching, as a Jets fan, and they're like, Sam Darnold's about to be in the Super Bowl, and they got this and this, and I hate the Jets. And Scott Turner, like 2 days after the Jets fired him, he was their pass game coordinator this year, retweeted that and said, me too.
Huh.
And I thought that was great.
Scott, what are you doing, guy?
So I just thought it was funny. I wasn't trying to get him in trouble. I mean, everyone else did too. I retweeted it, and I was like, this is a candidate for Coach of the Year. This guy got fired by them 2 days ago, and he's saying he hates them. By the time I woke up the next morning, the tweet had been deleted.
Ah, yes.
So maybe he got it. Someone got to him and said,
I got wise there.
Maybe not. But I thought it was a funny tweet.
Yeah, maybe don't say you hate your former employer. The
Anyway,
NFL teams don't like
Tag,
that.
you're it. You were talking about Scott
Yeah,
Turner.
but when Scott Turner was here, what could Ron Rivera do? Saunter down that hallway, go, Scott, let me mate with you. I really want to mate with you. Let's talk real quick, okay? Be where your feet are. Run it more. Okay, thanks, bye. And now it gets dictated, right? So I worry about influence there from the head coaching philosophy or otherwise. Hey, guy that's never called plays before, let me get weasel my grubby little fingers into this pie and maybe say a couple of things about how we have to do it. Hey, our offense may struggle a little bit, so you can't blitz and give up something big down the field, et cetera. My point is, or my hope is rather, just the opposite end of the fear is, we went to this restaurant. We got served an unbelievable meal. We want the guy that helped make it. Don't ask him. You went to I'm just making it up. You went to a sushi restaurant. You got the sous chef from the sushi joint. That's great. Now run the steakhouse. Let him run the exact thing that he was doing. That's my hope. Is that's why they went and got it. That they were so wildly impressed with Flores, the scheme, and how sophisticated it was, and we want his sous chef to go do that. Not a guy that we want to mold and start to chip away and bother and go, hey, our offense is struggling right now. You can't zero blitz and give up a touchdown because we can't be down by more than a couple of points or whatever. You hired this guy to be this guy. Let him be this guy.
Well, here's another reason, too, Danny, why I think they needed to make this hire yesterday, the day before, today, like sooner rather than later. It seemed to me like people were pretty content, just kind of, let's play this out, slow play it. If it's Carl Scott in a couple weeks, no problem. I'll wait till after the Super Bowl, and this thing can just last forever. I did not like that because the East-West Shrine game has already happened. Washington sent a bunch of scouts there to watch a bunch of defensive talent.
That's a good point.
The Senior Bowl is this week.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters is there with all your top scouts. If you don't know what scheme you are running and you don't know who your coordinator is,
then what are you looking for?
You are way behind the curve on those meetings and those scouting opportunities, in my opinion. In other words, the job of Adam Peters in the scouting department is to go get the players that will best fit the defense they're going to run and very specifically play the way that Durante Jones wants them to play. Well, how on earth do you do the best job scouting and picking based on the players of the East-West Shrine game when you don't know what defense you're running? If you hire Jonathan Gannon, it's one thing. If you hire Jones, it's another thing. Denard Wilson, it's another thing. So the longer you let that go, we're into draft season now. The two biggest weeks from scouting, like live on the field with bowl-type games, last week and this week. So now that they actually have a guy, your scouts, and it should have already happened, I'm sure, but if not, it's a 4-hour Zoom today and tomorrow ahead of or around these practices at the Senior Bowl going, what are we looking for? What linebacker skills do we need? What safety skills? And I didn't hear a lot of people talking about that. But the timing of this started to bother me, that they didn't have the guy as these things were starting. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, how does this inform what they're going to do at number 7? You're going to need an edge regardless. So like David Bailey could be plug and play as a speed rusher. But because they went this route, is there a Van Ginkel-ish kind of guy that can play some edge, that can play some green dot, that can move? You know, Van Ginkel doesn't. But I'm saying in this defense, that can play green dot. Is there more of an inclination that safety is really important and you want that robber to come downhill and maybe you get a guy like a Caleb Downs? Like, to me, I think going and getting Durante Jones screams maybe Sonny Styles makes a lot of sense at 7, the Mike linebacker from Ohio State. Or Caleb, you're telling me that he's so good at developing DBs, young guys, at the safety position. Maybe you go get Caleb Downs now because he's your coordinator. Not that he wouldn't have fit in any scheme, but like it starts to make me think about those guys a little bit more. And I'm just glad that they figured this out at a time where you still have some runway ahead of you for some of the in-person draft stuff that's happening in the next 10 days.
I think it's a smart point, and it's something I hadn't thought of exactly, but the calendar says that's why the NFL will never agree to do the thing that I want, which is just a moratorium on all of it until the season's actually done. So you don't have this weird, sort of coaching interviews while they're preparing for championship games and otherwise. But yeah, the evaluation calendar doesn't slow down, so you need to get this done ASAP. You'd rather have it than sort of be looking for it, because to your point, you don't know what you're shopping for yet. Like, well, that guy's fast. Do I care about that more? Do I care about his lateral quickness? Or he thrived in this scheme, and I give him an A grade for that, but we're not running anything close to that, so I just waste my time. That's intuitive and important.
I don't think this will happen because I think this guy's going to retire. But I wonder if this year's Bobby Wagner and this year's longtime veteran, older free agent type piece that Washington brings in could be someone that knows this defense really well. And I was just thinking, looking at Vikings players, like Harrison Smith is 36, is going to be a free agent after this year. I'm pretty sure I saw that he was like hugging all his teammates after the last game, and it sounds like he's going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
But in a world where you could offer him a year and a few million to like come in here and be a safety, he could still play a little bit. Had a big couple plays against Washington, and he knows the defense really well. They might want somebody like that.
I know everyone would roll their eyes at that just because we've done this old veteran thing before, but I'm telling you,
they're going to need a couple of mentors who can implement the defense.
That's a part of it, but also with free agency, the salary cap will go away pretty quickly. If you start big game shopping and fill a couple of big needs the way that I want them to, you're going to have to do a couple things on the cheap. We talked about this when we were doing positional breakdowns last week. The tight end spot. I'd love to have a first round or second round or third round tight end that maybe is an answer that's long term. That's awesome. You may not be able to do that. You may not be able to afford that. So you can dip into a pretty rich free agent market and not have to pay premium, but you can go get a 32-year-old guy somewhere along the way. you can fill your roster out with guys like that. You just can't major it anymore. Instead of it being the thing you do, it can be something you also do.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bill Belichick has been waiting to find out whether he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Apparently, the answer to that is that he's not. He was not elected to the Hall of Fame his first time on the ballot. He would have needed 40 of 50 votes to get in, and ESPN is reporting that that didn't happen. I want to get to that next on G&D. Toby, welcome back. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to zero in on something Tobes just told you about in that breaking news that he just gave you. Bill Belichick's first opportunity to get into the Hall of Fame this year. We're going to find out who's in this class and who's going to the Hall at the NFL Honors event next weekend. But ESPN has reported, this is Don Van Natta and Seth Wickersham finding this out, that Bill Belichick did not make the Hall of Fame this year. 6-time Super Bowl champion. 7-time, right? How many rings did he...
2 with the Giants as defensive coordinator. That's not a passenger ride, by the way. That was the unit that got them there, and then 6 with the Patriots.
So an 8-time Super Bowl champion, but a 6-time head coach winning Super Bowls. A lot of people will tell you the greatest coach to ever live. You could debate Joe Gibbs doing it with 3 quarterbacks or some other guys along the way. But he's one of the best who's ever done it. This is what a first ballot Hall of Famer looks like. It is irrefutable. There is no debate. This is just paperwork now. We just have to go through the process here. People just have to submit. You say yes, we all raise our hands, and we move on. He's not getting into the Hall of Fame this year. From Adam Schefter, he says Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta, when told that Bill Belichick isn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, Peter King, a 32-year Hall of Fame voter who didn't cast a ballot this year, said, "Holy bleep, oh bleep, I'm very, very, very surprised." I just texted a Hall of Fame voter because I was trying to figure out. I said, is this the same panel of 50 people that vote on players? And he said, yep. And I said, how is this possible? And he says, I have no idea.
Yeah, rightly so.
Because I can't speak for anybody else.
So
I don't want to.
Here's my belief. You know who else is up for the Hall of Fame this year? Robert Kraft. They don't like each other, and it's been public. They don't like each other. They're sniping at each other. They're backstabbing each other. This is the ultimate power play. Somehow, some way, Robert Kraft won this face-off. I can't figure out how. I can't figure out how these writers were influenced by it. They're bringing up the 2007 Spygate scandal and Deflategate, this, that, the other, whatever. And the reputation for cheating is there. But again, he was allowed to play. The NFL said, you're fine, you're coaching, suspensions, whatever happened. It's over with. The record speaks for itself. And again, it just reminds me how much I just cannot stand Hall of Fame voters across multiple sports. Just the arrogance or the hubris to somehow have this happen. But to me, this is some kind of backroom deal where there's just enough people influenced by Kraft so that he gets to go in and doesn't have to be there with Bill Belichick to go in at the same time. They're going to make Belichick wait a year. What a joke that is. What an unbelievable joke. And again, I'm making that up. I have no idea if that's true or not. I do know they don't like each other in terms of this conspiracy. But all I'm doing is grasping for an explanation for the least explainable thing you could have as part of this process. It is insane. Again, if he's not the number one coach of all time, he's 2 or 3 or 4. I don't care. 6 Super Bowls as a head coach. 9-time Super Bowl appearances. Half of the AFC championship games involving teams in the AFC over 20 years involved the Patriots and his squad. It was all Brady. Fine. Just even he's in the room. If you're just taking notes from what Brady said, you're still putting him in the Hall of Fame. What a comical farce.
It was all Brady is about as disrespectful, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but someone out there would, and it's an egregious, ridiculous assertion, right? That it was just all Tom Brady when they went 11-5 with Matt Castle the year that he shredded his ACL. But there's never been an easier automatic Hall of Famer than Bill Belichick this year. So here's how this should work. We talked yesterday about what I believe to have been, by the standards of sports, and this is just sports, a sports travesty. A tragedy as far as sports go. Not talking about the world. There's a lot of worse things going on. Everything is terrible. I get it. But Shedeur Sanders making the Pro Bowl, having absolutely zero reason to be in the Pro Bowl this year, ends that event mattering even the slightest little bit. Now, you can make the case, I was just talking to our producers behind the scenes, and they felt for a long time, ever since Snoop Huntley years ago playing 4 games, got into the Pro Bowl, that it didn't matter anyway. That could be. It's dead. We need to stop having a Pro Bowl, or stop having the Pro Bowl distinction on Pro Football Reference that people can use to negotiate salaries and get any kind of credit from. I thought when I heard that yesterday, it was a joke. It turned out to be real. It is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. This is worse, I think.
Yep.
And I hate doing the seemingly hot take bit, like just saying this, and it's going to sound like I'm doing a shouty show thing, or if I tweet it out which I'll do soon enough, it's going to seem like I'm doing a social media take for interaction. I mean what I'm about to say 1,000%. If you are one of the at least 11 people, we don't know how many more there were.
Right, because the threshold is 40 out of 50. If you don't make that, it's at least 11.
It takes 40 votes to say that Bill Belichick's a Hall of Famer to get him into the Hall. He didn't get that many out of 50. So if you were one of the 11 people who said no, or even if you didn't say no, but you just spilled on your ballot and you forgot to fill that part out, you should have your vote taken away. That is honestly how I feel.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's big and grandiose and a hot take. I mean it to my core. If you voted against Bill Belichick as a Hall of Famer, you do not deserve to have a vote. Because what it tells me is you're not voting based on merit. You're not voting based on what's actually going to matter in this process. Accomplishments on the field. You're voting based on either likability or that time he was mean to you, or you don't like his personality, or something else, some political, non-significant, some insignificant reason that shouldn't be what you're voting on. So if you are one of the 11 voters who said, let me look at Bill Belichick's resume, 6 Super Bowls as a head coach, 2 as a coordinator, got to another 3 as a head coach. Nope, not this time. You got to wait a year. You should not be allowed to vote ever again. You should have your vote taken away. 1,000% full stop. There are so many capable people waiting in the wings to vote for this thing. You have lost your privilege. You're an unserious person. Very simple for me.
I echo everything you just said, and I'd add to this. These should be wallflowers. This should not be the story. And this is my at the core of my disdain for baseball writers who fall into the same trap where they've decided to take some sort of stand. Wrong. You don't get to do that. Now, they do because they're going to get away with it. They'll be allowed to continue voting and get to have their moment where they put the trident on the ground and go on a couple shoddy shows and maybe explain why and pat themselves on the back for some sort of job well done as their own self-appointed sports ombudsman to let us know their own view on morality or whatever else. You look at the numbers and you decided that person was a Hall of Famer or not. You call balls and strikes. They're not here, as you said. If you voted no, thanks for you letting me know that you don't deserve it anymore. That you'd be stripped of that. And you see the same deal that with baseball. There are years. I mean, you can go back over history. Mickey Mantle wasn't unanimous, and Joe DiMaggio wasn't unanimous, and Babe Ruth wasn't unanimous. A couple people are like, Stan Musial. I don't see it with him. I'm going to make him wait a year. This sort of weird political nonsense that goes with it.
Could this be a Spygate thing, like steroids?
It definitely is. So yeah, there are a few people, and that was speculated in the ESPN piece, is that a couple of guys decided that it didn't get punished enough, so I'll do it. And that's my point. To me, for the bylaws, if I'm trusting you, Grant Paulson, I'm not saying you, but I'm on this Hall of Fame committee or whatever, and I go, you know what? Grant has put in enough time and effort and energy. He's a respected football guy. I'm going to have you as a Hall of Fame voter. Now, Grant, I'm going to sit you down. Here are the bylaws. You don't get to do personal stands, okay? You're judging the career based on the career. That's it. What happened between the lines, okay? The results. That's your criteria, balls and strikes. This should not be allowed. Grandstanding to go, you know what? I disagree with the league's level of punishment over the years on Bill Belichick. So this is how I will punish him, right? That's speculated in this Don Van Naden and Seth Wickersham piece. I'll stand up and say, this should have been worse. I'll make him wait a year. That supersedes, that is above what you should be allowed to do as a voter. Again, the same thing with baseball. It happens all the time where they go, well, he's alleged to have done steroids. Even though baseball let him play, I will punish him. I'll be the guardian. That's not in the job description. It has been because a lot of these guys, these obstructionists, have been able to get away with it for so long. But that's what this reminds me of, is they decided that the NFL didn't do a good enough job punishing him, so they get to. And it's their big moment to feel big and strong and tough where they finally have the upper hand on that big bully. I find it ridiculous.
Well, here's another thing that needs to happen, and this is long overdue. I don't think this is how it works. I'm trying to confirm this. We should be able to see every person that voted and what they voted. I think that's the least in terms of an expectation.
Yeah.
To put your name on your work.
Call it the Belichick.
I mean, these people, they're some of them are waiting until the day they die for this Lifetime Achievement Award, for this honor. I mean, it does alter and affect, post-coaching, post-playing life for so many of these people in a serious way. This is a really serious thing. This is a very, very meaningful, impactful thing in the sports bubble. Again, perspective, life, big things happening. I get it. Please save me the lecture. But in our little bubble here, we're doing a sports talk radio show. Whether or not people get into the Hall of Fame after their careers is a very meaningful, important, serious thing. And the least that people that vote on this thing can do is have some transparency on who they voted for and who they didn't and why. And one of the things I really like is in baseball, you've seen this a lot, where writers now come out and tell you their ballot and stand by what they say. But I want to know, who are the 11 people that said no to Bill Belichick? I think the least that they can do is say, I didn't, and it's because I think he cheated in Spygate, and he should pay a price for that. I won't agree with that. I'll think you're a boob, but at least I will know that it's not because he was mean to you in a press conference, or you don't like how he handles himself, or you're mad that he's dating the 24-year-old who runs the North Carolina Tar Heels.
13 out of 24. That's the number of AFC Championship games he was in during the time he coached, and that's with a couple bookended years where they were a disaster. Now, that's his own personnel management. If that's, if you're like, yeah, the last couple years were bad when he was in charge of everything. Okay, I suppose. But my goodness gracious. Yeah, it's indefensible is the point. And there are other names that when you go through the list of other coaches that are nominated, there's some good cases for guys in there. There's good cases for plenty of players that make it or don't make it. But the idea that a dude that if you asked just on blind taste test where you would go, within the Hall of Fame, there are certain tiers, right? We don't think of it that way, or they don't do it that way, but we all think of it a certain way. Like when the guy retires, it's the all-time leading passer, rusher. Like when Tom Brady, when it's his turn to go in, he's going in first, and we think of him as an upper tier as opposed to a guy that's like one of the lowest quarterbacks that barely eked in, right? That didn't have a championship or something. We know there's tiers within the Hall of Fame. You would put him on the top tier. This is in the Mount Rushmore of coaches. Full stop. Whether you have them 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, when you do the little statues with the faces, his dumb face is on there with his stupid hoodie. Like, that's him. And you couldn't put him in for some sort of reason that you decided that was bigger than football. Again, I cannot believe it's allowed. I cannot believe it. But again, it's either a Robert Kraft influential production, and I'm grasping at straws here, or to your point, it's I'm going to get him. Or I'll this time I'll put my finger in the bully's eye and be able to send some sort of message that I don't have to put my name on, by the way, that I can hide behind the anonymity of the process. What a joke. What a joke.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We can open up the dials on this and the phones now at 800-636-1067. We can take your calls. Bill Belichick is not going to be in the Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility, despite the 6 Super Bowls, the 9 appearances, the 8 total Super Bowls to as a coordinator. At least 11 of 40 voters saying, of 50 voters, he needed 40 votes, he didn't get them, saying he is not a Hall of Famer and this his first opportunity. We'll get your thoughts on that next. Remember, John Thompson III's on the show coming up in a half hour at 6:10. We'll be looking ahead to Thursday night and the big John Wall celebration over at Capital One Arena. This is Grant and Danny. Taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. That's about 45 minutes from now. We've got overtime coming your way when we're done, live and local, deep into the evening on the Fan. John Thompson III is going to join us in 25 minutes at 6:10 right here on Grant and Danny. We're reacting to the big NFL news of the afternoon, though. ESPN breaking a story. It's their investigative journalist, Don Van Natta Jr., as well as Seth Wickersham. You don't want these two guys digging into you. They'll find some stuff.
Yes, they will. Just ask Dan Snyder from his yacht.
They are very, very good at what they do. But Van Natta and Wickersham unearthing today that Bill Belichick is not going to make the Hall of Fame when it's announced next weekend. There are a bunch of finalists. He's one of them. You need to get 40 of 50 votes to get in, and he did not. So the 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach will not be a Hall of Famer. And we're reacting to that right now. Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro on G&D. What's up, Josh? How are you?
Yeah. Hey, fellas. Yeah, I'm a Hall of Fame geek, and one of the big challenges here is the Football Hall of Fame is so much less accountable than the baseball. Like for baseball, you got mostly name ballots. Like many of the voters publish their ballots, like you were saying, every year. And if somebody leaves off an obvious Hall of Famer, everybody knows about it and they get roasted. You also have to vote every year, and you can lose your vote for baseball. The BBWAA has revoked voting privileges before for not submitting your ballot or acting unseriously and so forth. And baseball fans are just no joke about this. They remember everything. Like that guy who didn't vote for Griffey is still a thing, right?
Yep.
But football is just much less accountable. It's anonymous ballots. You can make a mistake that will linger for
So, Josh,
years
I'm going to let you
because the
continue,
ballots-
but I just wanted to kind of back you up on this. So I found a list. Toby sent us one. I don't know if it's the same one I just found here, of what is the 50 Hall of Fame voters that they have, and it lists the market and who's at large and whatever. Now, I'm not trying to make light of this. It's actually very sad. I know some of these people, but I'm looking at people on this list that have passed away. And so I know that this list is not accurate. And so my point is, I cannot right now find a list that is accurate, up to date currently, of who the 50 voters are. That's insane to me.
It's really, really bad. There's no equivalent of you don't cover football right now, so your vote is revoked, or your process is unserious, or to your point, you're dead, and so you're no longer. So I mean, it's just not taken nearly as seriously, but it's a very serious consequence here, and that needs to change.
Yeah, no doubt. So,
I mean, a quick Google, top result, 2025 Baseball Hall of Fame voters. Here's a list of 394. But it's right there.
Exactly.
This is a weird, obscure
there's
shadow
also-
thing.
There's websites that publish everybody's votes.
Yeah.
Now, there are still some people that operate in the shadows. You don't have to, I don't think, publish your votes.
It's become more the norm.
But here's what I will say about the NFL process. Like, just one example of it kind of being quirky to me. Okay? And I promise you I don't mean this as a slight, because I love this guy. He's one of my favorite people in this business. But, like, my dude is Jarrett Bell. We have him on the show. Hopefully we'll have him on the show before the Super Bowl. Really, really good writer. He's covered the league for a year for the USA Today. He is the D.C. representative, as an example, for the Hall of Fame. So this is how it works. It's like every market gets a guy, and then there's some at-large guys, right? Like Jarrett Bell has covered the league forever, well-respected, great relationships. I don't know that anybody knows more about the league than he does at this point. He should 100% have a Hall of Fame vote. But he is the D.C. chapter guy right now, that like David Elfin used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, well, why do you care about this? Well, the reason I bring this up is we have a hard time getting some of the Washington guys in, like Brian Mitchell or Joe Jacoby. And I'm not blaming Jarrett Bell for this at all. But Jarrett Bell has written for a national outlet forever and still does. He may have covered the Redskins at some point. I honestly should know. I don't. But like it's, he is not around. And it's not like if you had, I'm just making names up now, but like the Dean of the Beat, John Keim, or one of these guys who covers this team all the time, like fighting on behalf of a player. And this is just one example I'm talking about of some of the things that when you look at it, it's like kind of strange. Now, again, I'm Team Jarrett Bell, and he does a good job, and I guarantee you he voted for Bill Belichick. You know why? Because he's a professional and a grown-up and an adult, and he does things the right way. But my point is just like, you would think if you have a D.C. representative,
right,
it's someone who's just kind of embedded, longest tenured person, covers the team, whatever. The way it's done in the NFL is just so weird in so many different ways. But that having been said, whatever you're doing now, you need to redo it if this guy can't get into the Hall of Fame. And it is even more simple than that. I don't know that you have to